In the 45th year of Konoha, on the eve of the Third Ninja World War, the Root Underground Base, the office of Danzo, the animus of Ninja, Ninja World Kage, 5.5 Th Hokage of Konoha, and the leader of the Root. Danzo's right eye was bandaged, and he was concentrating on a confidential document in his hand. The first few words at the beginning of the document read, "Experimental record of Hashirama's cell fusion with human body, recorded by Orochimaru." A masked and gray hooded Root member stood in front of the desk, reporting to Danzo. "Sir, this time we found 86 orphans around Konoha and in the Land of Fire, including one baby." After the brief report, Danzo did not look up, but replied in a flat tone, "Send the baby to the orphanage and the rest. Pick 15 to send to Orochimaru, and the rest will start training." "Yes," the gray hooded Root member responded. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, "My lord, the baby is a little strange. It looks like it was born only 2 days ago, but it doesn't cry or make a fuss and even open its eyes. Send it to the orphanage and keep an eye on it." Danzo still didn't look up at him, and his expression didn't change at all. Listening to these words, Danzo obviously didn't take it too seriously. Perhaps this experimental document attracted all his attention. Hearing the order, the gray hood Root member didn't say anything more. "I understand." After saying that, he flashed and disappeared in the office. After a while, Danzo picked up another confidential document after reading the experimental report. It read, "The third Kazekage is missing." Not long after, Danzo slammed the document on the table, and a thick haze appeared on his face, which was originally calm. The silent night of Konoha Orphanage quietly fell, and only a few weak lights lit up a corner of the corridor. Pharmacist Nono was sitting by the window, holding a baby who had just been delivered today. The little body was wrapped in a soft blanket, and she gently brought the nipple of the bottle to the baby's mouth, and the warm milk flowed into the baby's mouth along the nipple. Pharmacist Nono gently patted the baby's back with her other hand. She looked at the little life in her arms that didn't cry or make a fuss, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Drink milk, little one." Her voice was as soft as a feather brushing across the heart, with a natural soothing power. "Looking at me with such big eyes, do you want to drink breast milk?" She looked down at the pair of black and white eyes, with a teasing look in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm not married, so I can't give you breast milk." The baby in her arms was the baby sent by the Root. Listening to Nono's words, the young face miraculously frowned. The little eyebrows twisted together as if he really understood what she was saying. In those eyes that were originally wide open, a complicated look appeared. For a moment, Nono felt that there was a hint of adult speechlessness in those eyes. It was as if he was saying, "What is going on? Can you stop teasing me?" Nono's smile froze for a moment. She whispered, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" She stared at Wu Chen's face carefully, trying to find more evidence from the baby's face. But soon, she shook her head again. "How could it be possible? I must have thought too much. He was just a baby who was born a few days ago. Maybe it was just an unconscious change of expression." Thinking of this, she smiled again and whispered to Wu Chen in her arms in a more gentle tone, "Drink more milk so that you can grow up healthy and plump in the future. Don't cry or make a fuss. It's really a surprise that I feel a lot more relaxed." As she spoke, she continued to pat Wu Chen's back, carefully, for fear that he would choke on a mouthful of milk. Pharmacist Nono really likes these children from the bottom of her heart. For her, they're a ray of light in the darkness and the motivation for her to survive in this dark and absurd world. Although the manager and the nurse of the orphanage had complained to her about the tight funding problem again when the baby was delivered, she didn't care too much. At most, she would work harder. However, for Wu Chen in her arms, this scene of overflowing maternal love made him feel speechless. "Let me suck a few times. I don't care whether you are married or not, whether you have breast milk or not." These thoughts are naturally Wu Chen's inner complaints. The vocal cords in a newborn baby are not fully formed yet, so even if he opens his mouth, he can only cry wah wah. The pacifier is passively stuffed in his mouth, and the warm milk slides into his belly. He really feels the gentleness and patience of Nono. The restlessness caused by the helplessness in his heart gradually eased down. The past was so absurd, life was inexplicable, and he could not find the meaning of survival in more than 30 years of mediocrity. An accident brought him to this completely unfamiliar world inexplicably. "Pharmacist Nono?" Hokage. When he was sent to the orphanage by the masked man, he was still confused, until he heard the name pharmacist Nono mentioned by the nurse before, and then he connected everything. Although he was still a little confused, he roughly understood his current situation. Thinking of this, Wu-chan couldn't help but feel a desire in his heart. Here, in this life. The thought turned around, and he was relieved. For a loser like him, where is not a place to live. Even if he changed to a different world, he would not care about anything. At most, he would have more superstitious things. But isn't this an opportunity for him? The worst that can happen is that he will die again. It's not like he has never died before. His mentality quickly adjusted. He simply stopped thinking about it, closed his eyelids, and concentrated on dealing with the milk in his mouth. Just after Wu-chan closed his eyes, a strange light suddenly flashed in his vision, which should have fallen into darkness. Then there was a ding sound. The target has been connected, and the identity of the Transcendent has been automatically obtained. The Transcendent panel has been activated. Then, a translucent thing similar to a data panel suddenly appeared in front of him. It quietly floated in the dark vision, emitting a faint light. Although Wu-chan's eyes were closed, his consciousness clearly saw this panel. Wu-chan, the Transcendent, the soul, is incomparable. The body is naturally condensed. Comprehensive evaluation. You have unlimited potential. Age, 16 hours. Body. Infant status is not counted. Comprehensive quality. Soul. The Transcendent has an energy, bioenergy source. Food, cells absorb. Ability, Transcendence. Your cells crave energy to evolve and transcend. System space, none, no items. System message, I am so tired. The world is so big, I want to go and see it. Bye. Chapter 2. The system's departure and the dedicated Danzo. The system has abandoned us? What is happening? Is this some sort of international jest? He repeatedly verified the message. Yet the words remained glaringly unchanged, unwavering in their presence. This was neither a figment of his imagination nor a dream. The so-called system had simply thrown in the towel and fled. It had directly absconded. Wu-chan felt a buzzing in his head, his mind a blank slate. What was this? A retreat could not happen so swiftly. A surge of anger flared within him, only to be swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With the system having vanished, what could he possibly do? Wu-chan sighed dejectedly within the confines of his heart, as feelings of frustration and absurdity intertwined and expanded infinitely at that moment. A complex and ineffable turmoil. He stared at the succinct message for a long while, his emotions shifting from an initial surge of excitement to a chilling sense of disillusionment, culminating in utter bewilderment. Such was the ebb and flow of his sentiments. Well, sigh, since it has come to this, one must find peace and acceptance. A year later, it was said that the flames of the Third Shinobi World War were ignited by the hidden sand village of the Land of Wind. The sand village claimed that their third Kazekage had been assassinated by a leaf ninja, his fate uncertain. Using this as a pretext, they brazenly crossed the border, demanding an explanation from the leaf. Yet this was merely a fade. They invaded the land of fire, pillaging and wreaking havoc. Their sights set on the bountiful resources of the Fire Country, and thus the inferno of war engulfed the entire shinobi world. Upon the initial news breaking, Shimura Danzo reacted most vehemently, personally leading his root division, alongside Orochimaru and 2,000 leaf ninjas, to the border. It must be said that Danzo, who had experienced both the First and Second Shinobi Wars, possessed unique insights into warfare. At the war's outset, the Sand's fierce assault of 5,000 ninjas was met with his stalwart defense, holding firm until the main reinforcements from the Leaf arrived. However, this protracted struggle persisted for an entire year, with the Sand's relentless onslaught rising and falling like the tide, as Danzo and his Leaf forces held steadfast on the front line, refusing to yield, protecting the heartland of the Fire Country from further devastation, though both sides suffered grievously. Yet, the tides of battle shifted unexpectedly. The crisis facing the Leaf was not limited to the Sand. Other major nations, witnessing the fierce conflict between the Sand and the Leaf, sought to exploit the chaos, almost in unison declaring war on the Leaf within that year. The Sand Village had recently launched an unprecedented all-out offensive. While the Sand's assault posed a crisis for the Leaf, it also presented a potential opportunity for resolution, based on intelligence relayed by root spies. Danzo deduced that the Sand's logistics were on the brink of collapse, unable to sustain a protracted conflict. Thus, Danzo led the charge, striving to deal a decisive blow to the Sand's main force. Unfortunately, due to overly aggressive tactical strategies, he sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, Orochimaru and several elite members of Root fought valiantly to rescue him. dragging him back from the brink of death. Despite the collapse of the Sand's all-out offensive, the pressure on the Leafs' defenses against the Sand significantly diminished, granting them a temporary respite. However, Danzo's complete annihilation of Sand's strategic objectives has not been entirely fulfilled. Moreover, due to his grievous injuries, he is unable to continue commanding the frontline battles. After stabilizing his condition, he urgently consulted with Saratobi Hiruzen, who was far away at the front lines against IWA Shinobi, through special channels, and transferred frontline command to Orochimaru. He then returned to Konoha with a select few trusted members of Root for a brief recuperation. Upon returning to Konoha, although ostensibly recuperating, the diligent Danzo did not cease his work for even a moment. The vast village of Konoha, particularly during this wartime, found almost all its military forces dispatched to the borders, leaving the village internally vulnerable, while the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, was engaged at the front lines against IWA. How could the village function effectively without his aid as an advisor? At this moment, Konoha was undoubtedly under Danzo's firm grasp. In such a critical time, would he truly abandon his responsibilities? Konoha awaited his governance, and the Third Great Ninja War necessitated his intervention. Thus, during his recent days back in Konoha, Danzo was consumed with contemplation. The current situation in Konoha was precarious, teetering on the brink of disaster, where even a slight misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. And the remaining military strength within the village was already stretched thin. The only formidable force left was the Uchiha clan, whom he had always monitored with suspicion. Labeled as inherently malevolent, this war presented an opportunity to weaken them. At the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, had requested to lead his clansmen into battle. Yet, Danzo, citing the need for order in Konoha, persuaded Saratobi Hiruzen to allow only a fraction of the Uchiha to participate at the front. His distrust of the Uchiha was profound. He feared that rather than suffering losses, they might instead proliferate their Sharingan, even evolving into the Mangekyou Sharingan. Being a proud pupil of the second Hokage, he was well aware of the mechanisms behind the Uchiha's awakening of their eyes. Nonetheless, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Regardless of his grievances toward the Uchiha, the time had come to deploy them fully onto the battlefield. Of course, Danzo had his own calculations. The Uchiha were to engage, but they must be sent to the most perilous and brutal battlegrounds. Furthermore, they were to receive absolute orders to complete their missions, with no room for defiance. If he were to utilize the Uchiha, he would do so to their utmost limit. They could not be regarded as ordinary individuals, for they were inherently malevolent Uchiha. Ideally, they would all perish for the village. This would conveniently allow him to reclaim those inherently malevolent Sharingan, enabling them to contribute more effectively to the stability of Konoha. Indeed, when it came to that group of inherently malevolent Uchiha, Danzo never hesitated to express his sentiments bluntly. I am not targeting any one of you, but your entire clan. Only the deceased Uchiha can be deemed good Uchiha. For the sake of Konoha, the Sharingan is something you Uchiha cannot control. Only I can wield it to better protect Konoha. Chapter 3. The Dustless Sorrow and Danzo's Astonishment within the underground base at the root of Konoha. An observation report from an orphanage found its way to Danzo's desk. Having just finalized recent assignments, Danzo casually picked up the document and began to peruse its contents. However, before he could fully comprehend the report, a rare flicker of disbelief crossed his usually somber visage. This. The flames of the Third Shinobi World War had engulfed the entire ninja realm. Nevertheless, for the moment, the conflict had little to do with Dustless, a mere child residing in a corner of the Konoha orphanage. In a relatively quiet room of the orphanage, Dustless was intently gripping a rather inappropriate pen, meticulously inscribing something on a sheet of paper spread before him. The sound of the pen scraping against the paper produced a soft rustling, and after a brief moment, he completed his final stroke. Dustless then handed the paper, bearing 2 characters, to a woman beside him. The expression on the face of Yakushinon, the caretaker, was nothing short of captivating. She mechanically accepted the paper. Dustless. Her voice trembled as she instinctively read the 2 characters aloud. The characters were neat and robust, entirely uncharacteristic of a child's handiwork. In the next instant, as if startled by some revelation, Non suddenly lowered her gaze towards the diminutive figure before her, one that barely reached her thigh. This is the name you have chosen for yourself? Her tone rose in pitch, brimming with incredulity. Having just turned 1-year-old, Dustless had already experienced explosive growth, yet he stood at less than 70 centimeters tall. He tilted his tiny head upward, directing his small face towards Yakushinon, who required no small amount of effort to look down at him. Slowly, yet with remarkable clarity, he nodded at his own chin. Yes, Mother Director. His tender voice articulated each word with unusual precision. Before Dustless's words had fully settled in the air, Non instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, stifling any further exclamations that might betray her astonishment. The profound shock lingered on her face for several seconds before ebbing away like the retreat of a tide, replaced by an almost numb tranquility. It seemed she had grown somewhat accustomed to such miracles. After all, who could remain composed when faced with a child capable of speaking at just 1 month old, attempting to walk at 3 months, and bounding about with ease by 6 months? Anyone else in her position would likely have succumbed to a quicker unraveling of their composure, becoming even more desensitized than she had. From the initial astonishment to the daily challenges to her perception, the notion that a 1-year-old could name themselves no longer appeared so difficult to accept. What on earth? This was simply beyond the capabilities of a normal child. Non inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, striving to calm the tumultuous heart within her chest. She gazed down at the 2 characters on the paper, then at the serene and composed Dustless before her. He hardly resembled an infant, a child. Dustless. Non repeated the name with a complex tone. It actually suited him quite well. In a dustless realm, unencumbered and untethered, the open space of the orphanage bustled with children either frolicking in playful abandon or delighting in the mud. Yet, amidst this lively scene, there was Wuchen, tirelessly running in endless circles, a stark contrast to his surroundings. It was not that he lacked companionship, rather, how could a soul matured beyond his years truly connect with these genuine children? The exhilaration of running was a joy he had never dared to imagine before. Sweat drenched his brow, clinging to his cheeks, yet he paid it no heed, his breathing labored yet maintaining a unique rhythm. Since regaining mobility 6 months ago, he had embarked on a rigorous regimen of exercise. 10 kilometers of running, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Initially, at merely half a year old, he struggled to complete even a fraction of these tasks, often needing to rest. However, he had no choice. This was the world of the Hokage, a place where lives were treated with little regard. To avoid becoming mere cannon fodder and to seize control of his fate, he had to move, practice until he could practice no more. From those early struggles to now, at 1 year of age, he had become proficient in most of these exercises. Considering his milestones, speaking at 1 month, walking at 3 months, running at 6 months, his extraordinary physical development, rapid mastery of the ninja world's texts, and a maturity far surpassing that of his peers, the reactions from everyone in the orphanage, except for the oblivious toddlers, were unanimous, a prodigy. Wuchen. The Transcender, age, 1 year, physicality, 0, 5, comprehensive quality, average for humans in the ninja world, 1, soul, energy, biological energy, derived from food, cellular absorption, bodily expenditure, ability, transcendence, system inventory, baked potatoes, 10, rice balls, 5, lollipops, 3, water bottle, portable non-radiative mini-nuclear bombs, 10, single yield, 1 million tons of TNT. Portable launcher, range, 1,000 kilometers. System message, I passed by a planet embroiled in civil war. Their battles are quite fierce, and nuclear bombs are merely their conventional weapons. Having been away for so long, I thought I'd send you a little something, some nuclear bombs. Rest assured, I shall send you more gifts in due time. Summoning the interface, Wuchen cast a glance at his physical data, promptly disregarding the 10 mini-nuclear bombs. Over the past year, he had nearly unraveled the mysteries of this contraption. Although the system had fled, it had not departed without leaving a mark. This so-called Transcender seemed to be the novice's gift bestowed upon him, the source of the monumental changes his body had undergone over the year. As for the infinity symbol beside his soul, it could be set aside for now. His body had transcended conventional understanding. He had yet to refine chakra. And if he were to harness that power, it was likely that his physical prowess would experience an explosive enhancement. However, these matters are not the crux of the issue. The most pivotal aspect lies in the extraordinary ability known as transcendence. His cells are in a state of insatiable hunger for energy, as indicated on the panel. The most palpable manifestation of this phenomenon is his astonishing appetite. His capacity for consumption is nothing short of alarming, and his digestive prowess is exceedingly remarkable. In a single meal, he can consume food equivalent to 3 or 4 times that of an average adult, and following exercise, he must immediately replenish his intake. Otherwise, the gnawing sensation of hunger would drive him to madness. As for the results, every morsel ingested is swiftly metabolized within a short span, transforming into the purest form of energy which is rapidly absorbed by the cells within his body. His physical development is beyond the ordinary, and his efficiency in training is exponentially enhanced, leading to a significant rise in his physical prowess. All of these effects stem from his transcendence. Of course, this terrifying rate of growth does not come without a cost. Wuchen is acutely aware of the immense pressure his insatiable appetite places on the already modest resources of the orphanage. With nearly 50 to 60 children in the orphanage, his single consumption nearly equals that of more than 10 ordinary children, resulting in an increase of 1/5 in food expenses. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of his potential. He has been holding back, and with his continued physical development, he can sense that his appetite will only grow more rapidly and resolutely. Consequently, the orphanage's expenditure on food will inevitably escalate. Recently, he has caught the caretakers whispering amongst themselves, expressing their concerns to the pharmacist, Yao Shiyena. Their words imply that the budget is nearing its limit, and the children may have to face further reductions in their meat rations next month. Each time this occurs, Yao Shiyena furrows her brow, her anxiety evident on her face. She often bends over an aging ledger, her fingers lingering on certain figures, ultimately culminating in a barely audible sigh. Wuchen observes silently, feeling a pang of unease in his heart. After more than a year in this body, despite possessing the soul of an adult, Yao Shiyena occupies a significant place in his heart. He does not wish to become a burden to the orphanage. Yet, at present, aside from consuming more food and training diligently to acquire the strength to protect himself and eventually contribute back, he seems to have no other recourse. Surely, he cannot resort to wielding a nuclear missile launcher to procure funds. Lost in his troubling thoughts, he continues to run laps. Suddenly, a movement catches his eye. Two figures appear at the entrance of the orphanage. It is Shimura Danzo, accompanied by a figure clad in sunglasses and a gray hood, belonging to the Root organization. There's Shimura Danzo? And that one, who is it? Danzo observes intently for a while before lowering his voice. Ryoma, is the information in the report accurate? Without the slightest hesitation, oil woman Ryoma responds. Lord Danzo, the intelligence is undoubtedly true. I have confirmed it with Ino multiple times. Ino, a code name within the Root organization, is tasked with the covert surveillance of the Uchiha clan, and is one of the many ninjas monitoring them, while also keeping a watchful eye on this orphanage. Ryoma's words resonate with Danzo, yet he still feels a lingering sense of disbelief. Gazing at the figure in motion, Danzo found it hard to believe that this child had just turned 1 year old? The child appeared to be at least 3 or 4. Moreover, the milestones were astonishing, speaking at a month, walking by 3, and bouncing around by half a year. The appetite was prodigious, and the child actively engaged in physical activities, learning to read and write, all while exhibiting an extraordinary level of energy. Was this a prodigy? No, it was a veritable anomaly. Danzo's thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. The report concerning the orphanage was truly bewildering. His initial response could only be described as incredulous, yet the meticulous details within the text lingered ominously. Were it not for the bizarre and almost grotesque nature of the findings, he would not have taken the trouble to investigate personally. He sought an answer, a truth witnessed with his own eyes. However, upon witnessing the reality, even the stoic Shimura Danzo was left in a state of shock. While an uncontrollable thought began to burgeon within him, this child must be brought into the Root. It was imperative that he, Shimura Danzo, take personal command and sculpt this being. He could almost envision a future day when this little imp would become the sharpest Fang of the Root. No, the ultimate trump card of the entire Hidden Leaf. Since its establishment, the Hidden Leaf has produced countless geniuses. Notable figures like Orochimaru and Dan Kato, followed by Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, and Shui, but this child before him. At this thought, Danzo's heart involuntarily constricted. Perhaps, this child would surpass them all. As for the intricacies of chakra manipulation, such trivial matters were beneath Danzo's consideration, unworthy of even a fleeting thought. It was downright ludicrous. If such an extraordinary being could not master chakra, the world would indeed be a farcical place. After a brief silence, Danzo tightened his grip on his cane and strode purposefully through the gates of the orphanage. It was time to meet the wandering priestess. Chapter 4. Danzo's arrival at this moment. What brings Danzo here? A sudden jolt surged through Wuchen's heart, and his breath caught in his throat. His running action abruptly slowed, eventually coming to a complete halt. His gaze trailed after the figure as it vanished into the depths of the orphanage's corridor, and a frown creased his brow. At such a critical juncture, the fact that this prominent figure from Konoha had personally visited the orphanage was anything but coincidental. Just now, was Danzo observing me? The thought flickered in Wuchen's mind. and he quickly affirmed it. That gaze was not the gentle scrutiny of an elder assessing a child. Rather, it felt more akin to appraising a rare artifact. Laden with examination and valuation, Danzo has set his sights on me. A sense of unease gripped Wuchen. It was highly likely, he muttered to himself, acknowledging that his unusual behavior had indeed been too conspicuous. A mere child just over a year old, with physique and intellect far exceeding the norm. Engaging in strenuous physical training. In a place like Konoha, where ninjas abound and the intelligence network is as intricate as a spider's web. His minor antics had managed to remain undiscovered until now purely by fortune. No wonder, considering how abnormal I am. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. However, being noticed by Danzo might not be entirely detrimental. The initial tension brought about by the looming threat swiftly dissipated. Wuchen's mindset adjusted rapidly. Replaced by a calculated coolness bordering on ruthlessness, his mind racing as he weighed the implications of the situation. Would they dissect me for research? It is not entirely implausible. A chilling image of a sterile laboratory, reeking of antiseptic, flashed through Wuchen's mind. But then, he cast a glance at the nuclear bomb within the system space. Dissect? I shall feast. Let us all partake in the mushrooms together. The 100-ton scale mini-nuclear bomb instilled an unshakable calm within him, even bringing a smile to his face that others might find perplexing. Although he might incur some losses, it was not an unacceptable trade-off. If it came to that, dragging Danzo, Root, and perhaps even the entirety of Konoha along for the ride would not be a disgrace. As for the other possibility, brainwashing, that would undoubtedly be standard practice for Root. Wuchen was well aware of Danzo's methods. Yet he instinctively glanced at the soul section on the panel, subsequently easing his mind. However, it seemed unlikely that Danzo would attempt to manipulate my mind. Upon reflection, mingling with Danzo appeared to bear no significant drawbacks. Having eliminated the two most considerable risks, Wuchen felt an optimistic horizon before him. The crux of the matter was, could I indulge in the cuisine provided by Root? This was his primary concern at present. The meals at the orphanage, despite Yano's utmost efforts, merely managed to sustain him, and it was clear that they would soon prove insufficient for his voracious appetite. Root, being Konoha's most clandestine organization, certainly had ample resources. The mere thought of unrestricted dining made Wuchen's eyes sparkle. Perhaps he could enjoy lavish feasts with every meal? As for the man mockingly dubbed the Shadow of the Pot, Wuchen's perspective diverged significantly from the common sentiment. It is said that in the world of ninjas, Danzo bears the burden of all blame, and what he cannot shoulder, he passes on to Black Zetsu. However, Wuchen believes this is entirely unnecessary. Of course, Wuchen does not seek to absolve Danzo. There is no need for such an endeavor. This is a realm rife with darkness and cruelty, far removed from the idealistic tales of love and peace he once cherished in his previous life. Conspiracy, slaughter, and betrayal are the bloodstained themes that define this world. Danzo's methods are often cold-hearted and ruthless, sometimes even unscrupulous. Yet, for the colossal war machine that is Konoha, these tactics may, at certain times, be deemed necessary, albeit with the outcome revealing him as an antagonist, often exacerbating the situation. To Wuchen, this is of little consequence. As long as he can secure his sustenance and develop in peace, he is willing to serve Danzo. After all, he is rather pragmatic. Thus, it is settled. He will sell his services to Danzo, secure his own well-being, and perhaps assist Nonai-yu in the process, primarily to avert her unfortunate fate in the future. The thought of the gentle yet sorrowful smile of Nonai-yu, coupled with her destined tragedy, tightened Wuchen's heart. In his previous life, he was emotionally detached, unable to find meaning in existence, and upon arriving in this world, he found himself materializing without parents or guardians. Only Nonai-yu and the other children from the orphanage have rekindled a sense of long-lost emotion within him. Truth be told, if there is anything in the ninja world that Wuchen cares about, it is likely only Nonai-yu and the other inhabitants of the orphanage. As for others, like Naruto or Sasuke, they mean nothing to him. With a firm resolve, Wuchen harbors no lingering hesitation. Casting a glance at Danzo's figure vanishing down the corridor of the orphanage, he hastens his steps to catch up. In the office of the orphanage's director, the shrine maiden has not been seen for quite some time. Danzo gazes at the pharmacist Nonai-yu, his voice as grave as ever. Nonai-yu feels a sudden jolt in her heart, yet maintains a semblance of calm. Lord Danzo, it has been a while. She hastily inquires. What brings you to the orphanage today? As a former ace spy of the Root, she understands Danzo's character all too well. His visit to the orphanage is not merely a social call. There must be ulterior motives behind it. In fact, She suspects that he has come for Wuchen. Wuchen's circumstances are truly alarming. Anyone who learns of his situation would deem him extraordinary. Danzo's purpose for visiting today is undoubtedly related to him. After all, any diligent seeker could easily uncover the details within the orphanage, especially someone from the root. The air in the office becomes thick with tension. What is the name of that child? Danzo cut straight to the point, leaving no room for evasion. Nonayu's heart sinks suddenly, her fingers instinctively curling. Yet she strives to maintain her composure. Lord Danzo, which child do you refer to? There are many children in the orphanage. Do not flaunt your foolishness before me, Oracle. Danzo's voice suddenly rose, exuding an icy aura. He struck the table with ferocity, producing a resounding bang that caused the teacups to leap, nearly spilling their contents. Do you think I have come here to engage in idle chatter? That extraordinary child. Why have you not reported his situation to the Foundation immediately? Each of Danzo's words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Because of your laughable mercy, the Foundation and Konoha nearly missed out on a future ace. Can you bear this responsibility? The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. Nanaka's hands, hanging by her side, clenched tighter. She forced herself to remain seated. Yet her voice could not entirely conceal her tremor. Lord Danzo, this is an orphanage, a sanctuary for children, not a breeding ground for the Foundation's tools. Furthermore, I have retired. I am no longer affiliated with the Foundation. Remember this. Danzo leaned forward abruptly, interrupting her. Once you enter the Foundation, you belong to it for life. Even if you have retired, your loyalty must remain with the Foundation, with the shadows of Konoha. This is the rule, the ironclad law. The expression on Medic Nanaka's face shifted uncontrollably. She inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the turmoil within her chest. Yet a certain resolve in her gaze remained unwavering. I am merely the head of the Konoha orphanage now. My duty is to care for these homeless children. Danzo let out a cold snort, impatience and disdain erupting within him. Humph. He stood, looking down at Nanaka from his elevated position. I have no time to squander on you. That child possesses exceptional talent, unprecedented in its nature. I intend to take him. Upon hearing this, Nanaka's previously feigned composure shattered instantly. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "How can this be? The Hokage personally assured me that the children of the orphanage would lead normal lives, free from any interference. You cannot take Wuchen. That child is merely 1 year old. So his name is Wuchen?" Danzo's movement paused imperceptibly. The name lingered on his tongue, imbued with significance. Indeed, it is quite a fine name. I shall personally cultivate him, ensuring he inherits my will, becoming the strongest shield and sharpest spear to protect Konoha from the shadows. Subsequently, Danzo shifted his tone. Addressing the agitated medic Nanaka with a frigid demeanor, the threat in his voice unmistakable, "You must consider carefully, what time is it now? The Third Shinobi World War is intensifying, and all of Konoha is exerting itself for the war effort. Resources, funding, every penny must be utilized wisely. For the sake of ultimate victory, the village may at any moment reduce its investment in the orphanage, or even sever it entirely. Have you fully comprehended the cost of refusal? Chapter 5. This child shall undoubtedly inherit the will of my roots." These words fell upon the pharmacist, Yanoyu, like a frigid cascade, drenching her from head to toe. Her vulnerability was firmly grasped by Danzo. The fervor that had once ignited within her swiftly dissipated. Her voice of rebuttal dwindling into despair. "Lord Danzo, the issue of funding was also assured by Lord Hokage." "Humph, assured?" Danzo scoffed, dismissing the so-called benevolence of Saratobi Hiruzen with scorn. Hypocritical benevolence. He was currently commanding battles on the front lines, with several elders supervising the combat operations, all while he alone sustained the internal stability of Konoha. My words now represent the highest command within Konoha. Do you understand? Each word struck Yanoyu's heart with a heavy thud, leaving her as pale as a sheet, her lips quivering, yet no sound escaped. I. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness inundated her, just as the atmosphere grew taut, and Yanoyu teetered on the brink of collapse. The slightly worn wooden door of the office creaked open a fraction, and a small figure squeezed through the gap. It was dustless. His small face bore neither the panic nor curiosity typical of a child. Rather, it exuded an unsettling calm. His gaze swept past the oil user Ryoma behind Danzo, traversed the standoff between Danzo and Yanoyu, and finally settled on Yanoyu's pale and helpless countenance. The sudden intrusion startled both Danzo and Yanoyu. Danzo scrutinized this gem he was determined to possess, silently acknowledging that this child was indeed extraordinary, his composure far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Yanoyu's heart tightened. Fearing for Dustless's safety at Danzo's hands, instinctively she sought to shield him behind her. Yet, Dustless resolutely marched to the center of the office with his short legs. He looked up at Yanoyu, his childish voice breaking the oppressive silence. "Mommy, you needn't trouble yourself on my behalf any longer." He paused before turning to Danzo, mustering a compliant smile on his small face. "Grandpa Danzo, I shall accompany you." Having listened outside for quite some time, Dustless could no longer endure the conversation. Yanoyu's vulnerability was firmly held by Danzo, leaving no room for resistance. If he delayed any longer, Danzo would forcibly take him away, rather than passively being abducted. He preferred to step forward, as he still held some value at present. "Humph. Priestess, even the child possesses greater clarity than you." Danzo cast a sidelong glance at the unflinching Dustless, feeling satisfied internally, yet his words remained merciless as he aimed another jab at Yanoyu. Her face turned ghostly pale, a weight pressing heavily upon her chest. Danzo's mockery had become inaudible to her, her mind consumed by Dustless's declaration of "I shall accompany you," nearly causing her to faint on the spot. "Dustless, you are still so young. You have no comprehension of the darkness that roots entail." Her voice trembled uncontrollably as she reached out, desperate to pull Dustless back, shielding him from the gaping maw of that insatiable abyss. As the words hung in the air, Wuchen turned his small head and flashed a reassuring smile at her, a grin that was both innocent and imbued with an unsettling clarity beyond his years. "I know, Director Mama," he spoke in a soft, childlike voice that rang with unmistakable clarity. "In the orphanage, everyone goes hungry. As for me, my appetite is particularly hearty. I need to eat a great deal every day. If I were to follow Grandpa Danzo, the burden on the orphanage would lighten, and I would be able to eat my fill, perhaps even savor some meat." As he spoke, he licked his lips, a picture of longing that tugged painfully at Yaoyu's heart. This child, clearly, understood everything. Wuchen did not allow Yaoyu to voice her objections. Instead, he turned back to face Danzo, his small frame standing straight and tall, devoid of the fear that a typical child might exhibit in the presence of authority. He lifted his chin slightly and spoke, his voice steady yet soft. "However, Grandpa Danzo, I have a condition." The atmosphere in the room tightened at his declaration. The oil woman, Ryoma, couldn't help but glance at this audacious little one who dared to present conditions to an elder. Danzo's eyebrows raised imperceptibly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, this little rascal has the audacity to negotiate with me? How intriguing." The courage and composure he displayed were not qualities one typically found in children, and Danzo's opinion of Wuchen elevated significantly. Initially, he believed Wuchen to be merely a gifted child, but it became evident that his maturity was astonishing. Thus, Danzo's desire to personally mentor Wuchen and instill in him the will of his roots intensified. He was already contemplating how to shape this young boy into the sharpest of blades. "Do tell," Danzo's voice softened, revealing a hint of interest. Wuchen's small frame remained unwaveringly upright. "As long as the orphanage can have meat at every meal, no. As long as Director Mama and everyone in the orphanage can eat to their heart's content, I will go with you. Whatever you desire me to do, I will do it. And I promise to satisfy you." He emphasized the phrase "eat to their heart's content," his earnest demeanor suggesting that it was his greatest wish. Upon hearing this, Yaoyu could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her face as she covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Danzo gazed at Wuchen for a significant moment before speaking, his tone surprisingly gentle. A warmth he himself had not recognized creeping into his voice, though this warmth was more akin to the appreciation of a treasure soon to be his. "Little one, splendid," he exclaimed, offering a genuine compliment before striving to sound more reliable, even attempting to infuse his voice with a touch of benevolence. "I promise you this. As long as you follow me diligently each month, in addition to the funds the village allocates to the orphanage, I will personally authorize an additional 200,000 ryo for the orphanage, to be used for food and daily expenses. I keep my promises." 200,000 ryo. Yaoyu's head shot up, scarcely able to believe her ears. This sum was astronomical for the impoverished orphanage, enough to significantly improve their living conditions. In contrast to Yano's astonishment, Danzo's mind was racing with schemes. Those who have attachments are far easier to manipulate. This young boy, despite his tender years, is preoccupied with the orphanage, unwittingly presenting his vulnerabilities on a silver platter. Given the child's mental acuity, he might even be willingly offering his weaknesses. To cultivate unwavering loyalty, mere intimidation and coercion will not suffice. For individuals of immense value, it is essential to provide a touch of sweetness, intertwining interests to foster allegiance. Furthermore, Wuchen's potential merits any sacrifice. After all, a mere 200,000 ryo is but a trifling sum for the root organization. Really? That's fantastic. Wuchen's face lit up with a radiant smile, his joy manifesting in exuberant gestures, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. He clapped his hands in excitement, clearly pleased with the outcome. Yet, as he lowered his gaze, attempting to mask his elation, he couldn't help but internally scoff. Only 200,000 Rio? Is that all? Truly, Danzo is as miserly as ever. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. He resigned himself to the fact that, at least for now, both Yano and the orphanage could breathe a sigh of relief. Just wait until I develop a bit more. Then, what will become of your root organization? Raising his head once more, he donned an expression of innocence and joy, sweetly addressing Danzo. Thank you, Grandpa Danzo. Chapter 6. The root base. The apothecary, Yanoyu, stood desolately before the dilapidated gates of the orphanage, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. Her gaze silently followed the diminutive figure of Wuchen, as he trailed behind Shimura Danzo and Aburame Shino, embarking on the winding path through the woods, slowly fading from view. Eventually, he was entirely engulfed by the dense greenery, vanishing from sight. A suppressed sob escaped Yanoyu's throat, her tears already blurring her vision. She could only offer a silent prayer in her heart, hoping that this child, whom she cherished as her own, would suffer less in the future. The expanse of Konoha surpassed the imagination of an ordinary person. The orphanage was situated in a remote corner, far removed from the bustling core of Konoha, nestled at the edge of the forest. Thus, this journey with Shimura Danzo back to the enigmatic base of the root organization was a considerable distance for Wuchen. This trek was not entirely tedious, but rather an experience of its own. In his current form as a 1-year-old child, he could not be measured by the standards of an ordinary infant. Most children would have long since cried and fussed or succumbed to fatigue. But Wuchen regarded this migration as a unique physical training. As they traversed the long road, Shimura Danzo walked steadily in the lead, his somber silhouette exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Aburame Shino remained a step behind Danzo, silent and uncommunicative, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, Wuchen, with his little legs, followed closely, occasionally pretending to retrieve a baked potato and a water can from his pocket, replenishing his expended energy. His youthful countenance bore a calm expression, devoid of the typical cries and tantrums of children, nor did he exhibit signs of weariness. This remarkable composure and resilience, far beyond his years, stirred something within Shimura Danzo's heart. Having cultivated tools for many years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary specimen. Throughout the journey, Wuchen discreetly observed the unfamiliar surroundings. From his previous life, he had gleaned from comics, animations, and guidebooks, even from the verbal accounts of the author, that Konoha was vast. Today, as he measured this land with his own feet, he truly comprehended that its expanse could be likened to the descriptions of modern city-states, far from mere exaggeration. Wuchen silently estimated that according to the author's guidebook, Konoha boasted at least 44 training grounds. Just the 44th training ground, the Forest of Death, was officially marked with a radius of 10 kilometers. Even if the other training grounds were relatively small, from the comic panels, it was evident that the Forest of Death along with the other training grounds comprised merely a modest area in the upper right corner within Konoha's walls. If this were to be extrapolated, the core area within the walls of Konoha must span at least 50 kilometers or more. This calculation did not even account for the expansive territories beyond the walls, truly absurd. This was not merely a village. It was evidently a colossal war fortress clad in the guise of a village. Wuchen internally scoffed at the illogical premises of this world, yet his pace remained unwavering. After an indeterminate passage of time, signs of human construction finally emerged ahead. The surrounding scenery gradually opened up as the trees became sparser, as the majestic rock mountain, intricately carved with the colossal faces of generations of Hokage, an embodiment of Konoha's glory and heritage, slowly filled his entire vision. Even with the foresight granted by his past life's memories, Wuchen could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the scene before him. Yet, what awaited him was even more astonishing. The destination to which Shimura Danzo and his entourage led them was the fabled underground base of Root, hidden beneath the magnificent Hokage Rock, a symbol of the Hokage's will. What was even more remarkable was that the summit of this ostensibly rugged mountain presented an astonishingly vast and flat terrain, as if it had been meticulously sculpted by some extraordinary force. What kind of power could transform a peak into such a form? Wuchen pondered. Could it be the result of a single strike from the old man's Susanoo? The group stealthily approached a remarkably concealed entrance at the foot of Hokage Rock. Rather than an entrance, it resembled a colossal stone door that seamlessly blended with the surrounding mountain's color and texture. Were it not for the guidance of familiar personnel, an ordinary individual would find it nearly impossible to uncover its hidden secrets. In a flurry of motion, Oil Woman Ryoma swiftly performed several hand seals. The heavy stone door, astonishingly, emitted no sound of friction as it silently slid open, revealing a deep, dark underground passage that seemed to devour all light. Upon entering the passage, an overwhelmingly cold and damp scent assailed him, instantly severing the warmth of the outside world. The light abruptly dimmed, with only the faint glow from lamps embedded in the stone walls at regular intervals barely illuminating the rugged steps below. The passage inclined downward, and as they ventured deeper, the oppressive chill of the subterranean realm intensified, weighing heavily on his heart. The air was thick with the stench of decay and despair, sending shivers down his spine. Wuchen maintained a composed demeanor, meticulously engraving every detail of his surroundings and the suffocating atmosphere into his memory. This place would become the stage for his seclusion and growth in the time to come. He must adapt and conquer it. After traversing the passage for what felt like an eternity, turning countless corners and descending into the depths, he finally emerged from the constricted corridor into an expansive view that momentarily halted him, despite his mental preparation. Before him lay an unimaginably vast cylindrical underground space, its depth unfathomable. Gazing upwards, he noticed a faint glimmer of sunlight at the very top, yet it failed to illuminate the shadows below. The surrounding rock walls bore clear signs of human craftsmanship, smooth and sturdy, exuding a chilling sense of order. Countless talisman papers inscribed with incantations adorned the walls, densely packed. A suspended cross-shaped corridor spanned the center of the space, beneath which lay an abyss of darkness, hinting at the existence of more cross-shaped corridors below. Remarkable. In silence, Wuchen assessed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly traversing the structure of the corridor bridge, the potential surveillance points on the rocky walls, and the locations of various openings. These formidable defensive fortifications were merely the tip of the iceberg. The group ultimately halted in the center of the cross-bridge. Danzo, with his singular eye, finally turned his full attention to Wuchen, a hint of satisfaction evident in his tone. It was commendable that Wuchen had managed to accompany him back to this place. He gently tapped the cold stone surface of the bridge with his cane, declaring that their discussions would conclude for the day. Ryoma, arrange a private room for him. Let him rest today, and I shall personally instruct him tomorrow. Yes, Lord Danzo, Ryoma replied, bowing slightly, maintaining his usual taciturn demeanor. Upon hearing the word rest, Wuchen's taut nerves did not entirely relax. He quickly raised his face, striving to manifest the expression befitting a weary child. His voice, though slightly raspy, remained unmistakably youthful as he said, Grandpa Danzo, I am quite hungry. He paused before adding, with the unapologetic frankness characteristic of children, my stomach has been grumbling for quite a while. I have already finished the roasted potatoes and rice balls. At this declaration, even Ryoma's perpetually stoic expression seemed to falter for a moment. Danzo regarded the earnest little figure before him, who had so straightforwardly voiced a request for food, and a peculiar light flickered in his singular eye, a blend of surprise, scrutiny, and perhaps a nearly imperceptible smile. He had trained countless tools and witnessed myriad subservient or overly composed faces, yet he had never encountered a child so unabashedly forthright in his demands. A soft chuckle escaped Danzo's throat, the emotion behind it ambiguous. Hungry indeed, they had journeyed quite far. He turned to Ryoma, his tone returning to its usual neutrality. Take him to his room and prepare food. Let him eat as much as he wishes. Understood, Ryoma replied, then turned to Wuchen, follow me. Wuchen obediently nodded, his little legs scurrying to keep pace with Ryoma, all the while secretly plotting. Step 1, the initial persona has been established. Next comes observation and learning, and, most importantly, dining. The hunger he felt was genuine, yet the art of expression remained a delicate craft. Chapter 7. This is my first step towards becoming a glutton. The fare at the orphanage was insipid and meager, scarcely offering any meat throughout the year. Now that I had sold my life to Danzo, I had no intention of holding back. I raised my small face and made a request to Oil Woman Ryoma. I want to eat meat, large chunks of meat. And fish, the more, the better. Ryoma's face, usually concealed behind sunglasses, revealed no discernible expression, yet I keenly sensed that his silence lingered a moment longer than before. At last, his gaze shifted from my face, and his voice remained as flat and unperturbed as ever. Wait. With that, he turned and exited the simply yet impeccably arranged stone chamber, leaving a faint trace of his peculiar insect-like scent in the air. The door closed quietly, isolating me from the outside world. I surveyed my temporary sanctuary, a hard cot, a small table, a chair, and a private restroom, nothing more. Rather than a room. It resembled a cell, devoid of iron bars and chains. However, I felt neither dejected nor anxious. In the interim, while awaiting my meal, I had no intention of wasting time. My daily regimen of physical training had become an ingrained habit. Shedding my thin jacket, exposing my slight, youthful frame, I commenced my disciplined exercise. 10 kilometers, the run had already been completed. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats. Just as I was nearing the final set of squats, the door swung open once more. This time, an average-sized, unremarkable member of the route entered, devoid of a mask. His expression was no different from that of someone wearing one, equally devoid of emotion. He pushed a metal food cart, and the aroma of the food immediately commandeered the entire room. My gaze was instantly ensnared by the contents of the cart. 2 large platters overflowing with roasted meat. The chunks substantial and charred to a golden brown, sizzled with a sheen of oil, their rich aroma invading my nostrils. It was impossible to discern the specific animal or cut, but the primal scent of meat was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Beside them lay 2 whole smoked fish, their golden red skin gleaming under the dim light, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds, exuding a distinctive smoky flavor. Gulp. I could clearly hear the sound of my own saliva being swallowed. During my days of hunger at the orphanage, such a feast existed only in the most extravagant of dreams. Now, as dreams converged with really teeth tore through succulent morsels, the scalding juices bursting in his mouth, evoking a long-lost sense of satisfaction that nearly coaxed a moan from his lips. His other hand was equally occupied, grasping a piece of smoked fish, devouring it with the same fervor. Such pearly whites, delectable. Muffled sounds emerged from his food-stuffed mouth. Eating rice balls daily is exhausting my stomach. The delivery member of the route stood expressionless nearby, watching the diminutive figure voraciously consume his meal, as if he were not delivering sustenance, but rather some rare treasure. He had encountered many newcomers, those filled with dread, those on guard, those feigning calmness, but never had he seen a child so utterly engrossed in the enjoyment of food as this one. Delight surged through him. He swallowed a piece of meat and exclaimed in satisfaction before reaching for another. Burp. A loud belch escaped him, yet he remained unfazed. He wiped his greasy lips and fixed his eager gaze on the remaining food on the cart, then looked up at the route member with an authoritative tone, declaring, "Not enough, bring out more. As much as you have." Unconcerned with others' thoughts, his singular ambition was clear. He aimed to fill his belly, to gorge himself, to reclaim all the nourishment he had missed. Grandpa Tuanzo had said there would be plenty, and if there was food to be had, he would indulge. As he stuffed his mouth with meat, he mumbled to himself, "Is this child perhaps the reincarnation of a famished spirit?" The delivery member of the route fleetingly considered. Yet his face betrayed no change. He merely nodded mechanically before swiftly departing. The hunger was palpable, yet how to harness this hunger was a contemplation for Wuchen. At least for now, he had successfully added the facet of a glutton to his notorious reputation. This would afford him more breathing room and observation opportunities, allowing certain individuals to lower their guard just a fraction. The night in the underground base of the route was, as always, eerily silent and frigid. Y.N. Rima traversed the monotonous, dimly lit corridor, halting before a heavy door. Behind it lay an almost tangible aura of authority, cold and unyielding. Rima's breathing became subtly measured, the only external change he exhibited before facing the leader of the route. He raised his hand. Knock, knock, knock. 3 precise knocks, delivered with perfect timing. "Enter." A voice resonated from within. Rima pushed the door open. The room's decor was stark, a bare wooden desk positioned at its center. Behind it, Shimura Danzo was half concealed in the flickering shadows cast by an oil lamp. "Danzo-sama." Y.N. Rima slightly bowed, his voice steady, as unchanging as the visage hidden beneath his sunglasses. Danzo did not immediately lift his gaze, continuing to inscribe something on the scroll before him. After a moment, his pen paused. He set it down. "Speak." A single word, devoid of any emotion. About the new arrival, Wuchen. Longma's tone was utterly unruffled, as though he were merely reporting a trivial matter. Upon entering the room, his subordinates had prepared the meal as per your instructions. Tuanzo singular, I remained fixed on the scroll before him, patiently awaiting further information. He ordered roasted meat and smoked fish. Longma continued, stating that he had consumed 10 pounds of roasted meat and 8 pounds of smoked fish in a single sitting. After a brief pause, he added, along with a large bowl of rice. The numbers hung in the air. Within the stone chamber, The occasional crackle of the oil lamp's wick became the sole sound that punctuated the silence. Even for Longma, a man rarely given to displays of emotion, the gravity in his voice as he recited these figures conveyed an unusual solemnity, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Tuanzo's fingers, resting on the table, curled ever so slightly. The shadows cast by the light seemed to flicker momentarily across his face. 10 pounds of meat? 8 pounds of fish? And a large bowl of rice. Is this truly a single meal? He lifted his gaze, his bandaged face turning toward Longma, and the air in the room seemed to grow even heavier. You mean to say? Tuanzo's voice was somewhat parched. Pounds? Chapter 8. Danzo's Judgment. Does the big eater represent extraordinary talent? You mentioned pounds? Indeed, Lord Danzo. It has been meticulously weighed. Oil woman Ryoma spoke with unwavering certainty, fully aware of what these figures signified. Even the most elite adult ninjas, after engaging in high-intensity missions, could not possibly consume such quantities. While the Akimichi clan possesses secret techniques that enable them to ingest and convert vast amounts of food, this is predicated upon their family jutsu and mature physiques. He added, the delivery personnel reported that the child consumed his meal with astonishing speed, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. Danzo leaned back slightly, the old wooden chair creaking softly, soon enveloped once again by silence. 10 pounds of roasted meat, 8 pounds of smoked fish, and a large bowl of rice. Altogether, the weight rivaled that of a medium-sized ninja dog. For a child who appeared to be just over a year old, even accounting for advanced development, such an appetite was utterly absurd. This tender young boy possessed a truly alarming capacity for consumption. It thoroughly challenged Danzo's scant biological knowledge. The Akimichi clan? Yet, Muchin was not one of them. He was an orphan. Logically, he should have experienced food scarcity and the pangs of hunger. This could not merely be classified as simple eating. It was, in fact, a disturbing act of devouring. He recalled Muchin's small stature, those calm eyes that belied his age, and the assertive declaration, Grandpa Danzo, I am very hungry. My stomach has been growling for quite some time. At that moment, he had regarded this as the candidness of a child and the physiological instinct following prolonged hunger. In retrospect, the hunger he expressed likely concealed something far beyond his comprehension. What peculiarities arose in his body after eating? Danzo inquired, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, the delicate sound slicing through the still air. Did he experience nausea, bloating, or exhibit any signs of discomfort? No abnormalities, oil woman Ryoma replied, in excellent spirits, even stating during the meal, not enough, bring more, as much as you have. Subsequently, it was observed that he engaged in some simple physical activities within the room before resting. As much as you have? Danzo echoed, a barely perceptible oddity creeping into his tone. This little imp truly regarded the root as a buffet, believing he could consume to his heart's content? Such an appetite, if sustained, would incur food expenses sufficient for an entire team. However, if his potential were to correlate with this consumption, how did Yukushi Nonu handle such a voracious appetite during his time in the orphanage? Danzo inquired suddenly. He understood Nonu, a woman with a soft heart, filled with a compassion that Danzo held in disdain, yet the resources at the orphanage had always been limited, certainly insufficient to support such consumption. Oil woman Ryoma gently shook her head. According to Inazuka's observation report, the child, indeed, was far larger than his peers at the orphanage, consuming significantly more than the other children, yet it was still nowhere near the level of requiring such an immense amount of food. Moreover, the orphanage operates on a limited budget, resulting in minimal procurement of meat. Aside from ensuring the children's basic nutritional needs, their daily diet predominantly consists of vegetarian fare, with only sporadic additions of minced meat. Perhaps, he has been deliberately restraining his appetite all along. Danzo slowly nodded, finding this explanation more aligned with reality. The child, possessing a mind far beyond his years, undoubtedly understands the challenges faced by the orphanage. The changing environment and the resources provided by the roots may very well be the key to liberating his inner desires. Continuing to observe, Danzo's tone regained its customary decisiveness. In terms of food, he would fulfill all his requirements. I shall see just how vast his appetite truly is. Furthermore, I must closely monitor the manner in which he expends his physical energy, as well as any peculiar changes that may occur in his body post-digestion, including strength, speed, reaction time, endurance, and recovery. After I personally instruct him in chakra refinement tomorrow, I shall also pay attention to the subsequent fluctuations in his chakra. Understood. Inazuka Kiba nodded in response. This matter shall remain confidential from others. You are fully responsible. I understand. Inazuka Kiba bowed once more, and in a fleeting moment, vanished like a wisp of smoke beyond the door. As the door closed, the room returned to a stifling silence. Yet, the calmness of Danzo's heart was far from tranquil. Instead, it was tumultuous. Nearly 20 pounds of food consumed by a 1-year-old child in a single meal was unequivocally abnormal. What lay beneath this? An extraordinary digestive capacity? A rare and unique physique? Or perhaps, some other clandestine reason? A faint, cold smile crept upon Danzo's lips, revealing a subtle yet chilling delight akin to discovering an extraordinary treasure, coupled with an intense desire for possession. Since missing the opportunity to become Hokage decades ago, he had devoted his life to gathering and nurturing various talents, each meticulously selected and honed as his pawns. Yet, this child, who he had discovered first and proactively presented himself to, had from the outset exhibited remarkable traits. Initially, it was that unsettling calmness and calculation unbefitting his age. Now, he possessed an astonishing capacity for consumption. Risk often accompanies opportunity. Any phenomenon that defies logic signals a variable. Yet, he, Shimura Danzo, excelled at extracting maximum benefit from risk. If this child's growth rate, both physically and in future chakra cultivation, could indeed correlate with his terrifying food intake, then theoretically, the roots could cultivate a formidable being with efficiency far beyond the norm, a being that transcends conventional understanding. Konoha requires stronger combat power. He, too, needs greater strength to realize his vision and protect the Konoha he believes in. The ability to consume is merely one aspect, Danzo murmured to the empty room. But the calmness and depth he possessed at his age were equally, if not more, critical. A child who only knows how to eat is, at best, a mere glutton, yet a child who can both indulge in sustenance and calmly wield their unique traits, even attempting to sway the judgments of those around them, embodies the essence of a hidden gem. They are truly an anomaly, a prodigy. At this moment, his assessment of the untainted transcends mere elevation to a higher realm. Chapter 9. The base renovation plan provoked by the terrifying mountain of excrement. The dawn was barely breaking. The chill of the underground facilities unique to the route had yet to be disturbed by the clamor of daylight. Wuchen opened his eyes. A sudden and overwhelming physiological urge surged violently from his abdomen, instantly rousing him from his slumber. I knew it. The toilet at the route is far superior to that of the orphanage. Without further contemplation, he dashed into the restroom within the room. Having consumed nearly 20 pounds of food the previous night, the horrific digestion process had transpired, now announcing the formidable existence of its byproducts with thunderous intensity. Consequently, he found himself in an arduous battle with the lamentable toilet within the restroom. Not a gram more or less, the output had become a small mountain. Wuchen stared at the outcome, which was perilously close to overflowing the toilet, his small face taut, eyebrows twitching in distress. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying experience, but certainly not the last. The daunting volume wrought by his extraordinary capacity was indeed formidable. Yet the resultant waste was rather, visually overwhelming. Henceforth, each encounter with such a necessity would likely resemble a minor dredging operation. He even harbored concerns that the drainage system of the route might prematurely fail due to his singular presence. If that were to occur, would that old coot Danzo hang him up for a beating? The age-old truth persisted: eat abundantly, excrete abundantly. Wuchen exhaled softly, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. If the Oil Woman clan were to learn of his excretion yield, would they consider him a rare specimen for cultivating some exotic insect species? After a simple wash, his youthful visage reflected back at him in the mirror, his expression as serene as ever. He recalled Danzo mentioning that he would personally instruct him today. However, as he waited, the anticipated summons did not arrive with the morning. Outside the room, the familiar, oppressive dimness and silence still enveloped the atmosphere. Wuchen shifted his small shoulders. With Danzo's absence, he found solace in the leisure. After all, having someone constantly watching was never as comfortable as arranging matters on one's own terms. He called for breakfast once again. Once more. It was a hearty meal, brimming with high-protein meats. He devoured the food like a whirlwind, and after finishing, he patted his slightly swollen belly and contentedly belched. Then, he pushed open the door and made his way down the dim corridor, following the path etched in his memory. The passages of the route were intricate and labyrinthine. Any ordinary person would likely struggle to find their bearings. Yet, thanks to his extraordinary memory, Wuchen had already vividly imprinted all routes within his activity area in his mind, far more detailed than the most precise map. 10 kilometers of running, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, Undisturbed, he became wholly immersed in this pure, almost masochistic physical training, savoring the subtle growth of strength with each passing moment. In a shadowy corner, unnoticed by him, a figure melded seamlessly with the darkness, rendering its existence imperceptible unless one were to deliberate in search of it. Afternoon. Danzo's silhouette finally returned to the root base. He bore the distinct scent of aged parchment and ink from the Hokage building's archives, mingled with the faintest trace of gunpowder. Throughout the morning, he had been preoccupied with an overwhelming pile of village affairs. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with his two senior advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane, had already departed for the front lines to oversee the command. Consequently, the myriad of complex matters concerning the rear of Konoha naturally fell upon Danzo, the acting Hokage, who was ostensibly recuperating. However, this so-called recuperation was merely a prelude to a shift in power, for Danzo was impatiently eager to ascend to the position of Hokage post-war. Today, he had engaged in a conversation with the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, which could hardly be described as pleasant. Though the outcome remained within his grasp, the discussion was straightforward, to urge the Uchiha clan to immediately mobilize all available combat forces, including the Konoha police force, to the front lines without delay. Fugaku's typically expressionless visage was visibly shrouded in suppressed gloom, to demand that the Uchiha deploy all their combat strength during the war's onset. They had been among the first to volunteer, and it was Danzo himself who had previously halted their substantial commitment of forces. Now, when the situation appeared dire, he sought their assistance once more. Furthermore, Danzo audaciously proposed to strip the Uchiha of their entire reserve, leaving even the police force, responsible for the village's security, unscathed. Did he regard the Uchiha as mere disposable resources? This was an outrageous affront. Lord Danzo, the police force's duty is to maintain internal stability within Konoha. If all are summoned away, who shall ensure the village's security? Fugaku's voice was deep, laden with unspoken defiance. Danzo, seated in the principal position, half-lidded his solitary eye, his tone unruffled. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are requisite. The front lines demand urgent attention. Every fragment of strength is crucial to Konoha's survival. The Uchiha clan has always possessed formidable combat capabilities. Their influence on the battlefield is paramount. As for internal security, I have my arrangements. So there is no need for you, clan head Fugaku, to concern yourself. As Konoha's foremost clan, the Uchiha ought to devote themselves tirelessly to the village's cause in this perilous moment. A stance of righteous valor, cloaked in grandiloquence. A blatant display of political maneuvering. During wartime, the directives from the village's upper echelon, even the proud Uchiha, would not dare to openly defy. To do so would equate to treason. Moreover, Danzo's every word echoed the village's safety, firmly establishing his moral high ground. The Uchiha will fulfill their duties as Konoha's ninjas. An extended silence ensued. Despite Fugaku's discontent, he was left with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, one could not wrestle against the greater force, particularly in such tumultuous times. Returning to the present, Danzo had just stepped into his office deep within Root's confines, and before he could settle, Oinari Ryoma appeared silently. Lord Danzo, speak. Tuanzong settled into the expansive office chair behind the grand desk, leisurely grasping the teacup before him, his demeanor revealing neither haste nor emotion. At precisely 6 o'clock this morning, Wu Chen arose and proceeded to the washroom. Following the process, his excrement was weighed, totaling an astonishing 13 pounds and 2 ounces, his digestive capabilities far exceeding the norm. After his visit to the lavatory, he did not await summons from Tuanzong and independently departed the room at 6:30. Post-breakfast, he ventured alone to the B3 corridor, engaging in an intensive physical regimen comprising a 10-kilometer run, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 weighted squats. Each exercise was executed with strict adherence to standards, lasting approximately 4 hours. Upon concluding his training, he returned to his quarters and remained there until lunchtime. His lunch portion was slightly greater than the previous evening's dinner, with a continued emphasis on substantial meat intake. Yunyao Longma's voice maintained a steady cadence devoid of emotional inflection as he meticulously reported every detail observed, including the remarkable quantity of waste produced. As Tuanzong raised the teacup to his lips, a nearly imperceptible pause interrupted the motion. 13 pounds and 2 ounces? This child training independently, and at such an intense level for a full 4 hours? Moreover, his intake today surpasses that of yesterday? A flicker of barely concealed astonishment crossed Tuanzong's solitary exposed eye. Were there any signs of physical distress, muscle strain, or indications of exhaustion? Tuanzang sipped the slightly bitter tea and inquired nonchalantly. In response, Yunyao Longma reported no signs of discomfort. The subject's mental state was exceptional, exhibiting a calm and enduring breath. During training, his willpower was unmatched by his peers, even outshining some members of the route who had undergone rigorous training. Yunyao Longma carefully chose his words, knowing all too well what this implied as a seasoned ninja responsible for monitoring and training. He had observed countless newcomers in the route, many of whom were exceptionally gifted. Yet none had demonstrated such an instinctive and fervent drive for self-improvement at such a young age as Wu Qin. This child was inherently destined for battle and the pursuit of strength. A soft huff escaped Tuanzang's nostrils, a cryptic smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Whether in approval or mere sardonic amusement remained uncertain. Today, he had purposefully refrained from summoning Wu Qin early, not only due to pressing matters requiring his direct attention but also as a test of sorts. He wished to witness how the child, upon satisfying his fundamental needs without supervision, would manifest. He had anticipated that, being merely 1 year old, even with a precocious intellect, the absence of oversight and the fulfillment of basic appetites would likely lead to indulgence, play, or at the very least, rest. Such is the nature of childhood. Yet, to his surprise, the child's discipline, or rather his insatiable thirst for power, far exceeded his expectations. A child who actively seeks strength, endowed with a terrifying talent and unwavering resolve, such an entity was truly a divine gift bestowed upon him. Tuanzang's lips curled into a familiar, razor-sharp smile, deeper than before. Excellent, exceedingly excellent. Tuanzo set down his teacup, the bottom gently touching the table with a soft thud. Take him to training ground number 1, he commanded. It is time for him to comprehend the essence of the will of the root. Understood. Yunya Ryoma bowed in acknowledgement, preparing to retreat into the shadows. Wait. Tuanzo's voice resonated once more, devoid of emotion. Send someone to. No. Have them overhaul the entire drainage system of the base to prevent any blockages. Yunya Ryoma's form hesitated for a fleeting moment, a brief revelation of his inner turmoil, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Yes, I shall arrange it immediately. With that, Yunya Ryoma vanished completely into the shadows of the office. Inside, only silence remained. Chapter 10, Danzo's Ambition, Eternal Peace? The Will of Roots. The training ground No. 1 is characterized by an icy ambience. The subterranean dampness seeps into the exposed skin, unblemished and bare. The illumination does not emanate from above, rather, it is cast by several dim oil lamps embedded within the stone pillars surrounding the area. Their feeble glow creates enormous shadows that twist and contort, clawing at the ground and walls. In this vast training ground, the central area is barely illuminated, while the depths beyond are engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. A diminutive figure stands at the entrance, quietly surveying the surroundings, with deep eyes that possess a calmness uncharacteristic of a child. In the very center of the training ground, with his back to the entrance, stands a solitary figure, Danzo. He has been waiting here for some time, clad in his distinctive black and white kimono, his right arm and eye tightly bound in bandages. His solitary eye gazes intently into the void of the training ground, even as merely a silhouette. He exudes an aura of ironclad resolve and aloofness that discourages any intrusion. The child, Wu Qin, takes a step forward, approaching Danzo. His footsteps are light, yet in the eerie silence of the training ground, they resonate clearly, echoing softly in the emptiness. It appears that only the two of them occupy this space. However, unbeknownst to Wu Qin, at the boundary of light and shadow, concealed within the recesses of the stone walls, at least 5 or 6 figures lie in ambush, their presence entirely restrained. Among them is Orochimaru, his body nearly merging with the darkness, with only the faint glimmer of his sunglasses betraying his presence in the occasional flicker of light. They're the elite of the roots, the blades lurking in Danzo's shadows, ensuring his absolute safety. Wu Qin halts 3 steps away from Danzo, bowing his head slightly. Grandfather Danzo, I have arrived. His voice, though youthful, carries an unsettling steadiness, devoid of the anxiety or timidity one might expect from a child in such a situation. Danzo slowly turns to face him, his exposed eye scrutinizing the child before him. Due to the characteristics of the transcender, Wu Qin, though only 1 year old, possesses the stature of a 3 or 4-year-old child, yet his frame remains slight, accentuating his diminutive presence. Nonetheless, he stands erect, his expression tranquil, his eyes clear and focused, showing no hint of retreat. Danzo observes Wu Qin for several breaths, seemingly searching for any hint of emotional fluctuation on his face. None is found. This child is reserved and profound, far from the simplicity he appears to embody. Danzo's deep voice breaks the silence of the space. Step forward and stand before me. Wuchen complies, closing the distance between them. He can detect the faint scent of herbs emanating from Danzo, mingled with an air of perpetual shadow. Wuchen, do you know what roots are? Danzo's single eye narrows slightly as he begins his instruction. Wuchen lifts his gaze to meet Danzo's. Pondering for a moment before responding earnestly, they are the foundation of a great tree, buried deep within the earth, quietly absorbing nutrients while remaining concealed from view. Wuchen's answer is straightforward and direct. A slight, almost imperceptible curve forms at the corner of Danzo's mouth, a nearly undetectable expression of approval. A commendable understanding. After a brief pause, Danzo's voice turns suddenly cold, yet root encompasses much more than this. Root is the tendril extending from the great tree of Konoha into the darkness. A blade that severs all threats to the village's safety, a foundation that bears all filth and sin, yet remains unknown to the world. He extended his left hand, unbound by bandages, fingers slightly curling as if attempting to grasp something intangible. Throughout his life, he has fought for Konoha. From the fleeting peace of the first Hokage's era, through the tumultuous battles of the second great ninja war, to the present, where the third great ninja war rages on. Larger in scale and more brutal than ever. Over the decades, he has witnessed countless sacrifices, betrayals, and weaknesses. A rare hint of fatigue surfaced in Danzo's tone. Yet it was overshadowed by a deep-seated obsession. Hiruzen is too naive, believing that the era of true understanding between people, as envisioned by the first Hokage, will inevitably arrive. Weaving a so-called will of fire, naively hoping it will connect all. Such is a foolish fantasy. When mentioning the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo could not help but infuse his words with mockery and disdain. True peace cannot be obtained through prayer and concession. It is forged through absolute power. Wrought from iron and blood, instilling fear in all enemies. And root exists precisely for this purpose. At this moment, Wuchen's expression was exceedingly serious. Not merely listening quietly but concentrating intently, as if he sought to engrave every word of Danzo's into his heart. However, deep down, he understood that Danzo was imparting his ideology, a test of whether he would align with Danzo's performance. Grandfather Danzo. As Danzo's words fell, Wuchen timely tilted his small face upward, his expression exuding a blend of innocence and confusion, his youthful voice rising. If root is so important, why must it remain hidden from the villagers? This question, seemingly a child's innocent inquiry, struck at the very essence of root's existence. Danzo's aura sharpened suddenly. Under the light of fire, shadows must exist. Certain deeds must be undertaken by someone, yet those methods cannot bear the light of day. Once exposed, they only stir unnecessary panic and turmoil. Members of Root possess no names, no pasts, no futures, only tasks and loyalty. We are nameless individuals destined to bear all the darkness of Konoha. At this moment, Danzo's voice grew somber, declaring that for the survival and prosperity of Konoha, any sacrifice is worthwhile, including our own. He then lowered his head, scrutinizing Wuchen once more. Do you understand? Wuchen fell silent for a moment, then, under Danzo's gaze, earnestly and resolutely nodded. I understand. To protect what is most important, one must possess the corresponding awareness and strength, and be willing to pay any price. This statement was heartfelt and sincere. It transcended Danzo's so-called will of root, reflecting Wuchen's innermost thoughts. His response seemed to momentarily soften the cold aura surrounding Danzo. The child possesses extraordinary talent, and his intellect far surpasses that of an ordinary youth. Most importantly, he comprehends the undeniable weight of his own words. Moreover, he exhibits a profound identification with the will of roots. Excellent. In Danzo's tone, a subtle hint of satisfaction finally emerged. He turned around, gazing once more into the unfathomable darkness of the training ground, which seemed to conceal the ambitions he had sought for a lifetime. Compared to others, I trust myself more, and I have greater faith in the power I wield, such as the roots. I firmly believe that only I and the roots under my command can genuinely protect Konoha. For the sake of safeguarding Konoha, I have devoted my entire life to this endeavor, never marrying nor siring offspring. And you, with your exceptional talent and unparalleled intellect, even grasping the essence of the roots, I believe you can inherit my legacy and the will of the roots. Do you consent? The air within the training ground became suffused with tension. The elite roots hidden in the shadows were all taken aback. They had presumed that Lord Danzo might only view this child as a useful tool to cultivate, even if he regarded him with favor. They never expected him to designate him as his successor so swiftly. They were astonished by Danzo's resoluteness. The shock was not limited to the root ninjas alone. Wuchen, upon hearing Danzo's declaration, could not help but display a look of disbelief on her youthful face. Danzo, are you serious? So straightforward. Wasn't this still a phase of testing? This diverges from your usual persona. However, the astonishment lingered only for a fleeting moment before Wuchen quickly regained her composure. Regardless of whether Danzo's intentions were genuine or feigned, did she truly have a choice? She had already aligned herself with this old man, with clarity dawning upon her. Wuchen immediately donned an expression of fervent excitement, her voice trembling. Grandfather Danzo, I am willing. Allow me to inherit your will. Danzo, I hope my performance meets your expectations. Excellent. A voice, clearly laden with emotional fluctuation, resonated powerfully. Danzo abruptly turned back, facing Wuchen once more. In the next breath, he spoke with a resolute, even fervently passionate tone. My lifelong ambition transcends merely protecting Konoha from external threats and purging internal decay. It is to establish a wholly new order, a truly powerful Konoha, free from internal strife and external peril. Furthermore, Danzo paused, a terrifying glint igniting in his solitary eye. In the future, to unify the ninja world, to bring an end to this ceaseless chaos and strife, and to forge an everlasting peace led by Konoha. This proclamation struck like thunder in the expansive training ground. Even the elite roots concealed in the shadows could not help but feel their spirits stirred. They had followed Danzo for years, and while they had some inkling of his ambitions, they had never fully grasped the magnitude of this grand vision. Wuchen stood frozen in place, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Unifying the ninja world? Eternal peace? Tuanzang, are you possessed by Lord Abido? Why do you seem so unlike the scheming Tuanzang I know? It feels rather unreal. However, upon discarding this absurd distortion, one might contemplate that, for him, this is not necessarily a negative turn of events. The more grandiose the ambition, the broader the stage it provides. This embodies the essence of my root will, as well as the mission I shall bestow upon you. Tuanzang's voice pulled Wuchen from his fleeting reverie. He fixed his gaze intently upon Wuchen. From this day forth, you shall undergo the most rigorous training, mastering the most elite ninjutsu and harnessing the most formidable power. You will become the sharpest blade, inheriting my legacy and will to sever all ties of causality in this world. Do you accept this? As Tuanzang's fervent voice gradually subsided, Wuchen's dazed expression returned to normal, and he lifted his head, a fervent gleam gradually igniting in his pure black pupils. Severing causality. He was not particularly concerned about that. But power, was that not what he had always yearned for? I certainly accept. Chapter 11. The Essence of Chakra. The initial refinement of chakra. In the silent training ground, Danzo's fervor gradually subsided within his single eye, and his voice returned to its usual calmness. From this day forth, this shall be your training ground. Wuchen surveyed his surroundings. Where a faint mingling of blood and disinfectant lingered in the air, not unpleasant, he nodded in understanding. Before we embark on the true training, you must comprehend the fundamental power of a ninja chakra. Danzo's voice echoed through the expansive training ground. Number 1. Chakra is the foundation that fuels all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. He then extended 2 fingers, stating, it is a perfect fusion of 2 types of energy. The first is the energy derived from every cell in your body, known as physical energy, representing your stamina and physical prowess. The second is the spiritual energy accumulated through practice and experience, encompassing your willpower, skills, memory, and life experiences. The amalgamation of these 2 energies results in chakra. Wuchen listened intently, nodding in agreement. This foundational knowledge had long been ingrained in him through various sources in his previous life. However, he chose not to interrupt, maintaining the role of a novice who was earnestly absorbing the teachings. The refined chakra, when summoned, significantly enhances the body's various functions. Speed, strength, and reflexes all experience a qualitative leap. Moreover, a ninja can utilize chakra to perform the 3 core combat techniques, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Upon finishing his explanation, Danzo's keen gaze fell upon Wuchen. Now, attempt to perceive and refine it. Sitting cross-legged, Wuchen emptied his mind, striving to feel the power within his body and summon his spirit. Without unnecessary words, he complied, folding his legs, sitting upright, and slowly closing his eyes. For him, refining chakra should not pose a challenge. His extraordinary soul strength endowed him with an innate ability to sense and manipulate. Additionally, his physical energy, akin to biological energy, derived from ample daily nourishment, and the voracious absorption by his cells far surpassed that of his peers. With a subtle shift in thought, Wu Qin's consciousness delved within, effortlessly perceiving the two distinct yet attractively intertwined energies. The spiritual energy resembled a vast, profound starry sky. The physical energy surged like a roaring river. Under his guidance, the two energies began to interact, intertwining seamlessly and merging without obstruction, naturally coalescing. In almost no time at all, a faint yet tangible new energy quietly emerged in his lower abdomen, the dantian. This was chakra. The entire process flowed like water. Astonishingly swift. Standing nearby, Danzo's intact left pupil suddenly constricted, resembling a narrowed cat's eye. He had initially believed that Wu Qin would require several minutes, if not hours, of meditation and effort to faintly sense the existence of chakra. After all, even those renowned as prodigious ninjas, such as the talented Naruto ninjas of recent years, namely Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki, did not achieve mastery over chakra in an instant. They too required a considerable investment of time and effort. Yet, how long did it take Wu Qin to successfully refine his first trace of chakra from a meditative pose? Less than a minute. Danzo's heart raced uncontrollably, gripped tightly by an invisible hand. This child's talent was even more formidable than he had anticipated. No, it was terrifying. However, the true astonishment was only just beginning, as Danzo expected Wu Qin to cautiously manage that initial trace of chakra, familiarizing himself with its properties and attempting to circulate it through his body's meridians. An unexpected transformation occurred. Centered around Wu Qin, a surge of chakra, far surpassing what one of his age, or even many adult ninjas, could possess, erupted suddenly. A deep hum resonated through the air, burdened by the overwhelming force. In the previously silent training ground number 1, a whirlwind formed around Wu Qin, causing the flames of the oil lamps on the walls to flicker wildly, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Dust on the ground was lifted and danced in spirals throughout the stone chamber. Danzo staggered backward, impacted by this sudden wave of chakra, as the hard stone beneath his feet seemed to tremble. For the first time, the icy mask he wore began to crack, revealing a complex expression mingled with shock, disbelief, and uncontainable elation. Swiftly, several shadowy figures emerged from the corners of training ground number 1, moving silently and rapidly to shield Danzo. It was the oil woman Ryoma and a few other elite members of the Root, all appearing vigilant, as if facing a formidable foe. Their weapons drawn and aimed steadfastly at Wu Qin, who sat cross-legged, enveloped in chakra currents. Could this amount of chakra truly belong to a 1-year-old child? Ryoma's mind was in turmoil. He could even sense the slight agitation of his parasitic insect, a primal reaction to the overwhelming energy. Danzo raised his left hand, signaling them to remain calm, yet his gaze never left Wu Qin, his solitary eye gleaming with unprecedented brilliance. This was no longer mere surprise. It had transformed into sheer terror. No, it was a tremendous blessing. It was Heaven-esque response to Danzo Shimura's long-held aspirations. He initially believed Wu Qin to be a raw gem, requiring meticulous honing and careful guidance, yet he never imagined that this was a stone already beginning to radiate its own resplendent light. He was eager to discover just how far this child's limits extended, how much shock he could bring to the one who had personally brought him from the orphanage. As time passed, Wu Qin remained in his meditative posture, his expression serene, indifferent to the external world. The chakra within him surged forth like a raging river, continuously nurturing and amplifying itself. The formidable power of the soul, marked by infinity, is laid bare at this moment, a ceaseless engine fervently propelling the fusion of physical and spiritual energy with remarkable efficiency. His body transforms into a veritable factory of chakra, operating at an astonishingly high efficacy. The fluctuations of chakra within the stone chamber intensify, causing the air to tremble, and the essence of that energy becomes palpable with each breath. An invisible pressure begins to unconsciously yet distinctly weigh upon Danzo and several elite members of the Root organization. Although this pressure may seem trivial to seasoned ninjas, the escalating intensity and the sheer purity and grandeur contained within it send a shiver down their spines. Beads of perspiration emerge on the foreheads of individuals like Orochimaru, not merely a response to stress, but a profound tremor at the level of existence itself. Suddenly, Danzo's solitary eye constricts to the size of a pinprick, his breath momentarily suspended. Before them, a faint misty red aura gradually envelopes the diminutive form of Wu Qin. Initially, this haze is but a thin layer closely adhering to his body, yet it swiftly thickens and sharpens, enveloping him entirely, with an ominous tendency toward inward compression, coalescing into delicate arcs of electricity. This is. Danzo's voice, laden with sheer astonishment, becomes hoarse and dry, as if something is lodged within his throat. The materialization of chakra. In this moment, even the battle-hardened Danzo, with his steely resolve, cannot suppress a deep-seated exclamation of awe. A prodigy. An unequivocal anomaly. Chapter 12. The marvelous cycle in the present moment. As Wuchen closed his eyes in meditation, his consciousness immersed itself in an entirely different realm. Within his mind, a translucent panel emerged, visible solely to him, quietly refreshing its data. Wuchen, the transcender, age, 1 year, physical body, 0, 5751, 0, 5776, 0, 5803. Steadily increasing soul, will, spiritual energy, one of the elements constituting chakra, the embodiment of thought, energy, bioenergy, chakra, ability, transcendence, system space, kettle. Portable non-radiative miniature nuclear bomb X-10, portable launcher, system message, don't worry, I will send you gifts. Wuchen's attention was initially captivated by the rapidly fluctuating numbers in the physical body section. Such a rate of growth was utterly unattainable through mere cellular absorption of bioenergy and rigorous training. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the detailed explanations of bioenergy and chakra. Bioenergy, transformation from food, the fundamental energy sustaining physical activities, one of the components of chakra synthesis, status, chakra extraction consumption, physical activity consumption, current 75, 7, 75, 2, 74, 5, rapidly depleting. Chakra, a fusion of bioenergy and soul energy, spiritual energy, status, increasing, cellular absorption ongoing. Continuously enhancing the foundational strength of the body, current 9 kilocalories, 9, 2 kilocalories, 9, 5 kilocalories, 9, 8 kilocalories. Indeed, the consumption rate of bioenergy was alarming. Wuchen furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his rapidly depleting stamina. The cells, which had previously rendered him a veritable glutton through their absorption of bioenergy, now seemed to sense a higher form of energy and cease their additional intake of bioenergy, instead opting to absorb chakra. However, bioenergy was crucial for chakra extraction. The depletion rate of bioenergy far exceeded the cell supplementary absorption, leaving him feeling as though he was consuming more than ever. Considering the hidden expenditures from his basal metabolism and physical activities, it felt as if his appetite had multiplied by 3. No, it was as if his food intake had increased by more than threefold. He even began to ponder whether the cafeteria's provisions in the route would suffice for him alone. It appeared that his demand for sustenance was set to reach an unsettling new zenith. The visage of the kind-hearted pharmacist, Yanoyu, flashed through his mind. Often gentle yet frequently furrowed in worry over budget constraints. Fortunately, he had now joined the route. Had he remained in the orphanage, it would not be long before he single-handedly depleted their supplies, leaving Yanoyu truly distressed. This minor concern wafted through his thoughts like a breeze, soon eclipsed by the burgeoning power within him, nourishing his physical cells anew. Chakra. The infinity symbol in the column of the soul silently signifies the boundless expanse of his spiritual energy, an inexhaustible driving force. It is this immense spiritual energy, interacting with physical energy, bioenergy, that has engendered the nearly frenzied growth rate of his chakra in this moment. Each fusion ignites a miniature energy storm within him. Moreover, his cells, insatiably voracious, have indeed exhibited an unprecedented fervor for chakra energy. Prior to refining chakra, he had an inkling of whether his cells would respond to such a superior form of energy. Now, it appears his conjecture was entirely correct. The panel does not explicitly display the absorption ratio, yet he can distinctly feel that his cell's thirst for chakra far exceeds that for bioenergy. If bioenergy serves as the ordinary fuel for daily operations, then chakra is akin to the highest grade aviation fuel for his cells, capable of unleashing unimaginable vitality. The disparity in their demand is likely greater than tenfold. What further surprises him is the fluctuation in the value representing physical strength. In the past, even when he exerted himself tirelessly in training, with his cells striving to absorb bioenergy, the growth in physical strength displayed on the panel was as sluggish as a tortoise's pace, showing negligible change over several days. However, now that he has begun to draw upon chakra, the figure denoting physical strength is surging upward at an unprecedented, visibly frantic rate. Each surge gives him the illusion that his body is being reforged. This indicates that the efficiency of chakra in enhancing the body surpasses that of bioenergy. Astoundingly, despite chakra being ceaselessly and greedily absorbed by his cells, the total amount of chakra within him continues to steadfastly increase. As for the extent to which it can be elevated, he cannot ascertain, but it feels akin to pouring water into an abyss, deep and unfathomable. Chakra is inherently a fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Leaving aside the spiritual aspect, considering his age, he is merely 1 year old. According to the growth patterns of a normal human, his physical form will continue to strengthen over the foreseeable decades. Moreover, as his cells absorb energy, they will persistently enhance and evolve his physicality. Once his body grows stronger, it can refine an even greater and purer chakra, thus entering a perfect positive feedback loop. Any enhancement in one aspect will reciprocally propel a leap in the other. In summary, if one were to offer an evaluation, it would be endless. The only price he must pay is to consume just a tad more. Contemplating this, a slight twitch involuntarily crossed Wuchen's lips. This familiar formula, this familiar vexation, has truly returned him to the blissful origin. Furthermore, and most crucially, the current absorption and enhancement of chakra by the cells merely elevates the fundamental qualities of his physical being, reinforcing the most primal foundation of his body. He is yet to embark upon any systematic training of chakra, nor has he begun the intricate practice of precise control and the invocation of techniques. For instance, methods that enhance the quality of chakra, techniques for optimizing its flow through the body's meridians, and ways to summon chakra to amplify one's strength and speed. Currently, he merely extracts chakra from his body as though pressing oil from seeds. In the world of ninjas, they harness chakra during combat. The invocation of chakra transforms ordinary physical attacks into formidable strikes capable of shattering stone. While the potency of ninjutsu varies dramatically based on the quantity and quality of the chakra summoned, at present, the enhancement of his physical attributes is purely fundamental, entirely neglecting the additional boosts that come from the invocation and control of chakra. Contemplating the terrifying trajectory of his future growth, his heart raced with anticipation. First, he must refine his chakra and ascertain how much he can extract at this moment. This thought flickered briefly in his mind before his consciousness faded away. And with closed eyes, he immersed himself entirely in the meditation of chakra refinement. His vast mental energy seemed to find an outlet, merging with the rapidly depleting biological energy within him with unprecedented efficiency. Chapter 13, Witnessing Miracles. Danzo, go and summon the finest chefs from all of Konoha. Initially, a faint blush emanated from the diminutive body of Wuchen, delicate and almost imperceptible, like the mist of early spring, barely there yet undeniably present. Wuchen was wholly immersed in the refinement of his chakra, and the fog around him visibly thickened. The pale red hue deepened gradually, soon enveloping him entirely. Not far away, Danzo squinted his single eye. The root ninjas behind him held their breath, their faces betraying astonishment. They sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra emanating from the 1-year-old child. As moments ticked by, the ethereal blush grew more tangible, even beginning to compress. Gradually, it erupted into a flurry of minute electric sparks. Initially sporadic, they soon spread like a wildfire, producing a faint yet dense crackling sound. These electric flashes were not true lightning, but a manifestation of highly concentrated chakra spilling forth from his body. Time passed, and the pale red haze enveloping Wuchen's form finally transformed completely, solidifying into countless wandering threads of delicate crimson lightning. The air was thick with a palpable pressure that weighed heavily upon the shoulders and stifled the breath. Pebbles scattered across the training ground began to tremble under this oppressive force. The root ninjas behind Danzo had beads of sweat forming on their brows. Even with their resolute will, they felt compelled to subtly channel their chakra to resist the escalating pressure. They gazed at Wuchen, a singular thought crossing their minds. Could this truly be the spectacle invoked by a mere 1-year-old child? Danzo, too, was discreetly mobilizing his chakra to counteract the force, yet maintained an exterior of calm. However, his single eye glimmered with profound intensity. He could distinctly sense that the volume of chakra was surging at a terrifying pace, even surpassing his own and that of Sarutobi. At that moment, Wuchen, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the delicate crimson lightning that had enveloped him vanished without a trace. Along with it disappeared the weighty pressure that had burdened Danzo and the others, as well as the relentless gust swirling within training ground number 1. All returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Only Wuchen was acutely aware that during that brief interval, the total amount of chakra within him had surged to an astonishing level that left him somewhat astounded. The cost was a significant depletion of his biological energy, which had now plummeted below 30%. He found himself in a state of extreme hunger, his thoughts consumed by cravings for sustenance. Wuchen, the transcendent, age, 1 year, Body 0, 6124. Continuously growing, overall quality. Average for humans in the ninja world. 1. Soul, will, spiritual energy, a constituent of chakra, manifestation of thought. Energy, biological energy, chakra, biological energy, slight. Chakra, a fusion of biological energy and spiritual energy, mental energy. Status, cells are absorbing energy, and the foundation of physical enhancement is continuously increasing. Current maximum, 28. 4628. 5 calories. Ability, transcendence, your cells yearn for energy to evolve beyond. System space, kettle. Portable non-radiative miniature nuclear bombs 10, single yield equivalent. 1 million tons of TNT, portable launcher, range, 1,000 kilometers. System message, slightly. Wuchen stood up, retracting his chakra. A natural flush gracing his cheeks. He looked up at the outwardly composed Danzo, his voice imbued with a childlike softness, and beamed. Grandpa Danzo, after refining the chakra, I feel even hungrier. He rubbed his noticeably hollowed belly, exuding an innocence that was utterly endearing. Danzo's attention was entirely fixated on Wuchen. The earlier chakra storm that nearly overturned the training ground, juxtaposed with the sight of this little one clutching his stomach. His face a canvas of hunger, created a blend of absurdity and stark reality that made Danzo's heart race. This little fellow seemed utterly oblivious to the commotion he had just caused. To him, what had transpired was likely akin to a mere warm-up before a meal. Danzo's thoughts raced. This child. No, it was no longer appropriate to refer to him as a child. At merely 1 year old. The chakra he had refined not only surpassed that of an ordinary ninja in quantity, but was also so pure it was nearly tangible. Even more astonishing was his ability to control it effortlessly. One moment, he was a conglomeration of lightning-tinged chakra, and the next, he could suppress all presence, exuding an unsettling calm. Such control. In his decades of life, he had encountered many prodigies. He had witnessed the revered god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the master of forbidden techniques, and the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, and even the current renowned professor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the likes of the talented Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki from Konoha. Yet, at the age of 1, none of them had been anything but swaddled infants, struggling to move with no semblance of awareness, let alone any understanding of chakra refinement. But Wuchen had not only accomplished this feat, he had done so in a manner that was utterly astonishing. What was the price? Merely hunger? Danzo's lips twitched involuntarily. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it impossible to believe that such terrifying potential could simply require more food for sustenance. This was, quite literally, a windfall, landing squarely in his lap. His intention in nurturing Wuchen had always been to harness his extraordinary physique and unique spiritual strength, hoping he would become a sharp sword. Yet now, what he saw was not a mere sword, but rather a walking, humanoid-tailed beast cannon, capable of endless refills, provided, of course, that he was well fed. The root ninjas behind Danzo dared not even breathe at this moment. They had just directly borne the weight of that oppressive force. The quality and quantity of that chakra sent a shiver down the spines of these battle-hardened elite ninjas, now witnessing the instigator blinking innocently and proclaiming hunger. The shock they felt was beyond description. This little creature was truly a monster. Tuanzo shifted his gaze from Wuchen to Yue Ryoma, who had remained on guard beside him. Tuanzo's voice, though still deep, betrayed an unmistakable urgency that anyone familiar with him would recognize. Yue Ryoma trembled slightly and promptly replied, "Yes. What are you dawdling for?" Tuanzo's tone grew considerably sharper, tinged with palpable impatience. "Food. Prepare food at once." He paused, a glimmer of intensity flickering in his singular eye, and added, "No. It must be the highest quality nutritional meals. All manner of meats and high-energy foods. Bring as much as you can. Wuchen will be training here. And food must be supplied around the clock. He must have access to sustenance whenever he desires. If he feels hunger, he must have something to eat immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes." Yue Ryoma responded without hesitation, his voice resolute, and he turned to use the body flicker technique to depart. "Wait." Tuanzo called him back. Yue Ryoma halted respectfully, awaiting further orders. Tuanzo's attention returned to Wuchen's still somewhat concave belly and the lively expression on his face, enhanced by hunger. The variety must be abundant, and the flavors must be considered. Barbecued meat from the Akimichi clan, venison and medicinal dishes from the Nara clan. Nutritional floral banquets from the Yamanaka clan. Gather the finest food from all of Konoha and the most skilled chefs, regardless of their clans. I will personally issue a decree. Let them be responsible for Wuchen's meals. There will be no budget constraints. The only standard is to ensure Wuchen is well fed and satisfied. Should anyone dare refuse, I will personally go and invite them. Upon hearing this, not only Yue Ryoma but even the nearby root ninjas were taken aback. No budget constraints? A dedicated top chef? Such treatment. Not even the Hokage could expect such privileges. Wuchen blinked his eyes, his little face radiating delight as he silently praised Tuanzo. Old man, with words like that, I'll ensure you sit in the Hokage's seat one day. Shortly thereafter, Wuchen's stomach audibly grumbled in response, a sound not loud but strikingly clear in the stillness of the training ground. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he rubbed his belly and flashed Tuanzo a bright, innocent smile. Tuanzo. He averted his gaze from Wuchen. Yet his mind began to calculate. It seemed that the root's budget for food would need a significant increase. However, compared to the value this little brat exhibited, such an investment was trivial. As long as he could keep this little one satisfied, he'd welcome any additional expenses. This was a winning investment, indeed. Chapter 14. The root's little monsters. The efficiency of the oil woman Ryoma is remarkable, or rather, the commands of Danzo are absolute in the root. In just half a day's time, deep within the root base, a vast kitchen, brilliantly illuminated and lavishly adorned, appeared in the long cold, oppressive atmosphere, incongruous with its surroundings. Equipped with every conceivable culinary instrument, over a dozen renowned top chefs from the Hidden Leaf Village, each excelling in their craft, now surrounded the newly installed stoves, which could cast reflections, staring at each other in silence, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Some discreetly assessed the specifications of this kitchen, pondering whether the lavish expenditure here could rival the reconstruction of the Hokage's official kitchen. At the forefront stood a burly man resembling a bear, donned in a custom-made apron emblazoned with the character for meat. He was a Kimichi Butanpei, a distant cousin of a Kimichi Choza, known for his prowess in barbecue. He scratched his shiny bald head with his large hand and, in a deep voice, broke the silence. I say, for whom exactly is this feast being prepared? This is more extravagant than the banquets for the feudal lords. Observing the top-tier ingredients, some of which were unfamiliar to him, he continued, just look at these materials. They are of the finest quality. Beside him stood a woman clad in a simple yet elegant kimono, exuding a serene grace. A member of the Nara clan specializing in medicinal cuisine, Nara Kano. She adjusted her hair, lowering her voice. Butanpei-san, keep your voice down. We have been invited here. We must comply with the orders of that esteemed individual. Her words carried an unmistakable undertone of helplessness and bitterness. She had thought that as someone responsible solely for dietary regulation within her clan, she could weather the chaos of this tumultuous war without incident. Little did she expect to evade the battlefield's perils, yet fall victim to a summons from the root. She knew little of the root, but the grave expressions of her elders when they occasionally mentioned it were enough to unsettle her heart. Another individual present was Yamashiro Hanaka, a distant cousin of Yamashiro Kaido, who owned a discreet little restaurant adjacent to a flower shop and excelled in crafting exquisite floral banquets. Danzo had specifically requested the specialties of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, and she had successfully gathered them all. With delicate fingers, she picked up a rare edible flower, still adorned with morning dew. Her tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of anxiety. I've only heard that this is for a special child, but the quantity of these ingredients, along with the notion of unlimited funding, is rather peculiar. She refrained from uttering the word sinister, yet it was evident to those familiar with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as to the several civilian chefs present, that something unusual was afoot. Each of them had been politely summoned from their respective establishments or homes by the root ninjas, under the strict directive issued in the name of Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo, which left no room for negotiation. The consequences of refusal were unspoken in the orders, yet the chilling mask worn by the team of ninjas revealed all unuttered sentiments. Even more alarming was the fact that the Third Great Ninja War was raging fiercely. In Konoha, nearly all the able-bodied youth from prominent clans had ventured to the front lines, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were no exception. The remaining members of these clans were predominantly the elderly, women, children, and young ninjas who had yet to graduate from the academy. What could they possibly contest against a powerful aide to the Hokage? Moreover, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside the advisors Mito Gate and Tika, had personally gone to the front lines to oversee command. In this current state of Konoha, the true authority rested with the aide to the Hokage, Shimura Danzo, who had just returned from the front lines, wounded. The anxiety of the chefs representing the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans was palpable, while Danzo, on the other hand, was in exceedingly high spirits. He stood outside the kitchen, peering through specially designed one-way glass. Observing the elite chefs diligently at work within, a faint smile graced his lips, clearly indicating his satisfaction. Wuchen, the young boy he had personally taken from the orphanage, had displayed potential that far exceeded his initial expectations. For such a treasure, he would not hesitate to requisition a few chefs. Nor would he flinch at the thought of moving the entire kitchen of the Hokage's office. Everything was for the sake of Konoha, Danzo silently affirmed, as he had always done. Yet this time, he added a silent clause to his creed. This glory, this future, would ultimately belong to me, to Root. Thus began the auspicious life of Wuchen within Root. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Wuchen awakened promptly, roused by an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. This had become the most significant and challenging ritual of his daily routine, bombarding Root. Of course, this bombardment referred not to any offensive action but rather to the extreme pressure applied to the toilet. At this time, the logistics personnel responsible for maintaining that area would unavoidably turn toward Wuchen's room, silently praying that the day's bombardment would be gentler and that it would not destroy the newly installed special alloy pipes. As one anonymous seasoned logistics ninja from Root succinctly put it, cleaning and unclogging the pipes in that little ancestor's room felt no different than attending to the intestines of a giant summoning beast. The commotion could be heard reverberating through 3 layers of soundproof walls, echoing a thunderous roar from below. Because of this predicament, funds allocated for the renovation of Root's drainage system were prioritized for this insatiable pit, delaying the renovation plans for other areas. After a vigorous and cathartic upheaval, Wuchen felt invigorated, as if every cell in his body had been refreshed. Only then did he commence his morning routine, realizing that this was not a burden one of his age ought to endure. After completing his personal grooming, Wuchen embarked on his quest to replenish his energy. Breakfast had been meticulously prepared in advance by dedicated personnel, lavishly displayed in his exclusive dining area. The sheer variety of food, coupled with generous portions, would daunt even the most self-proclaimed gluttonous adult ninja, prompting existential musings. Mountains of specially crafted sauced meat piled high, rice balls arranged into a pyramid, and a large bowl filled with the freshest fruits and vegetables blended into a vibrant salad, alongside an array of energy-rich, protein-packed specialty drinks. The air was thick with tantalizing aromas. Seated in a specially elevated chair, the small figure, devoid of dust, faced the nearly overwhelming spread, a visage radiating pure contentment and anticipation. Then, with graceful yet swift movements, the food began to vanish into his mouth. The speed at which he consumed his meal left the serving Root ninja beside him in a state of disbelief. The member responsible for documenting the types and quantities of his daily intake trembled, not from the cold, but from sheer astonishment. The figures in the record book reflected a staggering increase in food consumption, shattering their previous understanding of appetite. Whispers began to circulate among them, speculating that this little fellow's stomach must be connected to some otherworldly dimension. After breakfast, he took a brief respite to allow for initial digestion before energetically heading to training ground number 1. This location had now become his exclusive domain, with elite Root ninjas on constant watch, ensuring that no one would dare to intrude. Chapter 15. The Nightmare of Chefs, the Horror of Root Ninjas. In Training Ground No. 1. Under the meticulous guidance of the most skilled physical ninjas from the Root, Wuchen's training regimen has evolved far beyond the simplicity of his early days in the orphanage. The foundational exercises, running, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, remain, but their distances and repetitions have escalated dramatically from the initial 10 kilometers in 100 counts, now measured in the thousands. Furthermore, an array of compound training exercises that engage nearly every muscle group has been incorporated, along with various high-intensity interval training routines. Each regimen is meticulously designed with the objective of pushing physiological limits to their utmost. Additionally, Danzo has outfitted Wuchen with specially designed weighted ninja gear. From his wrists and ankles to his torso, he is burdened with heavy weights that allow the young Wuchen, merely a year old, to experience the sensation of his body being pushed to its absolute limits. Every ounce of potential elicited. Daily extreme training, combined with the dual absorption of biological energy and chakra at a cellular level, has resulted in astonishing growth in his physical attributes, with daily advancements marking new milestones. The agony of muscle tearing is soon followed by the exhilaration of surpassing limits, each increment of strength palpable and intoxicating. However, what captivates him even more is the midday lunch hour. For top chefs like Akimichi Taunt, Nara Kaneo, and Yamanaka Kid, This meal represents not only a pinnacle of culinary artistry, but also a challenge to their very hearts. Master Taunt. Today's premium tenderloin roast is perfectly charred on the outside and succulent within, bursting with juices. I'll have another 5 pounds, Wuchen exclaimed, licking the remnants of meat juices from his lips, still yearning for more. Master Taunt, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with a towel, glanced at the small figure before him, where a pile of clean bones had begun to accumulate. His lips twitched involuntarily, yet he responded with his characteristic booming voice. All right. Just a moment, and I promise it will taste just as delightful. Coming right up. Inside, Taunt was filled with trepidation. Is this little one a reincarnation of a glutton? He has devoured nearly 20 pounds of roasted meat, and it seems this was merely an appetizer. Beside him, Nara Kaneo was meticulously crafting a medicinal deer meat concoction, infusing it with dozens of precious herbs designed to rapidly replenish stamina, nourish the organs, and heal hidden injuries. A typical ninja would feel invigorated after just a small bowl. Yet for Wuchen, she resorted to a specially made large soup bowl, which he drained in one go, smacking his lips in delight afterward. Each time Kaneo witnessed this, her lips would twitch. The potency of her concoction was formidable. Even ordinary ninjas could suffer from nosebleeds if they consumed too much. Yet this young lord consumed it as if it were mere water. As for Yamanaka Ki's nutritious floral feast, each dish was exquisitely presented, not only visually appealing but also rich in essential trace elements for the human body. Wuchen, unreserved as ever, treated it as dessert, devouring everything in sight, including the rare edible flowers that served as garnishes, their crispness and fragrant essence delightful to his palate. In the mountains, flowers painted with gentle smiles hang gracefully, while thoughts begin to wander towards the prospect of introducing rarer and more nutritionally explosive seeds tomorrow. Each chef possesses their own unique specialties: secret smoked fish, tonkatsu ramen, and a myriad of diverse dishes, each distinct from the other. Initially, these seasoned chefs endeavored to prepare meals in accordance with the typical appetite of a child, even one with extraordinary talents. However, their efforts were met with astonishment as the little one devoured a meal meant to last 3 days, wiping his mouth after finishing and innocently proclaiming his hunger. After several chaotic episodes that nearly resulted in a shortage of supplies, they relinquished any attempts to gauge this little prodigy's appetite through conventional means. Presently, the exclusive kitchen's daily consumption of premium ingredients, both in value and quantity, rivals that of an elite squad's provisions over a grueling week. Moreover, this trend shows no sign of abating, as daily records are consistently shattered. Remarkably, after lunch, the little one engages in an unwavering ritual, conducting a thorough cleansing of the root system's drainage. His digestive prowess is formidable. What he consumes in the morning is efficiently eliminated by noon, and what he ingests at midday is promptly processed by afternoon. In the afternoon, he begins meditative practices within the training grounds, embarking on a 4-hour session of chakra training. The panel reflects a steady growth in his chakra limit following its initial surge, albeit not as dramatic as before. His physical development, daily exercise, and cellular absorption of energy contribute synergistically to enhancing his physical strength, which consequently elevates his chakra capacity. More importantly, his mastery over chakra is rapidly advancing under the tutelage of Danzo and the root ninjas. The initial extraction of chakra was a crude and forceful endeavor. Yet now he not only refines it daily but also learns to control it with precision. He guides the chakra to circulate within his body's meridians along specific trajectories, keenly sensing each subtle flow of chakra, thereby practicing the control of its intensity and speed. This meticulous level of control significantly enhances the efficiency with which chakra nourishes cells, paving the way for his ninjutsu training. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, dinner is served, equally sumptuous as lunch. Following dinner, the little one launches into rigorous practice with the root, concluding his day with the final training segment, engaging in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu under the guidance of elite root ninjas. Those responsible for his instruction, seasoned veterans adept in assassination and interrogation, initially regarded this assignment with skepticism, questioning how challenging it could be to teach a child barely over a year old. However, reality swiftly imparted the lesson that appearances can be deceiving. During sparring sessions, when the little one infused his tiny fists with chakra, his explosive power compelled even the elite root ninjas to exercise caution. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, his diminutive figure could close the distance to his opponents. When learning ninjutsu, techniques that take others painstaking days or months to master, he could effortlessly mimic after just a few glances, executing them with remarkable finesse. The 7 transformations of chakra, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang were innately perceptible to him, enabling him to initially harness them, leaving the elite instructors of the route utterly astounded. As for illusionary techniques, an elite adept in this domain attempted to test his mettle, only for his efforts to vanish without a trace, while Wuchen merely blinked, unperturbed. The symbol of the infinite soul on the panel seemingly indicated immunity to illusions, however. It remained uncertain whether it would hold against the likes of Tsukuyomi or the kaleidoscopic level of the divine tree, let alone the infinite Tsukuyomi of Kagaya Otsutsuki. This young prodigy, could he truly be human? More than one elite of the route, after a day of exhaustive instruction, lamented this reality. They now perceived their role not as educators, but rather as sparring partners for an ancient beast cloaked in the guise of a child, feeling as though their very essence was being siphoned away. Such intense training persisted daily until the late hours of the night, concluding only at 10. When Wuchen returned to his quarters, fatigued yet fulfilled, he washed up and collapsed onto his bed, falling into slumber almost instantaneously. In his dreams, a smile would often dance upon his lips. The ever-increasing numbers on the panel and the surging power within him heralded a singular truth. He surpassed his former self each day. The sensation of growth and the gratifying monotony of his training captivated him, rendering him reluctant to depart. The others at the route gradually acclimated to the presence of this peculiar little entity. His prodigious appetite and rapid advancements, combined with a maturity that belied his years, forged an extraordinary existence within the route. Occasionally, Danzo would observe Wuchen's training, whenever he witnessed Wuchen surpassing limits or effortlessly mastering new skills. Even his perpetually stoic visage revealed the faintest semblance of satisfaction. Time flowed silently, and a year slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 16. The Strange Danzo. Final arrangements? In the year 47 of Konoha, the shadow of war loomed over the village like a tangible entity. Once vibrant streets now bore an air of desolation, and the laughter of children seemed to have diminished significantly. Renowned as the foremost ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha had been struggling in the quagmire of the Third Great Ninja War for nearly 2 years, revealing an undeniable weariness. The onslaughts from rival nations crashed upon Konoha like relentless waves, each assault threatening to dismantle its defenses, making the struggle for survival increasingly arduous. Despite the elite forces being fully deployed, Konoha gradually felt the strain of exhaustion. The older generation of warriors, including the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, advisor Mito Gate Flame, and Tsunade, among others, led from the front. Even the battle-worn Shimura Danzo rushed to the front lines at the onset of the conflict. The backbone of the village, including Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and even the previously reclusive Tsunade due to her fear of blood, along with the highly regarded Namikaze Minato, fought valiantly on various fronts, striving to carve out a glimmer of hope for Konoha. Prominent clans such as the Uchiha led by Fugaku, the Hyuga with Hizashi, and the core figures of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as all members of the Aburame clan, had mobilized nearly their entire ninja forces to the front lines. In the village, aside from the elderly, women, children, and ungraduated ninja apprentices who remained behind, nearly all available forces had been committed to this decisive war for the village's survival. However, even with such devastating sacrifices, the scales of war continued to tilt mercilessly against Konoha. The dawn of resolution remained elusive. If this continued, Konoha might indeed lose everything, descending into irretrievable ruin. On this day, Wuchen concluded his routine extreme training. Sweat soaked his thin garments, dripping down as he shook the beads of perspiration from his brow, preparing to replenish the seemingly insatiable energy he expended. Just as he took a step forward, a heavy and oppressive sound of footsteps approached from behind. Danzo's figure emerged at the edge of the training ground, enveloped in an even more intense aura of killing intent than usual, as if he had just stepped out from a mountain of corpses. "Kid," he spoke, his voice still low and hoarse, yet imbued with an unusual gravity. Wuchen halted, slowly turning around, his calm gaze meeting the depth of Danzo's singular eye. "Grandpa Danzo, you have arrived." Danzo responded with a low grunt, a mere acknowledgement. His face, resembling the bark of a withered tree, bore the weight of worry and determination etched into every wrinkle, the lines deeper than ever before. Wuchen felt a stir within. Today, Danzo was strikingly different. "The front lines of Konoha have reached a perilous juncture. I must leave Konoha," Danzo stated succinctly, almost as a command. Devoid of his usual reprimands, his gaze laden with an indescribable complexity. As Danzo's words settled in, Wuchen maintained a facade of calmness, though turmoil surged within. What is happening? Has Konoha reached such dire straits? Could it be the Battle of Kaiki Mountain? Over the past year, from the occasional snippets of information divulged by Danzo, He has deduced that the current year is the 47th of Konoha. Therefore, the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, which raged at the very gates of Konoha, must be imminent. Kaiki Mountain and Kaiki Castle stand as the closest bastion of ninja warfare to Konoha, serving as the village's last line of defense. The precise timing of this cataclysmic battle remains uncertain. I have taken the liberty to position it in the midst of the Third Great Ninja War, where the allied forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure drove Konoha's troops back to Kaiki Castle, preparing to breach its defenses and invade the village of Konoha. However, in the end, Konoha mustered all its strength, including the formidable power of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Kushina Izumaki, to repel the joint forces of Sand and Cloud, granting the village a fleeting respite. Danzo paused, disregarding the expression of innocence on the child's face, and instead fixed his gaze intently upon him. His eyes bore a complex and inscrutable depth, as if scrutinizing a cherished masterpiece or perhaps bestowing a solemn charge. This time, I cannot be certain of my return. But for the sake of Konoha. His words hung heavily in the air, abruptly cut off, laden with unspoken weight. It seemed he had no intention of elaborating further to a child. As for the boy, his typically detached and serene visage now bore a rare frown. And he tentatively ventured, "Grandpa Danzo, with my current strength, I should be able to assist." Bang! Before he could finish, Danzo's cane struck the ground with a thunderous crash, coldly interrupting him. "You are still too young." A flash of brilliance ignited in his singular eye, revealing a flicker of concealed turmoil that even he himself failed to recognize. To him, despite the boy's extraordinary talent, his diminutive stature and youthful features rendered him a mere child. Danzo Shimura had not fallen to the depths of requiring a 2-year-old to fight on the battlefield. If word of this were to spread, what would become of his reputation or Konoha's honor? In the depths of the boy's starkly contrasting eyes, understanding flickered momentarily before he gently nodded. He had anticipated this outcome. The ominous clouds of war loomed thickly, and as Danzo's most secretive and formidable weapon, he could not stand idle. As for Danzo himself, as the Hokage's advisor and a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he would undoubtedly not flinch in such a critical moment. After all, for the sake of Konoha, those 4 characters were never mere words to him, and the boy, despite his meteoric rise in strength, was undeniably still constrained by his age and physical limitations, making it clear that he had yet to reach the stage where he could truly step onto the brutal battlefield that resembled a meat grinder. His motivation for volunteering before Danzo was merely to uphold the image he had consistently projected, an insatiable thirst for power and a desperate eagerness to prove his worth as a prodigy. Tuanzong observed him nodding in compliance, and the taut lines of his aged face softened slightly before he continued. The personnel from the route, aside from those responsible for administrative duties, logistics, and necessary defense within the base. He paused briefly, his tone suddenly turning ominous. All remaining combat personnel will accompany me to the front lines. As for you, Tuanzang's gaze returned to Wuchen. Over the past year, I have imparted nearly all I can teach regarding foundational training and various advanced techniques. The path ahead is for you to traverse and comprehend on your own. As for the rest, as he spoke, Tuanzong formed a hand seal. With a loud bang, a thick cloud of white smoke exploded forth, revealing a massive scroll nearly half his height, which landed heavily at his feet with a dull thud. The scroll gleamed with a dark golden hue, its material remarkably unique, cold and resilient to the touch, bearing a striking resemblance to a sealing book. This is a collection of various ninjutsu, secret arts, and even forbidden techniques amassed by the root over the years. Everything inscribed within is yours to learn. Tuanzang's voice remained deep and hoarse, yet the weight of his words made Wuchen's heart leap uncontrollably. He raised his head in disbelief, attempting to decipher something from the lone eye of Tuanzang's weathered face. "Before my return, you are not permitted a moment's idleness in your training. Do you understand?" As the last word fell heavily like a stone, Tuanzang ceased to utter another syllable, turning away indifferently. His slightly stooped figure, still exuding an air of ironclad ruthlessness, vanished swiftly from the training ground's exit, embodying his usual decisive and relentless demeanor. Wuchen stood alone, gazing at the massive scroll that towered above him, then looked towards the direction where Tuanzang had disappeared. For a moment, his usually composed expression faltered, and his lips involuntarily twitched. "Is this old man entrusting me with something?" he thought, incredulous. Tuanzang, the man who would go to any lengths for Konoha, viewing others merely as pawns, capable of such an act? This development utterly shattered the mental model Wuchen had painstakingly constructed regarding Tuanzang in his previous life. "Were you not supposed to cultivate me as your sharpest, most unfeeling tool?" A weapon you could sacrifice without hesitation for the sake of a so-called greater good? What is this about? Bestowing warmth before departure? And such a substantial gift at that? Wuchen blinked, feeling a bit bewildered. With no time to ponder further, he took a deep breath and redirected his focus to the enormous dark golden scroll before him. He then quickly crouched down, extending his small hands to steadily unfurl the unusually heavy scroll. Despite his self-proclaimed superiority in temperament over his peers, and even many adults at this moment, Rao is unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, acknowledging his minuscule contribution to the cause of global warming. His eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets. The scroll before him revealed an overwhelming array of elemental ninjutsu, ranging from the rudimentary C-grade and B-grade techniques to the formidable A-grade and even the strategic S-grade, encompassing nearly all known varieties. But that was not all. The Flying Thunder God technique, the Mutual Detonation tag, the Art of Darkness, the Reanimation Jutsu. My heavens, these are renowned forbidden techniques inscribed in the sacred tomes. Furthermore, the 4 Symbols Seal, the 8 Trigrams Seal, the 5 Elements Seal, a profusion of powerful sealing techniques, at least dozens of different types, met his gaze. To his astonishment, he even glimpsed the would-release secret techniques at the end of the scroll. Rao's fingers trembled uncontrollably as he meticulously scanned through these S-grade forbidden techniques and the exceedingly rare ones that exist only in legend. This was no ordinary compilation of ninjutsu scrolls. It was undeniably a trove of jutsu and forbidden arts, potent enough to provoke envy in any ninja village, inciting them to war for possession. Goodness gracious, this old fool Danzo has truly laid bare the entire foundation of root amassed over decades. Rao felt his heart pounding violently in his chest. An indescribable elation and fervor mingled with an inexplicable complexity of emotions surged through him. This gift was overwhelming, so much so that even his seasoned soul felt somewhat at a loss. He swallowed hard, greedily scanning the dazzling array of techniques inscribed on the scroll once more. Although he was unsure how this old man had procured such taboo knowledge, it was clear that Danzo believed he would likely not return this time, thus entrusting the future of Root to him. Rao murmured to himself, the initial excitement of acquiring such a vast treasure now tinged with a complex blend of feelings. Alas, but you won't die this time. What an emotional farewell. Carefully, Rao re-rolled the scroll, weighing its astonishing heft before decisively placing it into his system space. Well then, let me reluctantly accept this favor of yours. Chapter 17. Returning home a month later, in Konoha village. A secluded path winding through the forest led to the orphanage, where a solitary figure moved swiftly. The morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dancing patches of illumination that elongated his silhouette. The last time he traversed this path was a full year ago. Over the course of the year, much had changed. He had not only grown stronger, but had also experienced a remarkable growth spurt, now standing tall and robust. No longer the diminutive 70-centimeter child he once was. With Danzo's departure, the root base had become nearly deserted, save for some clerical and logistical personnel, leaving an eerie quiet in its wake. The old man's absence meant that those who had once trained alongside him had also vanished. Without the external constraints and pressures, life had become more comfortable for him over the past month, yet he could not deny the tedium that accompanied such leisure. Before leaving, Danzo had admonished him to practice diligently and not to become complacent. But was he truly the obedient child they presumed him to be? Was he to squander the opportunity of Danzo's absence in Konoha? After all, no one in the village, whether overtly or covertly, could truly keep him in check. The remaining clerical staff, logistics, and guards had undergone a dramatic shift in their attitude towards him, the esteemed disciple of Danzo. Where there had once been scrutiny and curiosity a year prior, there now existed a tacit acceptance of his authority and an air of reverence. Although he was merely 2 years old, his poise far exceeded his age, complemented by the unsettling sounds that occasionally emanated from the training grounds, enough to instill trepidation in even the most seasoned ninjas. While Danzo had not explicitly designated him as the acting leader of Root before his departure, it was common knowledge among the ranks how significant his presence was to Danzo. This notion had circulated through various channels, bolstered by his prodigious growth and astonishing feats over the past year, which had earned him the respect of the older members of Root. It was an unspoken understanding that he was seen as Danzo's successor, the next leader of Root. In essence, the current Wuchen faced no obstacles in mobilizing the remaining personnel at Root. Contemplating further, Wuchen recalled Danzo's peculiar actions before his departure, which had initially left him bewildered, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Yet, The moment he considered that Danzo could not possibly perish in the Third Great Ninja War, his fleeting worries dissipated like mist. Danzo was not only alive but would likely thrive for years to come. During the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, he had instigated Hanzo to eliminate Yahiko, the original leader of the Akatsuki, effectively cornering him into becoming a mere shadow of his former self. Following the Nine Tails disturbance, he had driven the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village and orchestrated the clan's annihilation. In roughly 20 years, he had even managed to ascend to the position of the so-called fifth Hokage, albeit briefly. This reminiscing led him back to a year ago when Danzo had taken him from the orphanage, promising that in addition to the regular funding from the village for the orphanage, Root would provide an additional 200,000 ryo each month. In this matter, Danzo proved to be a man of his word. For an entire year, every single penny was delivered punctually and in full. With this considerable additional funding, the orphanage's circumstances should be far more comfortable than they were during his previous tenure. The gentle matron, Yukushi no Noyu, would no longer have to fret over the trivialities of daily sustenance, her hair turning gray from worry. Reflecting on her, Wuchen's heart, which had gradually hardened due to his travels and languid existence, softened momentarily, radiating warmth. Humph, credit where it's due, Danzo still possesses some integrity. Not jesting about this matter. Rest assured, old man, this time victory is mine. A barely perceptible smirk graced Wuchen's lips as he mused to himself. While his thoughts meandered, his feet did not falter. He moved with a lightness that rendered him almost ethereal, barely stirring the air around him. He was no longer the person he had been a year ago. Each step he took now exhibited a strength and speed beyond the imagination of the average individual. A fleeting thought flickered in his mind, and a faint blue light began to unfold before his eyes, visible only to him. Wuchen, the Transcender age, 2 years, physicality, 5. 348. Continuously increasing overall quality. Average for humans in the ninja world, 1. But the total cellular mass of humans in the ninja realm far exceeds that of ordinary humans, their essence remains frail, easily susceptible to blades. Apart from the enhancement of defense through chakra, only a select few adept at physical prowess or possessing unique bloodlines can be deemed resilient. The power of transcendence allows cells to absorb energy from the world to evolve, transcending the limits of human form. Soul, energy, bioenergy, chakra. Chakra, 117. 118 calories, continually increasing. Cells are absorbing energy, resulting in a sustained enhancement of physical foundation. Ninjutsu body techniques illusions, 3 body technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone series. Flying Thunder God series, summoning technique, dream taper, 5 nature series, abridged, sealing techniques, inner for symbol seal, tongue root eradication seal, Wuchen modified. Self-curse binding seal, abilities, transcendence, omniperception, soul ability, system space, scroll of roots, 300 pounds of top-grade snowflake beef, 1,000 pounds of exquisite 3-layer pork, 1,000 pounds of pearl rice. Portable non-radiative mini-nuclear bombs X-10, portable launchers. System message, abridged. That elusive system had not sent him anything new in quite a while. Wuchen pondered that he might never receive the second message from that troublesome system in this lifetime. As he began to cultivate chakra, his soul seemed either awakened or stirred. A second ability, omniperception, manifested on his panel. To put it simply, it allows him to perceive humans and animals, differing from chakra perception as it does not require the presence of chakra in the subject. Moreover, it appeared that omniperception could sense other energies as well. He faintly perceived the energy present in the air, which he suspected to be natural energy or something else entirely, although he did not intend to delve deeper at present. Simultaneously, the minuscule figures continuously fluctuating behind the physicality attribute brought him considerable satisfaction. His physique, due to surpassing this peculiar limitation, exhibited an absurdly high efficiency in energy absorption and conversion at the cellular level, growing stronger with each passing moment. This was not merely the temporary enhancement of an ordinary ninja relying on chakra. Rather, it represented a permanent and substantive elevation of fundamental qualities. His chakra capacity was rapidly approaching 120 units. For a mere 2-year-old child to possess such an extraordinary amount of chakra would surely astonish anyone. To put it into perspective, this was the cumulative chakra of 118 copies of the ninja Kakashi Hitaki. 120. Moreover, both the precision of chakra control and the quality of the chakra itself had been evaluated by elite ninjas from the Foundation, and they deemed it not inferior to that of a typical Jainin. Not to mention, after more than a month of seclusion and rigorous training, he had successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. To assert that he had reached the threshold of a shadow would be no exaggeration. After all, the chakra quantity of 118 Kakashis was conspicuously apparent. This was equivalent to the chakra level of Naruto Uzumaki before he fully manifested as a perfect Jinchuriki at the age of 16 or 17. With such an abnormally high chakra reserve, coupled with his mastery of the 5 elemental natures and the elusive Flying Thunder God, Wuchen felt entirely capable of transforming into a mobile ninja artillery. He could exhaust any ninja suffering from physical weaknesses, such as the future copy ninja Kakashi or the weasel Itachi Uchiha, a genius who frequently cried out for chakra support. The mere thought of this brought a mischievous smile to Wuchen's lips. Subsequently, his attention shifted to the system space. This time, when returning to the orphanage, he was not going empty-handed, for that would be unbefitting of his current status. Within the system space, there lay 300 pounds of top-tier snowflake beef, tender enough to yield moisture, 1,000 pounds of exquisite pork belly with a perfect balance of fat and lean, and 1,000 pounds of pearl rice, all of which he had judiciously extracted from the vast warehouse of the Foundation. The Foundation was grand, with an astonishingly deep heritage. As Wuchen, being the unequivocal future successor designated by that old coot Danzo and the next head of the Foundation, utilizing a minuscule portion of resources to aid the orphanage that had lovingly raised him, was this act excessive? Not in the slightest. It was entirely reasonable and justifiable. Wuchen silently commended himself for this act of filial piety while his feet quickened, propelling him forward with increased speed. Before long, the familiar, slightly weathered gate of the orphanage came into view. Even before he approached, he could already hear the vibrant laughter of the little ones within, their joyous voices resonating through the trees, imbued with a warm, cheerful energy. Chapter 18. A brief routine at the orphanage. Journey to the heart of Konoha. The slightly weathered wooden door of the orphanage stood under the afternoon sun, with patches of moss accentuating its age at the hinges. Through the crack of the door, the carefree laughter of children could be faintly heard, mingling with the delicate scent of soap from the clothes hanging in the yard, creating a unique tranquility that belonged solely to this place. With silent footsteps upon the gravel path, he approached the entrance, surveying the surroundings. Everything seemed unchanged, the sun still shone, and the children still played. Yet he himself was no longer the child who once gazed up at the towering door. The first to notice him was a small boy, around 4 years of age, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he huffed and puffed. With wide, curious eyes, the boy tilted his head and circled around him, eyeing the unexpected visitor with a hint of caution. "Who are you?" He recognized the boy, Yurusu, the future elder brother of Yakushi Kabuto. After a year apart, Yurusu appeared much the same, seemingly unchanged in stature. In contrast, he had grown to over 1 meter tall, his robust physique far surpassing that of his peers, complemented by a composed demeanor. It was no wonder Yurusu struggled to reconcile the figure before him with the reticent boy from his memories. Yurusu's inquiry rippled through the serene atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, drawing the attention of other children who had been scattered throughout the yard. They converged around him, chattering excitedly and examining him with unreserved curiosity. "Hey, who are you looking for?" A bold little girl with horn braids asked. "Did you come to deliver something? For the headmaster?" Another boy, whose face was speckled with dirt, chimed in, observing the lively chatter of these little ones. A faint smile graced his lips. "Yurusu," he spoke softly, yet his voice resonated clearly in the ears of every child. "Do you remember the boy who used to run and exercise every day in the yard a year ago?" Yurusu paused, his small brow furrowing as he racked his brain for the memory. "Running, exercising," he murmured, tilting his head in contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at him, exclaiming, "Ah, you are that quiet one who ran so fast." The other children also displayed expressions of realization, their eyes growing wide. "So it's you. You've grown so tall. You're nothing like before." They chattered excitedly, circling him as if trying to uncover the secret behind his transformation. He chose not to linger too long with the children, offering a smile and a nod before inquiring with a passing caregiver about the whereabouts of Yakushi Non. The caregiver adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing him for a moment, seemingly attempting to identify him, but swiftly provided directions. "The headmaster is over there, by the small vegetable garden." Expressing his gratitude, he made his way toward the garden. As he passed through the corridor lined with sun-drenched laundry, the fresh scent of soap wafted through the air, and he navigated around the play area where children frolicked, revealing a neatly tended vegetable garden before him. "Yao Shi now," you bent down attentively, delicately pruning the excess leaves from several tomato plants. Clad in a simple nun's habit, The gray fabric had faded somewhat. Her hair was modestly tied back, with a few damp strands clinging to her forehead due to perspiration. Upon hearing footsteps, she straightened, casually wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, and turned to face the newcomer. When she recognized that it was Wu Chen approaching, her expression momentarily froze in surprise, as if trying to discern the identity of the youth before her. Almost instantly, that bewilderment crystallized into an indescribable surge of excitement that blossomed deep within her, filling her heart to the brim. Her lips quivered slightly, almost in disbelief. Wu Chen. Her voice emerged with a barely perceptible rasp and uncertainty, tinged with a suppressed thrill. As a former ace spy of the root, she was all too familiar with its darkness. In her mind, the root was a consuming vortex of shadows that devoured all light. She had believed that Wu Chen, taken away by Danzo, would be lost to her forever. The horrors of that place made mere survival a stroke of fortune. Yet, unexpectedly, after a year, this child had returned to her, unscathed and willingly. This unforeseen reunion left her momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Chen gazed at Yao Shi with deep concern, stirring a tender softness within him once more. He did not utter many comforting words. Instead, he simply smiled and called out, "Director Mama, I've come to see you." With a thought, the next moment, amidst a slight spatial fluctuation that Yao Shi could not have anticipated, a mountain of supplies materialized beside the garden in the blink of an eye. 300 pounds of top-grade snowflake beef, its marbling distinctly visible, exuded an enticing aroma. 1,000 pounds of finely balanced pork belly, glistening with the sheen of fresh meat, and 1,000 pounds of plump, translucent pearl rice. These provisions piled high, nearly occupying half the small clearing adjacent to the garden, emanating a comforting aura of abundance unique to food. Yao Shi instinctively took a half-step back, covering her mouth in shock. Her eyes wide as she took in the mountain of food, then looked back at the serene Wu Chen, momentarily rendered speechless, as if something was lodged in her throat. "Director Mama, these are for the orphanage." Wu Chen's voice broke the silence. "If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will find a way." The miraculous appearance of the food left Yao Shi momentarily bewildered. It took her a while to recover from the overwhelming impact. The ninja world was rife with wonders, such as storage scrolls and the like. As Wu Chen's foster mother for a mere year, she refrained from pressing him for explanations. She took a deep breath, her gaze shifting from the food back to Wu Chen. Her expression a tapestry of emotions, relief intertwined with concern. "Child, you." She yearned to inquire about the origins of these items but held her tongue, opting instead to say, "In truth, the conditions at the orphanage have improved significantly over the past year. The root has been sending a monthly fund of 200,000 Rio, and the children's lives have seen considerable enhancement. I have confirmed with Danzo-sama. He has kept his word." Wu Chen nodded calmly in response. Yao Shi, upon hearing this, stepped forward and extended her hand, seemingly intending to ruffle his hair, only to realize he had grown taller than she had imagined. Her hand paused in midair before gently resting on his shoulder, giving it a light pat. "Wu Chen, how have you been this past year?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Have you been hurt? Have you had enough to eat? How have you grown so quickly?" A cascade of questions brimmed with maternal concern. Wu Chen skillfully sidestepped the coarse secrets concerning the transcendent and the system, merely tilting his small head upward and explaining slowly, "Grandpa Danzo has taken me as his disciple. He treats me quite well, even bringing in many chefs from Konoha to prepare meals specifically for me. Thus, I enjoy abundant fish and meat daily, ensuring my nutrition is adequate, which accounts for my rapid growth." After a brief pause, he noticed the worry etched on Yao Shi face and added in a tone characteristic of youth, "You need not fret. I am doing well at the root. I now possess an exceptionally strong chakra, and even many elite instructors from the root are no match for me. I can take care of myself." He deliberately emphasized his formidable chakra and the fact that the elite instructors were not his equals, hoping to ease her mind. Good child." Yao Shi nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice tinged with the relief of finally laying down a heavy burden. Ultimately, she harbored a lingering guilt over her inability to fulfill her protective responsibilities towards Wu Chen. Wu Chen did not linger long at the orphanage. After exchanging a few brief words with Yao Shi regarding the current state of the orphanage and listening to amusing anecdotes about the children, he stood to take his leave. Yao Shi insisted on escorting him to the entrance of the orphanage, and as they parted ways, emotions of reluctance nearly spilled from her eyes. Before departing, Wu Chen sought out a discreet corner unnoticed by others. His fingertips lightly brushed against the rough wall, and a simple circular sun mark silently merged into the surface. This was his unique Flying Thunder God technique, a coordinate that would allow him to return to this spot at any time. Having completed this, he turned back, waving goodbye to Yao Shi and the throng of small children behind her. He then turned away, and once he ventured deep into the woods. His figure flickered several times before vanishing at the path's end. On his way back to the root base, Wu Chun felt a notable lightness in his heart. The burdens of the orphanage had been alleviated, and a weight that had long pressed upon him finally lifted. Now, it seems there is nothing left to attend to. Shall we return to the base? He suddenly realized that he had been in this world of Hokage for nearly 2 years. Aside from the dark, subterranean fortress of the root organization and the orphanage that housed his fleeting, warm memories, he had yet to behold the true splendor of Konoha Village, the vibrant marketplaces that danced vividly in his recollections. The Ichiraku ramen shop, which had graced the screen countless times in the anime, along with the myriad of charming shops. These images remained confined to the realm of his memory, never having been genuinely touched. A thought emerged in his mind, growing increasingly clear and potent. With Danzo no longer in the village, and no one within the root to genuinely restrain his actions, why not immerse himself in the experience of Konoha? With this contemplation, Wuchen's feet instinctively veered slightly off course. No longer heading toward the dark, oppressive base of root, but instead turning toward the sunlit expanse of the bustling central district of Konoha Village. Chapter 19. A stroll through Konoha. An encounter at Ichiraku Ramen. The ethereal figure moved gracefully along the forest path, and soon the broad streets of Konoha's central district unfolded before him. In stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of the root base, this place overflowed with vibrant vitality. A scene of prosperity and uniqueness collided with his vision. On either side of the street, traditional wooden structures stood shoulder to shoulder, their eaves adorned with an array of vividly colored signs, some fabric, others wood-carved. Interspersed were modern concrete edifices, towering 7 or 8 stories high, coexisting in a curious harmony. At the entrances of certain shops, one could even catch glimpses of nascent neon tubes, casting a soft glow that blended wonderfully with the antiquated streetscape. The air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meats, the sweet scent of rice dumplings, and the refreshing fragrance of earth and grass after rain, all weaving together in delicate strands that danced into his nostrils. The sounds of children's laughter, the distinctive calls of vendors, and the crisp echoes of wooden clogs against cobblestones formed a lively symphony of life. He even spotted children engaged in a game of throwing kunai. Though they wielded sharpened wooden sticks instead, their accuracy left much to be desired, provoking gentle laughter from passers-by. Even through the lens of someone accustomed to steel and concrete metropolises, Konoha's vibrancy possessed a unique charm, exuding an intriguing sense of temporal disarray. The trajectory of technological advancement appeared slightly askew, yet it contributed to this distinctive allure. Wandering leisurely among the crowd, he observed with keen interest. He noted a phenomenon. The majority of those traversing the streets were common folk, dressed in simple garments, their faces adorned with serene smiles. Occasionally, he glimpsed a few unmistakably ninja figures, yet they were largely youthful novices or elderly individuals with faltering steps. The true young and vigorous ninjas, those who should have formed the backbone of the village, were nearly nowhere to be seen. He felt no surprise at this. Rather, it seemed entirely reasonable. The Third Shinobi World War was a relentless meat grinder, and Konoha, as a principal combatant, had dispatched every capable fighter to various front lines, forging a defense with their blood and flesh. Those remaining in the village, aside from the essential guardians, were merely the budding flowers of tomorrow and the wilting leaves of today. The shadow of war lurked beneath this facade of prosperity, subtle yet omnipresent. He wandered aimlessly for quite some time, savoring the hard-won tranquility. Eventually, his steps halted before a narrow street suffused with the rich aroma of food. Here, taverns lined the way, and restaurants were plentiful. This was one of his intended destinations, Ichiraku Ramen. That familiar sign, which had graced countless anime scenes, now hung authentically above a modest Japanese ramen stall. The stall was small, nestled between several izakayas and barbecue shops, its entrance curtain half-drawn, radiating a hint of warmth. This was indeed one of the most legendary locales in the world of shinobi, often hailed as the safest place. Whether it was the tumult of the Nine Tails or the subsequent collapse of Konoha, even the earth-shattering events of Pain's invasion, this humble ramen shop has miraculously stood its ground. It can truly be regarded as the foremost auspicious location in the ninja world. Today, Wu Chun was resolute in his decision to have lunch here. He wished not only to sample the renowned Ichiraku Ramen, beloved by countless patrons and pivotal in healing Naruto's childhood. But also to see if he could create a new legend with his seemingly insatiable appetite, perhaps even surpassing the record set by the esteemed Hinata of the Hyuga clan. The mere thought of potentially exhausting the chef's hands brought a faint smile to Wu Chen's lips. With a sense of anticipation, he strode towards Ichiraka Ramen. As he lifted his hand to draw aside the weathered curtain at the entrance, a somewhat boisterous youthful voice, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food, wafted through from behind the curtain. "Lin, I heard today that we'll be having our graduation exams soon. Is that true?" The mention of this name caused Wu Chen's hand to pause midair. Lin? There were few individuals associated with that name in his memory. Could it be Yahara Lin? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Before he could ponder further, a gentle voice followed, confirming his suspicion. "Yes, Abito. Are you confident about passing the graduation exam? You must do your best." Indeed, the sorrow of Kim Yui was evident. His surroundings were filled with Lin, Uchiha Abito, and his radiant star, the future catalyst of tragedy, Yahara Lin. The amalgamation of these names exploded in his mind, unleashing a torrent of future fragments and known information. To think he would encounter them so soon. Regaining his composure, he resolutely pulled aside the worn curtain and stepped inside. His gaze swept across the establishment, confirming the presence of Uchiha Abito and Yahara Lin, but they were not alone. Several other familiar youthful faces adorned the scene. One boy, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, exuded a nonchalant maturity that belied his age. There was no mistaking it. It was Asuma Saratobi. Beside him sat a girl with lustrous black hair and striking red eyes, her delicate features already hinting at future beauty, without a doubt. It was Yuhi Kurenai. On the opposite side, a boy clad in a conspicuous green jumpsuit, sporting his signature watermelon hairstyle, sat upright. His eyes sparkling with vitality. Who else could it be but Might Guy? Wuchen calmly matched these future pillars of Konoha with the names etched in his memory. In this moment, they were merely adolescents. The group of boys and girls were animatedly conversing, casting only a casual glance towards Wu Chen, who had entered alone. Before returning to their previous discussion, paying him little mind, Wu Chen was unfazed. He found an empty seat in the corner and settled down. He spoke, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the owner to hear. "Owner, I would like the signature tonkatsu ramen, please." "Coming right up, just a moment." The resounding voice of the stall owner echoed robustly from the kitchen. Amidst the anticipation for the ramen, the conversation from that side wafted over clearly. Dato, exuberant and boisterous, declared with a particularly loud voice, "Lin, fret not. This trivial graduation exam is no match for me, Dato. I shall certainly not be outdone by that arrogant Kakashi." Lin's gentle reply flowed like water. "I believe in you, Dato. I will always cheer for you." Upon hearing this, Dato's face lit up with joy, his tone becoming buoyant. "Lin, humph." Asuma Saratobi interjected with an ill-timed scoff, disrupting the somewhat saccharine atmosphere. "You? Dato, how do you expect to compare with Kakashi? He became a nin years ago, and I hear he's been on the battlefield for 2 years, achieving considerable merit. What do you have to measure against him?" Dato's demeanor instantly shifted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Shut up. Asuma, just wait. Once I graduate successfully, you'll see how I'll make Kakashi regret it." He waved his fists as if Kakashi were standing before him. Witnessing this commotion, Lin quickly intervened to ease the tension, sliding a freshly served bowl of ramen in front of him. "All right, Dato, your ramen has arrived. Eat up." Kurenai Yuhi quietly savored her noodles, seemingly indifferent to their debate, occasionally lifting her head with a calm expression. In stark contrast, Might Guy, upon hearing Kakashi's name, was instantly ignited with enthusiasm. "Hey, Dato. This is the essence of youthful passion. After graduation, I too shall challenge Kakashi, letting our youthful flames blaze brightly." He gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming under the light. Wu Chan, listening nearby, was touched by an inexplicable feeling. The exuberant vitality radiating from these youths was truly overflowing with energy. "Pork bone ramen is served. Enjoy." The handcrafted voice resonated overhead as a steaming bowl of fragrant pork bone ramen was placed steadily before Wu Chan. The milky broth, firm noodles, slices of chashu, a soft-boiled egg, and a sprinkle of green onions adorned the dish. "Thank you, boss." Wu Chan expressed his gratitude without further pleasantries. Immediately grasping his chopsticks, the aroma of the rich bone broth surged into his nostrils. He lifted a mouthful of noodles and slurped them in. The noodles were smooth, and the broth was exquisite. Delicious. Compared to the chef at the root who prepared his ramen, this was on an entirely different level of mastery. After a few chews, he swallowed swiftly, no longer restraining himself, and turned to the stall owner. "Boss, please bring me 20 more bowls. Each of the various flavors of ramen for me to sample." This proclamation resonated piercingly within the small establishment. No sooner had he spoken than he continued to devour the remaining ramen in his bowl with the speed of a whirlwind. In less than 30 seconds, he had annihilated the entirety of the generous bowl of pork bone ramen, leaving not a drop of broth behind. As he prepared to respond, he was momentarily taken aback by the speed and quantity of the food consumed. However, accustomed to the myriad of customers from years of running a restaurant, he quickly regained his professional demeanor. "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare it right away." He turned and entered the kitchen, moving with increased agility, while internally marveling at the extraordinary appetite of the young patron. Meanwhile, the group of friends, who had previously been engaged in playful banter, finally noticed the diminutive figure in the corner that they had overlooked. Standing just over a meter tall, he barely reached their chests, and aside from being somewhat robust, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yet the astonishing scene of him finishing a bowl of ramen in under 30 seconds had genuinely shocked them. "Hey, this little brat," Sarutobi Isuma, with a toothpick forgotten between his lips, widened his eyes in astonishment. "How on earth does he eat so quickly?" The usually silent Karina Yui paused her chopsticks, her crimson eyes scrutinizing the boy, as if searching for some extraordinary trait within him. "Well, now this is the epitome of youthful exuberance. Young man, your appetite burns like a fierce flame. I have high hopes for you." Mike Guy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Instantly inspired by the boy's fervor for food, he leaped to his feet, giving a thumbs up to the young one, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Hinata Hyuga, observing the boy, noted other aspects about him. She blinked, a charming smile curving her lips. "Hee, what a cute and dashing little brother." Her voice was soft, yet every word reached the ears of those present. This remark was like a spark igniting a powder keg, instantly stirring a long-buried jealousy within Uchiha Obito, who had harbored secret feelings for Hinata. He slammed his chopsticks down, leaping to his feet, and stormed over to the boy, pointing an accusatory finger at him. His temper flaring as he shouted, "Hey, you little brat, such bravado, 20 bowls? Do you really think you can handle that? Aren't you afraid of bursting? What's your name?" Chapter 20. The Humiliation of Obito and the Legend of the Glutton. Part 1. Faced with Obito's vehement inquiries, Wuchen did not even lift his head, continuing to immerse himself in the intricate patterns of the wood on the table, as if those meager lines were far more captivating than the antics of a boisterous Uchiha youth. Engaging in a verbal spar with such a juvenile seemed beneath him. Wuchen's complete disregard for Obito was akin to dousing a raging fire with a ladle of boiling oil, intensifying the already crackling fury within the Uchiha. He felt utterly belittled by this diminutive child, a humiliation far surpassing any defeat he had suffered at the hands of that insufferable Kakashi. The sting of being looked down upon surged through him, reddening his cheeks and swelling the veins in his neck. His fist clenched tightly, making a sound like crackling thunder, while the iconic goggles on his forehead trembled in agitation. He was on the verge of erupting, determined to lift this insolent child and impart a lesson on respecting one's elders. Beside them, Lin observed with confusion, wondering why Obito seemed to ignite like a firecracker at the slightest provocation. She quickly rose to her feet, gently grasping the trembling arm of Obito. Her voice soft and soothing as she urged, "Obito, please don't act this way. He is still just a child." Her words, tender and melodious, carried a warmth that was undeniably comforting, imbued with a hint of pleading. Obito, he still wished to argue a few points. However, upon turning to face Lin, he was met with her evident favoritism towards Wuchen, her words emphasizing the latter's youth. That remark pierced his heart more sharply than any blade could. Here was Uchiha Obito, a man destined to become Hokage, being compared to a mere child, and clearly, in Lin's eyes, he was the one being outweighed. How could this be? The jealousy within him erupted like a shattered jar, the sourness mingling with his fury, bubbling forth uncontrollably. When he gazed at Wuchen again, the animosity intensified, his resolve to bore holes into the boy with sheer willpower. "You little brat, if you have the guts, come face me one-on-one." Ignoring Lin's attempts to dissuade him, Obito unleashed a furious roar, charging at Wuchen. Yet, the response he received was merely Wuchen slightly tilting his head, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, an expression that conveyed an unfathomable indifference. "Ah, Lin, did you see that? This little brat dares to look down on me. How outrageous. I must teach him a lesson today, so he understands the might of Uchiha Obito." Wuchen's nonchalant reaction set Obito ablaze with fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wuchen. turning to Lin to voice his grievances, attempting to explain the source of his ire, before preparing to confront the insufferable child. However, just as he was about to make his move in a moment of utmost tension, the noodle chef emerged from the kitchen with a massive wooden tray in hand. Upon it, 5 bowls of steaming, aromatic ramen were stacked, their intoxicating fragrance instantly enveloping the entire establishment. The rich, milky white of the tonkatsu, the deep, savory essence of the miso, the enticing salty allure of the soy sauce, the refreshing elegance of the salt flavor, and a bowl of hellishly red spicy ramen. With its broth adorned by a dense layer of fierce chili seeds, all combined to create an overwhelming sensory experience that made one's scalp tingle and mouth water. "Sir, your ramen has arrived. Please enjoy." The chef's robust voice shattered the stillness within the shop. A slight sheen of sweat glistened on his brow, clearly indicating that preparing these 5 bowls had required considerable effort. Only then did Wuchen leisurely lift his head. He remained entirely unfazed by Uchiha Obito's nearly explosive outburst. As if it were nothing more than a bothersome speck of dust in the air, not worthy of attention. He deftly picked up his chopsticks, his target clearly set on the first bowl of tonkatsu ramen before him. His movements were astonishingly swift, yet exuded an indescribable calmness. With a slurp, a gulp, the bowl was turned upside down. He savored the thick, creamy broth until not a drop remained, even skillfully using his tongue to gather the scattered green onions clinging to the bowl's edge. The entire process flowed seamlessly, completed in less than 10 seconds. Asuma Sarutobi, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, dropped it to the floor with a soft thud, utterly oblivious to his own actions. His mouth agape as he stared at Wuchen in disbelief. The beautiful red irises of Kurenai Yuhi widened in astonishment, her petite mouth slightly parted, her face displaying sheer incredulity. She even instinctively pinched her cheek, questioning whether her eyes had deceived her. Mike Guy clenched his fists, his entire being trembling with excitement, as if witnessing a miraculous event unfold before him. Even the typically gentle and serene Rin Noera gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her expression filled with wonder and admiration as she gazed at Wuchen. Even Uchiha Obito stood there, dumbfounded, his furious rage suppressed as it lodged uncomfortably in his throat. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit a whole egg, his goggles slipping down to the tip of his nose due to his shocked expression. He opened his mouth to utter some mockery, certainly dismissing it as a case of a glutton reborn, but before he could speak, Wuchen had already dispatched the second bowl of miso ramen, then the third bowl of soy sauce ramen. His speed remained undiminished, his movements still elegantly extraordinary. It was not mere consumption, it was a delightful performance. The chopsticks danced in his hands as the noodles seemed to possess a life of their own, leaping eagerly into his mouth, so rapidly that all one could perceive were fleeting, indistinct shadows. This is impossible." Uchiha Obito's voice faltered, barely coherent. His proud appetite seemed utterly insignificant in the face of Wuchen's astonishingly rapid consumption, scarcely worthy of mention, let alone to be deemed fit to serve him. "Oh, youth." Mike Guy leaped from his seat with fervor, extending 2 grand thumbs up towards Wuchen. His teeth sparkled under the light, reflecting a radiant confidence. "This is the epitome of youthful exuberance. Your passion for food burns like an unquenchable flame. I acknowledge you. You are the rival I, Mike Guy, recognize." Beside them, Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurenai instinctively covered their mouths, fearing they might involuntarily exclaim, for the scene was overwhelmingly striking. As for Sarutobi Asuma, he forgot even to pick up the toothpick that had fallen to the ground. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment as he gazed at Wuchen, as if witnessing an ancient beast clad in human skin. In the blink of an eye, 5 generously portioned bowls of ramen had vanished without a trace. Wuchen remained unfazed, his breathing steady and unperturbed. He merely extended his tongue to delicately lick the remnants of broth from the corner of his mouth, appearing as though he had merely sampled a few appetizers to whet his appetite. He calmly turned to the chef, whose forehead was already glistening with sweat, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Chef, the flavor is acceptable, but the portions are rather insufficient, not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Please bring out the remaining 15 bowls together, and add 30 more." The chef's forehead began to bead with perspiration, his grip on the tray wavering. He was inwardly panicking. Could this little ancestor truly be a reincarnation of a glutton? Or perhaps some secret weapon of the Akimichi clan? Yet, this child did not appear overweight. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain composed, mustering a smile that was more painful than a grimace. "All right, certainly. I will bring it immediately." Please hold on for a moment. With that, he swiftly turned and dashed back to the kitchen as if fleeing for his life. Chapter 21. The Humiliation of Obito and the Legend of the Glutton, Part 2. In the kitchen, a cacophony of pots and pans resonated. Even more urgent and louder than before, interspersed with the faint, suppressed gasps of his young daughter. However, Wuchin's casually uttered remark detonated like a powerful bomb in the hearts of Obito Uchiha and those around him. Particularly for Obito, he interpreted it as a blatant provocation. The implication was unmistakable. Humph, you only bully me because you're older. If you dare, try eating more than I do. Obito's complexion shifted wildly between shades of green and white, his heart brimming with indignation. As a proud man of the Uchiha clan and the future Hokage, how could he concede defeat to a mere child? Resolutely, he seized the steaming bowl of ramen before him and mimicked Wuchin's voracious eating, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer force of presence. However, in his haste, a strand of noodle lodged itself in his airway, causing him to cough violently. Tears and snot flowing uncontrollably from his face, his complexion turning crimson as he nearly choked. Seeing this, Noera Rin quickly patted his back, offering water and gentle reassurances. Obito, what are you doing? Eat more slowly. Meanwhile, Asuma Saratobi stood by, mercilessly laughing. Ha! Obito, are you really that incapable? You can barely eat ramen without choking. Yet you wish to compete? This unrelenting mockery made Obito's face flush even deeper, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. 15 steaming bowls of ramen, fragrant and inviting, quickly piled up into a small mountain, nearly burying Wuchin's petite figure. Wuchin picked up his chopsticks, his movements fluid and unfaltering, embodying an effortless and unhurried demeanor. In the Ichiraka ramen shop, the only sound that remained was the slurping of noodles by Wuchin. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, occasionally punctuated by Obito's muffled, frustrated coughs. In less than 10 minutes, the 15 bowls were emptied. Wuchin set down his chopsticks, his brow barely furrowing in mild dissatisfaction with his pace, and called out to the kitchen, "Owner, could you be a bit quicker? I'm in a hurry." At this point, he had barely eaten enough to feel satiated. This guy is simply inhuman, Asuma murmured incredulously. Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurenai nodded in unison. Even Might Guy, who had been fervently cheering earlier, now found himself in agreement. Meanwhile, Obito had just managed to finish his second bowl and was struggling with the third, his expression a portrait of bitterness as he attempted to stuff it down like Wuchin. Yet, despite his determination, the gap in their abilities was glaringly evident, leaving him unable to keep pace. Thus, under the increasingly numb and dazed gaze of the crowd, the flustered owner of the ramen shop was busy, beads of sweat trickling down his brow as he nearly lost his footing. The additional 30 bowls of ramen began to arrive one after another, resembling an endless conveyor belt of noodles. At that moment, the entrance of the Ichiraka ramen shop was shrouded in darkness, crowded with an overwhelming number of onlookers. Layers upon layers of spectators surrounded the modest ramen stall, drawn by the commotion, each straining to catch a glimpse of the newly crowned ramen champion. Amidst the throng, gasps and murmurs filled the air. My goodness, that little one is still eating? How many bowls has that been? Who is counting? Quick, help me keep track. Goodness, could it be approaching 40 bowls? The Akimichi clan? It doesn't seem likely. I have never seen a child from the Akimichi family consume such an absurd quantity. If this child were to marry in the future, how much food would need to be prepared? Surely, they would deplete the family's resources. The continuous astonishment and hushed whispers flowed in from outside, intensifying the already bizarre and fervent atmosphere within the shop. After nearly half an hour had passed, the additional 30 bowls of ramen were systematically devoured, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. The table was piled high with a mountain of empty bowls, their height nearly brushing the low ceiling of the ramen shop. Wuchin leisurely dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, suppressing a barely audible burp. The expression on his face suggested a mild satisfaction, as if he had barely managed to satiate his appetite, causing the onlookers to raise their eyebrows in disbelief. It seemed he was still not completely satisfied. I'm about 70% full, he calmly declared. Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. In the presence of Uchiha Obito and the rest. Along with the crowd outside, their expressions were a mixture of shock and disbelief. Unperturbed, Wuchin retrieved a hefty purse from his pocket, a gift from Danzo before his departure, containing an amount that would make any ordinary ninja envious for half a year, whimsically labeled as pocket money. He casually counted out the appropriate bills and handed them to the nearly exhausted hand-pulled noodle shop owner, who was barely able to stand by leaning against the counter. As the owner received the money, his hands trembled uncontrollably, staring at Wuchen with a look that mingled awe and reverence, as if beholding a deity descended to the mortal realm. Then, under the gaze of all present, Wuchen rose with an air of nonchalance. Despite his small stature, he radiated an extraordinarily powerful presence. He lifted the curtain of the door and, amidst the collective gasps and fervent chatter, departed with an unruffled demeanor, leaving behind a silhouette that provoked profound contemplation among the crowd. That little imp, is he truly human? Time seemed to elongate as Uchiha Obito struggled to regain his composure from the overwhelming shock. Yet now, his voice bore an unmistakable tremor, lacking the earlier bravado. Instead infused with a palpable sense of defeat. Noera Rin exhaled deeply, gazing at the astonishing mountain of bowls, murmuring to herself, 51 bowls. This little brother seems to be merely 4 or 5 years old, doesn't he? Beside her, Yuhi Kurenai finally regained her voice, instinctively approaching the towering stack of bowls, attempting to rationalize this supernatural phenomenon with her limited knowledge. Indeed, how could his stomach possibly accommodate such a quantity? This defied all logic. Could it be some unprecedented special bloodline limit? Sarutobi Asuma picked up a toothpick that had fallen to the ground and returned it to his mouth. His expression complex as he exclaimed in astonishment, Konoha, when did such a little monster emerge? How have I heard nothing about it? This is incredible. This is the epitome of youthful fervor. From this day forth, aside from Kakashi, he too shall be the target I, Might Guy, strive to surpass. Upon regaining his composure, Might Guy became even more spirited. The others looked at Might Guy in utter disbelief. How was this related to youth? This was not merely an issue of youth. Helplessly, Asuma, Obito, Noera Rin, and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, all seeking a rational explanation from one another. Yet ultimately, they found only mirrored expressions of confusion and profound shock upon each other's faces. Thus, the legend of Ichiraka Ramen's glutton was born, with no possibility of being surpassed. Chapter 22. Reflection, Revised Version. The twilight sun cast a crimson hue over the sky of Konohagakure as Wuchen strolled along the village pathways. His figure appeared diminutive among the bustling passers-by, almost unnoticed, this silent child. The ominous clouds of war had silently enveloped this seemingly tranquil settlement. On the streets, the villagers wore forced smiles that concealed their pervasive anxieties. The swiftly passing ninjas bore faces etched with fatigue and vigilance, as if perpetually bracing for an unforeseen crisis. Unbeknownst to him, Wuchen's footsteps led him to a solemn location. The setting sun bathed the silent cemetery in a sanguine glow, where numerous grayish-white memorial stones stood in orderly rows, resembling a silent battalion. A gentle breeze stirred the white chrysanthemums placed before the stones, their delicate forms swaying softly. While the air was thick with an inescapable sorrow, a muffled sobbing drew Wuchen's attention. Not far away, a young mother clad in plain garments knelt before a newly erected gravestone, her shoulders trembling slightly. Beside her knelt a little girl with horn braids, softly calling out, "Daddy." This call resonated like a blunt knife, slowly and deeply slicing through the harsh truths of war. It transcended the cold figures in mission reports and the nonchalant utterances of high-ranking officials regarding necessary sacrifices. It materialized in the quivering back of the mother and the tears glistening in the child's eyes. For the sake of Konoha, Danzo's wrinkled face abruptly surfaced in Wuchen's mind. The phrase he often uttered now sounding unbearably harsh. Was the anguish of this mother and daughter truly the price of the so-called greater good? Wuchen's gaze swept across the cemetery. An elderly man trembled as he traced the inscription on a gravestone. A young widow confided her sorrows to the cold stone, and a teenager mechanically polished the memorial of a loved one. Each scene silently condemned the atrocities of war, revealing the decayed core beneath the glamorous facade of this ninja world. As the last rays of sunlight vanished below the horizon, Wuchen gradually departed from this tear-soaked ground. Upon returning to the cold, shadowy underground base, the sights of the day lingered hauntingly in his mind. He stared at the dark ceiling, his thoughts swirling. In this world where power could alter everything, certain long-dormant truths were awakening. The stark contrast between the faces of the bereaved and the grandiloquent rhetoric of the elite relentlessly battered his previously indifferent heart. What is the root cause? A whisper echoed in the empty room. Wuchen began to unravel the intricacies of this world. Conflict stemming from resource allocation? A monopoly of power created by bloodline limits? Or perhaps deeper institutional flaws? Likely, all of the above. The feudal lords reveled in their privileges while the ninjas willingly became instruments of war. Meanwhile, The love and understanding envisioned by Hashirama Senju would forever remain an illusion. Without altering the essence, love and understanding ultimately amounted to mere rhetoric. The Moon Eye plan of Uchiha Madara and Obito, with its infinite Tsukuyomi, is a fanciful idealism, fundamentally a desperate evasion of reality. Veiled by illusory dreams, everything is concealed and controlled, ultimately becoming a mere instrument for a darker puppeteer lurking in the shadows. How utterly absurd. As for the others, what Shoudemi Yahiko perceives is merely a powerless, hollow version of the love and understanding espoused by Senju Hashirama. It is a naive form of idealism, overestimating the goodness of humanity while underestimating the malevolence of reality. Meanwhile, Nagato embodies the arrogance that follows the shattering of idealism. Immersed in his own suffering, he arrogantly considers himself a deity, yet lacks a genuine comprehension of the world's true essence. They are but a pitiful group, toyed with by fate. Indeed, this world is quite intriguing. Chapter 23, The Roots, revised version, in a dimly lit room, thoughts devoid of dust churned in the silence. The scenes from the various shinobi world wars flashed vividly through his mind. War, war, he silently repeated, the term lingering with an inescapable scent of blood. The First Shinobi World War ostensibly revolved around the emerging ninja villages vying for power and task shares. However, the underlying reality was that the Land of Fire occupied the most fertile territories, while Konoha boasted the most advanced ninja training system. Such advantages inevitably attracted the envy of other ninja villages. The Land of Wind, sparse in resources, faced a dire situation. Sunagakure struggled to survive without pursuing additional task commissions. The inequitable distribution of resources had sown the seeds of conflict since the inception of the ninja villages. Was it geography that dictated everything? No, more accurately, it was the varying degrees of support from the daimyos of each nation, coupled with the divergent developmental strategies of the ninja villages themselves. As for the Second Shinobi World War, it represented the desperate struggle of the Land of Rain to survive amidst the encroaching powers. Why? Because it lay at the confluence of three great nations, where every major conflict inevitably brought the battlefield to its doorstep. The tragedy of small nations is that they become mere pawns in the grand game of the great powers. Thus, Hanzo of the Salamander led Amigakure in a valiant resistance, seeking a glimmer of hope. Alas, he ultimately could not alter the plight of small nations within the ninja world as hierarchy. No matter how formidable individual strength may be, it ultimately pales in comparison to the structures of the 5 great shinobi villages. Now, turning to the ongoing Third Shinobi World War. Beyond the competition for the power of the tailed beasts, a deeper reason lay in the necessity for each major ninja village to maintain its military presence. War has always been the prime opportunity for ninja villages to showcase their might and secure greater resource support from the daimyos. Victorious, they could obtain more task commissions and funding. Defeated, they still needed to make their opponents pay a heavy price to uphold a semblance of deterrence. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the survival of the village. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, almost imperceptible. Ninja, those who wielded the power of chakra, could have transformed the very fabric of the ninja world. It was a cruel irony. But what was the reality? They found themselves bound by a task system ranging from D rank to S rank, each reduced to mere instruments serving their villages. This task system sustained the functioning of the entire ninja world. Essentially, each major ninja village operated as a military organization, accepting commissions from the daimyos to execute various tasks necessary for village operations. Thus, a cycle emerged, executing tasks, training ninjas, vying for more commissions, and expanding influence, a fate that was difficult to escape. This cycle bore a striking resemblance to the impending collapse plan of Konoha. Why did Sunagakure ally with Otogakure to assault Konoha? On the surface, it appeared to be Orochimaru's scheme, but where did the roots lie? Had it not been for the Land of Wind's daimyo transferring a significant number of tasks to Konoha while drastically reducing support for Sunagakure, leading them into a survival crisis, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Ultimately, it was still the age-old issue of resource competition. Moreover, there exists a disparity in the ninja training systems, coupled with an unending competition for the development of ninjutsu. Wuchen continued to ponder, the images of ninjas from various villages materializing in his mind. The Ninja Academy system of Konoha has cultivated a multitude of foundational ninjas. However, the decline of the bloodline limit families, particularly the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, has resulted in a significant gap in Konoha's elite combat strength. Other ninja villages each possess their own distinctive characteristics. The elite combination training model of Kumogakure, the overwhelming sea of troop strategy of Awagakure, and the blood mist policy of Kirigakure. These elements have forged unique styles for each village, deepening the mutual suspicion among them, not to mention the historical grievances that linger. Wuchen recalled the documents in Danzo's office, chronicling the enmities between the villages, the assassination of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the second Reikage. The narratives recorded by Konoha and Kumogakure tell entirely different tales. Kumogakure emphasizes the rebellion of Kinkaku and Jinkaku, while Konoha perceives it as a conspiracy by Kumogakure. Konoha's white fang, Sakumo Hataki, is seen as a formidable enemy in the eyes of Sunagakure. The third Reikage is regarded by Awagakure as an invader that must be thwarted. Heroes and villains, guardians and aggressors. Differing perspectives yield diametrically opposed evaluations. This transgenerational transmission of historical memory sows the seeds for new conflicts. And then there is the notion of the will of fire. Wuchen felt a complex array of emotions regarding this ideology. Indeed, it has inspired many ninjas of Konoha. Yet at times, it can also serve as a justification for blind obedience. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures eternally. The light of the flame may illuminate the path ahead, yet it also possesses the potential to incinerate everything. Chapter 24. Understanding, Revised Version. In the dimly lit chamber, his mind drifted further and further into oblivion. He contemplated the impending demise of the Uchiha clan, ostensibly a result of Itachi Uchiha's frenzied massacre, which the higher echelons of Konoha casually dismissed as a betrayal and loss of control on Itachi's part. But what is the truth? The decision-making group of Konoha, comprised of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, advisors Kohara Udatane and Hamura Midokado, as well as Danzo Shimura, had long regarded the Uchiha clan as a threat. They could not tolerate the existence of a family endowed with a powerful bloodline limit, yet discontented with the village's governance. From a historical perspective, the Uchiha's fate had been predetermined. Once, they were among the founders of Konoha, having laid the very foundations of the village alongside the Senju clan. However, under the policies of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, the Uchihas were gradually marginalized. They were assigned the duties of law enforcement, ostensibly wielding power, yet effectively excluded from the genuine decision-making process. Why did the Uchiha fail? Firstly, isolated resistance. The Uchiha's coup d'etat relied solely on their own strength, never attempting to rally other dissatisfied ninjas within the village. They arrogantly believed that the power of the Sharingan alone sufficed to overthrow Konoha's rule. Secondly, the loss of public support. Having long served in law enforcement, the Uchiha enforced strict measures, fostering deep resentment among ordinary villagers and non-Uchiha ninjas. Even if the coup were to succeed, they would struggle to garner widespread backing, ultimately being toppled by a new uprising. Thirdly, internal discord. The radicals advocated for a forceful seizure of power, while the moderates still hoped for negotiation, and the clan leader Fugaku Uchiha wavered indecisively between the two extremes. A family devoid of unified will was destined to falter against the cold resolve of Konoha's upper echelons. In stark contrast to the considerations of Konoha's leadership, firstly, apprehension towards the Uchiha's power. The upper echelons led by Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were acutely aware of the Uchiha's strength and the clan's volatile emotions. Recognizing that intense emotional fluctuations could catalyze the evolution of the Sharingan, even awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, should the Uchiha revolt en masse, even if ultimately suppressed, Konoha would suffer significant damage. Secondly, the preservation of the will of fire's authority. Konoha's rule was founded upon the ideology of the will of fire, and any overt challenge would undermine its very foundation. The Uchiha's coup attempt posed a dire threat to this order. Therefore, the Uchiha's annihilation was fundamentally a thorough eradication of internal instability by Konoha's leadership. This was a ruthless political purge, rather than a mere personal tragedy. The outcome was inevitable. The Uchiha, regardless of their efforts to renounce the pursuit of power, would gradually vanish within Konoha, akin to the Senju clan, under the policies of the third Hokage and Danzo. As his thoughts began to crystallize, he discerned that the root of the conflict did not solely stem from human greed or the struggle for resources, but rather from the structural contradictions inherent within the entire ninja world system. Economically, chakra could be harnessed for construction and development. However, it has been predominantly allocated towards warfare and mission systems, engendering a ninja economy that is reliant on violence for survival. Politically, The binary rule of the daimyo and the kage has resulted in a concentration of power, with clans possessing bloodline limits monopolizing the mightiest forces, leaving ordinary ninjas in a state of perpetual subjugation. Culturally, ideologies such as the will of fire are employed as instruments of thought control, while ninja academies incessantly instill memories of hatred and division, ensuring that conflict persists through generations. Nagato Pain once articulated that as long as this ninja world system exists, war will never cease. In retrospect, this statement undeniably unveils a certain cruel truth. Even the future Naruto Uzumaki, with his ideals of mutual understanding, love, and peace, fundamentally embodies a continuation of the Shinja Hashirama paradigm, maintaining fleeting peace through individual power without genuinely altering the operational logic of the ninja world. The daimyo remain elevated above all, and the clans with bloodline limits continue to monopolize resources, relegating ninjas to mere instruments of war. Once the might of Naruto's generation fades, new conflicts are destined to ignite once more. Wuchen fell into silence. To end something, one must first dismantle the system that nurtures it. He gazed down at his small hands, beginning to grasp the weight of this realization. Outside the window, the moonlight remained frigid. Within the room, silence reigned supreme. But must I truly embark on this path? Chapter 25. A day tour of the intelligence department, only to discover I am the overlord? Part 1. Before dawn, the faint light of morning was completely swallowed by the heavy walls of the base and the endless darkness, failing to seep through even a sliver. Wuchen sat upright on a cold, hardwooden chair. Before him lay a plate piled high with food beyond the imagination of an ordinary person, emanating the rich aroma of roasted meats, with textures vividly discernible. Energy rice balls, a blend of various grains, gleamed with a glossy sheen, while a bowl of dark green soup, infused with an exotic herbal scent, had been meticulously concocted to replenish the immense energy expenditure of his unique physique. He ate quietly, each bite drawing forth the strength necessary for survival. This transcendent body seemed to possess an insatiable hunger for energy, with every cell greedily absorbing nutrients, transforming them into visible growth and limitless potential. As the plate neared emptiness, Wuchen set down his wooden chopsticks. His dark eyes were calm, yet profound, revealing an uncanny insight into the hearts of others. In days gone by, he would have already entered the cold, hard training grounds at this hour, honing himself amidst sweat and extremes. However, today, Wuchen had already made a resolute decision within his heart. He turned on his heel, without a trace of hesitation, and strode deeper into the base, toward the intelligence department, shrouded in eternal darkness, isolated from the world, exuding an aura of decay and secrecy. Last night's dissection of the essence of war, along with contemplations on geopolitical dynamics, tailed beast economies, and military competition, swirled incessantly in his mind. He had nearly outlined what he wished to pursue in the future, yet the specifics required further contemplation. The corridor outside the intelligence room was narrow and profound, flanked by towering stacks of documents that nearly engulfed the passageway, and the air was thick with an almost suffocating aroma. The musty scent of aged paper, the pungent odor of still wet ink, and a faint hint of blood intertwined, creating a unique oppressive atmosphere characteristic of the base. Wuchen's diminutive figure traversed this space, his black robe blending seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. His youthful visage, at that moment, appeared unusually composed, harmonizing oddly with the somber environment. Suddenly, a low, gravelly voice devoid of emotion resonated from the shadows behind a precariously leaning pile of documents. Following this, a figure adorned with a grotesque raven mask slowly straightened, obstructing Wuchen's path. The hollow eye sockets of the mask fixed unwaveringly upon him. This individual, codenamed Raven, was one of the many heads of the intelligence department. The distinct chill of apathy and death that permeated the members of the base radiated from him, momentarily freezing the air around them. Wuchen lifted his small face. Raven Sr. His voice carried a hint of deliberately cultivated softness and reliance, reminiscent of a frightened young beast. Grandpa Tuan. Before leaving, he seemed a bit off. I am quite concerned about the situation at the front lines and came to inquire, to see if there is anything I might assist with, even in a small way. When the name Tuanzo was mentioned, the tone of Wuchen was imbued with a sense of admiration and pure concern. Such genuine emotion was enough to move even the most unyielding hearts. The gaze behind the chrome mask lingered on Wuchen's innocent face for several seconds. He was acutely aware of this child's pivotal role within the Root organization. Although Lord Danzo had never given any explicit instructions to the clerical personnel responsible for intelligence and logistics, it was common knowledge throughout the route that this child was essentially the next generation leader, upon whom Lord Danzo had bestowed countless hopes. Privately, the combat ninjas of the route even referred to Wuchen with a mix of reverence and complexity as Little Danzo. Silence hung heavily between the two, almost tangible. Ultimately, the raspy voice of the crow broke the stillness. "Follow me," he responded in a low tone, stiffly turning aside to clear the path to the heavy wooden door leading to the internal intelligence room, then stepped inside first. Inside the intelligence room, the light was considerably brighter compared to the dim corridor outside. The room was illuminated as if it were daylight, as meticulous paperwork demanded excellent visibility. Towering bookshelves were crammed with scrolls and documents, meticulously categorized according to strict confidentiality and regional divisions. Dozens of clerical personnel, each donning various animal masks, were engrossed in heaps of intelligence. Some wrote furiously, while others quietly cross-checked. The entire space was hauntingly silent, with only the faint sound of pens gliding across paper and the occasional rustle of scrolls turning, creating an oppressive yet efficient symphony. "What do you wish to know?" The crow's voice broke through the intentional silence, appearing starkly out of place. Wuchen did not respond immediately. He walked slowly to a vast map of the ninja world hanging on the wall. The map was adorned with vividly colored and uniquely shaped markers, indicating a multitude of military strongholds, resource distributions, and the latest battlefront dynamics. It resembled a colossal chessboard embroiled in fierce combat, reeking of blood and fire. Calmly, Wuchen articulated a few words, his voice sounding resolute. "I wish to know everything regarding the current war." His gaze swiftly traversed the alarming markers on the map, as his mind rapidly constructed the overarching war situation within the ninja world. The eyes hidden behind the mask of the crow scrutinized Wuchen's profile intently, seemingly searching for something within this excessively youthful child. Ultimately, he refrained from asking further questions and silently turned away. From a heavy iron cabinet marked with urgent and top-secret red ink, he retrieved several ominous black scrolls. He carefully spread them out on a wide rosewood table. "This situation is not optimistic," the crow remarked, his tone as placid as a still pond. Yet, Wuchen could keenly perceive the almost imperceptible weight and oppression concealed beneath the surface tranquility. Konohagakure now found itself in a dire predicament, besieged on all sides. His fingers, slender yet strong, pressed firmly upon the map, specifically on the region of the land of grass stained red by the ravages of war. At the front lines of the land of grass, the lunatics from the rock village had completely disregarded casualties. They had even dispatched the village's only two-tailed beasts, the four-tails and the five-tails Jinchuriki, to the front lines, attempting to tear apart our defenses in one fell swoop. The crow paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating his words, before adding, "The third Suchikage, Anoki, that ancient and unyielding fellow, has personally led nearly 8,000 elite rock shinobi, relentlessly assaulting our defenses like bloodthirsty mad dogs, day and night." Wuchen lowered his eyelids, gazing intently at the map, particularly at the area of the land of grass that had been marked for emphasis. His fingertips glided gently over the red arrows representing the rock forces, remaining silent and devoid of any emotional expression. The intelligence he received largely aligned with the fragmented information he had gathered during this period, alongside the vague memories of his past life. The rock village's relentless strategy of overwhelming numbers at the expense of quality was indeed as formidable as rumored, and remained one of Konohagakure's most pressing concerns at this moment. The third Hokage had personally taken command at the headquarters, overseeing the overall situation. Meanwhile, the renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, led an elite team of Jonin in covert operations behind enemy lines, targeting their supply chains with precision strikes and sabotage. Even so, the front lines continued to slowly yet steadily retract into the borders of the Land of Fire, with casualty figures escalating at an alarming rate each day. Upon hearing the name Minato Namikaze, Wuchen felt a slight stir within. Flashes of future memories flickered through his mind. The battle at the Kanabi Bridge should not have erupted yet. Obito and Rin were still in the Ninja Academy, not even having graduated to Genin. It would be at least until their graduation, followed by the brief respite after the battle at the Valley of the End, when Konoha began to expedite the graduation of Academy students and relaxed the requirements for promotion to Chunin. He recalled that Obito and Rin had already been promoted to Chunin before the war commenced. That would have been around the 48th or 49th year of Konoha, which indicates a buffer period of 1 to 2 years. As Wuchen pondered, The crow's finger gradually shifted on the map, moving from the land of grass towards the northeast. The tone of his voice grew increasingly grave. The cloud ninjas from the land of thunder, whose minds seemed to be filled with muscle, are even more troublesome and difficult to deal with. Originally, with Lady Tsunade personally commanding, alongside Jiraiya, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, totaling 5,000 shinobi, we could barely maintain a balance, even gaining some advantages on localized battlefields. However, recently, Lady Tsunade fell victim during a sudden assault by the hidden cloud due to her wretched hemophobia. This unfortunate condition rendered her vulnerable to a fatal flaw exploited by the notorious AB combination of the hidden cloud, resulting in her severe injuries. Consequently, our meticulously constructed eastern defense line nearly crumbled overnight. Following this, the AB combination led a substantial force of hidden cloud ninjas, relentlessly battering our positions. Had it not been for Lord Jiraiya's formidable strength, which consistently repelled the onslaught, our losses may have escalated to unbearable levels. Even so, we find ourselves steadily retreating before the relentless assault of the hidden cloud, with our main forces compelled to execute a strategic withdrawal into the land of fire. The reason Lord Danzo personally commanded nearly all of the route's combat personnel to the front lines was to halt the frenzied pursuit of the hidden cloud's main forces at all costs, thereby buying precious time and space for the retreat of our main troops and minimizing casualties. Otherwise, should our main forces become ensnared by the hidden cloud, Konoha would suffer its most devastating losses since the onset of the war, with consequences that are too horrific to contemplate, potentially jeopardizing the very safety of Konoha. Wuchen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. It is no wonder that Danzo adopted such a solemn demeanor before his departure, reminiscent of someone bequeathing final instructions. The current predicament of Konoha is far more dire than he had anticipated, teetering perilously on the edge of a precipice. To the east, along the coastline, the village hidden in the mist from the land of water is mounting a similarly fierce offensive. Yet, in comparison to the madness of the hidden stone from the land of earth and the ferocity of the hidden cloud from the land of thunder, or even the restless movements of the hidden sand from the land of wind to the west, the threat posed by the hidden mist is, for the time being, the least significant. Elder Mido Gate Flame and Elder Kurama Sho, accompanied by their respective clans ninjas, along with members of the Sarutobi, Nara, and Hyuga clans, as well as other smaller families, have temporarily assembled a force of over 2,000 ninjas to withstand the assault from the hidden mist. Notably, Danzo had specially reassigned the police force and entrusted the majority of the Uchiha clan's elite to this effort. This makeshift coalition has barely managed to maintain a balance, preventing the flames of war from spreading deep into the land of fire. But it is likely that this stalemate will not endure for long. Wuchen internally let out a barely perceptible scoff, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing about the arrangements concerning the Uchiha clan, he couldn't help but silently commend Danzo. This old fox, indeed, is perpetually scheming on how to undermine the Uchiha clan, the source of his greatest concern. Tasking the Uchiha clan with confronting the hidden mist ninjas, who excel in mist techniques and water-release ninjutsu, in a fog-laden environment. The power of the Sharingan would be significantly diminished, rendering it almost indistinguishable from the eyes of an ordinary person. After all, the Sharingan's perceptive capabilities rely primarily on dynamic vision, which is entirely different from the Byakugan's penetrating sight and reconnaissance abilities. The Uchiha clan takes great pride in their mastery of fire release techniques. Yet these are inevitably countered by the seemingly endless water release techniques emerging from the hidden mist village. Unless one speaks of exceptional figures such as Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Shursui, or Uchiha Itachi, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan would find themselves facing devastating casualties against the elite forces, ruthlessly refined under the blood mist policy. Danzo's overt machinations truly reflect a painstaking effort, imbued with a disingenuous benevolence towards the Uchiha clan. So much so that it compels them to venture into the most perilous of situations, leading to their own demise. Chapter 26. A Day Tour of the Intelligence Department. The Master turns out to be myself? Part 2. As for the west, towards the land of rivers. The crow's finger pressed heavily on the mottled western edge of the ninja world map, the sound as coarse as sandpaper. Just a year ago, we had barely repelled the land of wind, which now seemed poised for a resurgence. Intelligence indicates that they appear determined to stake everything, engaging us in a decisive battle on the western front. Lord Orochimaru is currently leading 6,000 elite leaf ninjas to withstand the onslaught of Sunagakure on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Wuchen listened intently, his deep black eyes seemingly unfathomable. Countless fragmented pieces of chaotic intelligence rapidly integrated, analyzed, and reconstructed within his mind. Each bloodstained place name, every troop number, and the peculiar movements of enemy and allied forces formed a vivid, dynamically evolving three-dimensional battlefield sand table in the depths of his consciousness, strikingly lifelike. After meticulously sifting through all the intelligence in his mind, as if watching a film, Wuchen suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. Like a crystal spring flowing into this oppressive space, the 8,000 main forces of a Wagakure, deeply engaged in combat within the land of grass, should currently have their logistical supply lines stretched to the limit, exceedingly fragile. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, that cunning old fox, would undoubtedly have reserved contingencies to guard against our forces severing their lifeline. Is there any mention in the intelligence regarding their specific rate of material consumption, types, and detailed analysis of supply sources? Beneath the crow mask, those profound eyes abruptly contracted, causing his movements to falter. He re-examined the child before him, whose height barely reached his waist. The question was sharp as a poisoned steel needle, striking at the heart of warfare. This was scarcely a query that could be posed by a mere 2-year-old. It resembled the keen insight of a seasoned veteran or a top strategist, focused on pivotal issues. Indeed, the documents contained records, but they were not particularly detailed, with many specifics left vague. The crow's voice was somewhat dry. From another pile of scrolls exuding the sin of ink and mildew, he extracted a relatively thinner one and respectfully handed it over. This was the preliminary analysis report from the frontline reconnaissance units regarding a Wagakure's logistical system. Much of its content remained based on experiential conjecture, lacking empirical evidence. Wuchen extended his delicate white hand to receive the scroll, his gaze swiftly scanning the densely packed, tiny script. His reading speed was astonishing, almost as if he were skimming 10 lines at once. The characters transformed into a stream of information, directly devoured by his profound eyes and absorbed into his mind. In a mere span of a few breaths, Wuchen laid the scroll down, his tone as unremarkable as if appraising an ordinary dish. This analysis report contains a glaring and fatal oversight. It entirely neglects the long-standing, intricate, and clandestine underground trade routes within the Land of Rain, which a Wagakure might be covertly utilizing for material transport. If the Hidden Rock Village truly resorted to desperate measures, employing those great channels that have long evaded the surveillance of the 5 great nations, then their current supply pressures may be far less severe than we have assessed. Perhaps even quite manageable. The figure of the crow, concealed beneath a mask, momentarily stiffened imperceptibly. The clandestine underground trade routes of the Land of Rain indeed represent a long-standing blind spot and pain point within the intelligence network at the roots. These trade routes are a chaotic mix of various factions, their intertwined forces making infiltration and surveillance exceedingly difficult, with a very low return on investment, which is yet to attract sufficient attention from the higher-ups. Most importantly, Hanzo the Salamander is stationed in the Land of Rain, and the Land of Rain is not involved in the conflict. Before the crow could fully regain composure from the shock, Wuchen's delicate and youthful fingers gently tapped on the map of the ninja world, specifically at an inconspicuous valley pass along the jagged border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, here as well. The direction and intensity of the troop reinforcements from the Cloud-Hidden Village are overly concentrated at this point, making a reckless breakthrough, as if they are determined to tear apart our defensive lines at any cost. Although the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village are known for their fierce and rugged combat style, priding themselves on crushing all schemes with absolute strength, their commander is not so foolish as to place all his eggs in one basket. This appears more like a meticulously arranged yet flawed feint. The true intention, it seems, is to maximally attract the attention of our main forces and to annihilate our viable combatants in this location, and then Wuchen's finger lightly swept across the map, pointing towards a prosperous region deep within the Land of Fire. Then, their real main force could exploit the opening, leading a large contingent of elite cloud-hidden ninjas deep into our territory, conducting a devastating raid and destruction. His finger tapped again, this time on 2 seemingly well-defended locations, which in reality are weak points with dispersed forces that are not mutually supporting and would find it challenging to provide rapid assistance if attacked. Or, here and here, a diversionary tactic. In the intelligence room, a profound silence descended. The air seemed to solidify, weighing heavily on each individual's heart. Even the dust particles suspended in the air appeared to be paralyzed by this invisible pressure, ceasing their dance. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he would never have dared to believe that such incisive and lucid strategic analysis could emerge from the lips of a mere 2-year-old child, one who could scarcely articulate coherent words. After a prolonged silence, the crow barely regained his voice, dry and hoarse. "You, all of this. Did you deduce it yourself?" Wu Chen slowly lifted his head, his youthful face still bearing an air of tranquility and composure that belied his age, as if he were merely recounting trivial matters. "Yes, just a casual observation, a bit of contemplation. Grandpa Danzo often teaches me that being at the roots, one must always observe more, think more, and keep a vigilant eye. It never hurts to be cautious." He deliberately slowed down the pronunciation of the 4 characters Tuanzong Grandpa, articulating each syllable with extraordinary clarity. The profound implications embedded within were self-evident and served as a timely reminder to the crow about certain matters. The expression concealed beneath the crow's mask remained a mystery to all, yet his entire being was rendered motionless. This impish child was truly a prodigy. The intricacies of these convoluted and ambiguous battle reports and intelligence required even a seasoned expert like him, who had immersed himself in the intelligence department for years. To summon all his capable personnel, expending considerable time and effort to repeatedly deduce, simulate, and cross-verify in order to grasp a semblance of clarity. Yet, this young lad not only possessed an astonishingly sharp memory but also, within such a brief span of time, pinpointed the latent strategic vulnerabilities and significant doubts capable of overturning the entire battlefield. This level of insight, this analytical prowess, this strategic vision that transcended his years was simply inhuman. However, the crow could not comprehend that Wu Chen's analyses stemmed not only from his intellect, but also from his profound understanding of the future trajectory of the entire shinobi world, an almost divine perspective of foresight. Particularly, in his previous life, he had conducted systematic and targeted in-depth research and study on the intricate details of the Third Shinobi World War as discussed online. What you have just said, these critically important intelligence analyses, I will immediately compile them into the highest level confidential report and submit it to the Hokage. No, I shall directly escalate it to Lord Tuanzong at the front lines. The tone of the crow's voice shifted, infused with excitement, fervor, and an uncontrollable tremor, as he instinctively corrected his statement. Wu Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement, revealing no surprise at this outcome. Everything was under his control. A fleeting glimmer of insight flickered in his profound eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued in a tone that was almost chillingly calm. "Aside from these battlefield-level intelligence, is there any deeper, more core information?" This time, the crow hesitated not a moment. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. He swiftly approached the innermost part of the intelligence room, stopping before a row of unassuming, sturdy iron cabinets. With a click, the crow carefully retrieved several black scrolls, tightly sealed with special firewax. These contained the true essence of the core struggles and significant interest within the entire shinobi realm. Wu Chen extended his hand, accepting the heavy black scrolls, feeling the cold, substantial texture beneath his fingertips. He quietly stepped aside, commencing an exhaustive review of each one. An hour later, as Wu Chen gently placed the last black scroll down, his inky black eyes reflected an unfathomable depth and chill. Through these top-secret documents, he gained a stark, brutal, and sobering awareness of the desperate and perilous situation faced by Konohagakure, as well as the deeper contradictions, darkness, and decay inherent in this seemingly passionate, yet ruthlessly cruel world of ninjas. War, a colossal meat grinder forged from blood and steel, once set into motion by ambition and hatred, operates with an unstoppable force, ruthlessly devouring all lives, hopes, and futures ensnared within its grasp. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed crow for the enlightenment provided today. Wu Chen slowly rose to his feet. His diminutive figure radiated a composure and determination that belied his young age. I kindly request, should any significant intelligence arise thereafter, to deliver it directly to my training ground without filtration. Crow gazed at Wu Chen's serene, untroubled visage, his mouth opening slightly as if to offer words of caution or praise, yet ultimately, all that lingered on his lips transformed into a profound, heartfelt nod of assent. "Indeed, I shall faithfully adhere to your command, Master Wu Chen." Wu Chen uttered no further words, merely inclined his head gently before turning away. Striding forth with the same calm and steady pace with which he had entered, step by step departing from the core intelligence chamber, rife with countless secrets, conspiracies, and the acrid scent of gunpowder. His silhouette, small yet remarkably upright, soon vanished into the impenetrable darkness at the corridor's end. Crow remained, akin to a stone statue, rooted in place, gazing towards the direction of Wu Chan's disappearance, his inner tumult of emotions swirling, refusing to be quelled. Chapter 27. The cruelty of the Roots. Having distanced himself from the acrid scent of ink and the faint whiff of gunpowder that permeated the intelligence department, Wu Chen did not return to training ground number 1 as he typically would. Instead, he pressed forward, venturing deeper into the shadowy recesses of the root base, a realm where sunlight could never penetrate. Concealing the most sordid secrets of the Roots, a hellish purgatory designed to cultivate fresh blood for the Roots and to train orphans. By Tuanzo's directive, the ninjas of the Roots, whether in times of peace or war, scoured the land of fire, both within and beyond the borders of Konoha, in search of orphans who had lost their parents and were left destitute. These innocent lives, upon their arrival at the Roots, faced the most brutal indoctrination and inhumane training. Their identities were obliterated, and emotions were deemed taboo. The ultimate objective was to forge them into mere instruments of obedience, killing machines devoid of selfhood. The methods employed were cruel. Any individual possessed of even a modicum of conscience would tremble in horror at the sight, their souls quaking in despair. For siblings to turn against one another in lethal combat, where the victor lives and the vanquished perishes, was merely a commonplace occurrence in this grim reality. In the deepest recesses of the Root training camp, darkness prevailed as if dawn would never break. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, blood, and a nauseating, decaying despair. Wu Chen was already aware of the brutality that awaited him and had mentally prepared himself before his arrival. Yet, witnessing the scene before him elicited a sinking feeling within his heart, despite his remarkable composure that belied his youth. Nearly 100 children, the eldest scarcely 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest merely 3 or 4, engaged in feral, primal combat, each punch and kick delivered with all their might. Their youthful faces bore no trace of innocence. Instead, they were marred by a chilling numbness and madness. The sounds of fists colliding and bones grinding against one another resonated painfully in the air, a cacophony that echoed throughout the vast training ground. Wu Chen could discern, beneath the frenzy of their struggle, the flickering glimmers of unwillingness and the anguish they were compelled to endure. A profound sense of compassion washed over Wu Chen. Tuanzo, you will meet a most tragic end. Truly, it will not be unjust to cultivate the strength to protect Konoha through such inhumane methods. Your ideal of safeguarding Konoha at any cost has rotted to its core since the moment you embraced this approach. It is a complete inversion of priorities. What you are doing is no different from planting a bomb beneath Konoha, destined to self-destruct. After a moment of silent reflection, Wu Chen resolved within himself, no longer hesitating. He summoned a surge of pure chakra that coursed through his throat, compressing within. In the next instant, a resonant and oddly penetrating shout erupted like thunder, drowning out the cacophony of struggle, gasps, and desperate cries that filled the arena. Everyone stop! Each word carried a soul-shattering force, striking the hearts of the children engaged in their desperate fight. In that moment, their movements froze, as if caught in a binding jutsu. In the training camp, silence fell so abruptly that one could hear a pin drop. These children had long been accustomed to this relentless torment. In their eyes, only the complete downfall, or even death, of one side could temporarily bring an end to this nightmare. This sudden cessation evoked an instinctive sense of relief among those still engaged in their fierce struggles. However, before this fleeting relief could spread, it was swiftly engulfed by a deeper, more pervasive sense of anxiety and dread. They were perplexed by what had transpired, fearing that this unexpected interruption would provoke even harsher and more brutal punishments from the instructors. The attention of all the children, filled with bewilderment and profound terror, converged uniformly upon the source of the sound, a small figure standing quietly at the entrance of the training ground, barely taller than some of the older children among them. Amid this eerie silence, a dark shadow emerged from the depths of obscurity, silently materializing before Wu Chen. Who permitted you to interrupt the training? The voice of the newcomer was hoarse and dry, each syllable imbued with an unsettling chill. He, codenamed Blood, was the chief instructor of this hellish training camp. An elderly man with a weathered face and murky eyes, he had been responsible for these unsavory tasks since the inception of the Root. Almost every so-called elite ninja emerging from the Root had, to varying degrees, experienced his methods of eradicating emotion, distorting perception, and forcibly instilling loyalty. Blood recognized Wu Chen, the unique child personally brought back by Danzo, who had high hopes for him. He understood that this child, appearing no older than 2 or 3, held a significance in Danzo's eyes far beyond that of an ordinary orphan. It was virtually certain that Wuchan was to be Danzo's heir, the future leader of the root. Yet, he stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Wuchan. The training camp adhered to its ironclad rules, established by Danzo himself, and was not to be defiled or challenged by anyone. In Blood's view, even a special case like Wuchan had no authority to intervene here. At least not without a clear directive from Danzo. The training here is under my full responsibility. Blood's tone bore no trace of human emotional fluctuation. It was cold and piercing. No one is permitted to intervene without my consent, a privilege granted to me by Danzo. Not even you. Wuchan calmly gazed at Blood. The cherubic softness of his youthful face had vanished, replaced by an incongruous depth, indifference, and a subtle, imperceptible authority that belied his age. He was disinclined to maintain the facade of compliant innocence. This training serves no purpose, Wuchan asserted, his voice resonating clearly for all present. Each word underscored by an undeniable conviction. It could not cultivate ninjas capable of genuinely fulfilling the goals of the root or of Grandfather Danzo. He paused, casting a cold, indifferent glance at the trembling children who were now even more fearful due to his presence and the confrontation with the chief instructor. Therefore, I intend to take them away. Starting today, I shall assume control of their training. Chapter 28. I am the Arbiter. Shue's brow, etched with deep furrows, tightened in a fierce knot. For the first time, a subtle yet unmistakable fluctuation of emotion crossed his weathered, numbed visage, an overwhelming astonishment intermingled with a barely concealed absurdity. You, what do you understand? Shue's voice involuntarily rose several notches, as he felt himself humiliated by Wu Chun, his tone brimming with offended ire. This is the orthodox training method of the root, personally devised and endorsed by Lord Danzo. What the root requires is a lack of self, devoid of emotion, a tool that executes tasks with unwavering focus, willing to sacrifice for the leaf at any moment. Tool? The corners of Wu Chen's lips curled into a faint arc, an expression rife with unmasked derision and disdain. A group stripped of even the most basic capacity for independent judgment, reduced to mere primitive instincts of slaughter, what utility could such tools possess? They are but inferior products, more fragile and easily exploited by the enemy. You, impertinent. Shue seemed poised to retort vehemently. Yet, it was evident that Wu Chun had entirely lost his patience for this fruitless discourse. Engaging with someone whose mind had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Danzo's warped ideology, who regarded pathology as a standard and cruelty as valor, was a sheer waste of time. In the next instant, boom! A colossal surge of pale red chakra, far exceeding Shue's imagination, erupted explosively from Wu Chen's diminutive frame. No longer was it the nebulous mist of chakra that he had first harnessed a year prior. Instead, it materialized into a tangible force, transforming into a tumultuous wave of energy that bore an oppressive weight, one that could induce a soul-deep tremor and near suffocation. Crashing relentlessly toward Shue with unparalleled ferocity, the surrounding air seemed to be utterly vacated, frozen in place. Shue felt an overwhelming, irresistible force descend upon him. His legs weakened abruptly, knees buckling uncontrollably, nearly forcing him to kneel in humiliation. He looked up in horror, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. Fixating on Wu Chun, the 2-year-old child was enveloped in a pale red chakra that visibly compressed and coalesced, eventually erupting into countless frantic, serpentine arcs of crimson energy that danced across his form. Crackle, crackle, zzz. The piercing sound of crackling electricity filled the air, rapidly suffusing the atmosphere with an intense, searing heat. The terror-inducing pressure, which sent shivers down to the very core of one's being, escalated to an unprecedented zenith. Within Shue, his chakra, driven by primal instinct, surged chaotically in an attempt to resist. Yet, the immense chakra he possessed, even among the elite, paled in comparison to the grotesque torrent of energy emanating from Wu Chun. It felt pitifully small, precariously teetering on the brink of annihilation. The color drained from his face in mere moments, leaving him as pale as a specter, his heart heavy with disbelief and despair. Such a level of chakra, such purity, such oppressive might. How could this possibly belong to a mere 2-year-old child? I reiterate, I intend to take them away. Wu Chun's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet the unwavering resolve embedded within was far more impactful than any roar. Should Danzo have any objections, I shall personally elucidate the matter to him. Your concerns are unnecessary. Wu Chun took a gentle step forward. That diminutive figure, framed by the raging crimson lightning, appeared remarkably towering in the perception of blood and all the orphans, resembling a youthful deity descending into the mortal realm. As for you, your opposition. Wuchen slightly turned his head. His face, which should have been pure and unblemished, now bore a chilling coldness and indifference. As you have stated, you are merely a tool. The descent of a tool is utterly inconsequential. The moment those words fell, blood could no longer withstand the burdensome weight of his body. Thud. With a dull thud, he fell to his knees against the hard, cold ground, collapsing in utter disarray. The terrifying chakra pressure pinned him down, rendering even a single finger immobile. He gasped, his throat emitting futile wheezes, attempting to articulate something, yet found himself incapable of producing a complete syllable. Only an overwhelming dread spreading within his heart. Wuchen did not spare him another glance. He slowly turned, facing the nearly 100 orphans who, paralyzed by the astonishing scene before them and the dreadful aura emanating from Wuchen, trembled in fear. As Wuchen's thoughts subtly shifted, the raging crimson lightning gradually receded into his being, and the suffocating pressure quietly dissipated like a receding tide. Everything within the training ground seemed to revert to its previous tranquility, as if the breathtaking spectacle, the miraculous arrival, had merely been a figment of the imagination. Wuchen's demeanor was calm and profound, sweeping across the faces of the cowering children without imposing pressure, yet seemingly able to glimpse their innermost fears and desires. Now, you all shall come with me. There were no threats, no forceful commands, merely an extraordinarily tranquil declaration. The children remained engulfed in the profound shock they had just experienced. Coupled with the ensuing bewilderment, for a moment, none could muster a response. Wuchen did not rush them. He simply stood quietly, allowing them ample time to process and make their choice. After a brief silence, the stillness was shattered. A little girl, appearing around 5 or 6 years old, with fresh scratches on her face still bearing traces of dried blood, seemed to have made a certain resolution. Timidly, she was the first to shift her frail feet. Her movement was small and gentle, yet it cast a stone upon the tranquil surface of a lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Then came the second, the third, and increasingly more children, gradually extricating themselves from the depths of profound fear and numbness. They gazed cautiously at Wuchen, where, in what should have been a bleak abyss, remnants of indelible terror still lingered, yet there also blossomed a subtle, imperceptible flicker of a faint yet tenacious radiance. It was a yearning for transformation, a longing for a touch of warmth. Observing this, Wuchen did not linger. He set forth with his small steps, leading the way out of the training camp. After a brief hesitation, marked by silent exchanges among themselves, the children quietly followed, one by one, pursuing the glimmer of light in Wuchen's wake. Just as Wuchen was on the verge of crossing the threshold that symbolized confinement and despair, he suddenly halted. Slowly, he turned back, his gaze landing upon the bloodied figure that had barely managed to rise from the ground, still hunched, with an expression filled with terror and despondency. Remember, before Grandfather Danzo returns, I have the final say over Root. If any new orphans are sent to the base, ensure that they are all, without exception, taken to training ground number 1. At this point, Wuchen paused, his dark pupils narrowing slightly, as a chilling glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Do you understand? Chapter 29. I am your redemption. In a corner of training ground number 1, the aroma of food wafted through the air, thick and irresistible. This overpowering scent dispersed the lingering odors of rust and dust, penetrating the nostrils of every individual present. Numerous private chefs, clad in pristine attire, busied themselves at the stoves, beads of sweat trickling down their brows, yet none dared to wipe them away. Their roles were distinct and organized, chopping, stirring, plating, each in perfect harmony. Preparing enough meals to satisfy over 100 hungry children within a limited time frame posed a formidable challenge, even for these skilled cooks. At the center of the training ground, more than 100 orphans stood rigidly, their bodies stiff from prolonged tension. They endeavored to maintain the emotionless faces instilled in them through rigorous training, masking their feelings. However, their noses twitched involuntarily, revealing the turmoil within. They furtively glanced towards the corners, their eyes betraying a primal yearning for food, coupled with a deep-seated wariness of the unknown. The subtle calculations in their minds were laid bare, drawn out by the tantalizing aroma of the food. Wuchen observed them silently. Each youthful visage bore the weight of an uncharacteristic weariness, a stark contrast to their tender years, accompanied by profound vigilance. These children, the eldest scarcely 8 years old and the youngest merely 3 or 4, should have been frolicking about, seeking comfort in their parents' arms. Yet, they had been forcibly reshaped. Their edges smoothed away, transformed into cold, unfeeling instruments of destruction, their eyes devoid of the innocence typical of childhood, the numbness they exhibited. A defense mechanism etched into their very bones by merciless training had frozen all traces of anger, as if their souls had been extracted. From this day forth, your training is under my command. Wuqing's voice resonated, clear and distinct, reaching the ears of every orphan like a heavy stone cast into a still pond. Stirring ripples of unease. Within the ranks, an almost imperceptible stir rippled through, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against withered grass, only to be forcibly suppressed, returning the group to a state of eerie silence. Doubt, confusion, and a hint of instinctual disdain churned within them. Who was this child, seemingly younger than many among them, to dictate their fate? They could not comprehend. Yet, the image of that stoic instructor from the training camp, whose very essence exuded death, easily subdued by Wuqing, was vividly etched in their minds. The terrifying pressure of his chakra, even when directed at them, rendered their breaths labored. This fear paralyzed them, leaving them mute. The previous training. Wuqing paused, his gaze sweeping over each child's fearful countenance. It was over. With the simplest of words, he declared an end to an era. I know many of you once had brothers and sisters. His tone softened, imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. In the future, I shall no longer allow you to fight amongst yourselves for survival. This statement, akin to a faint glimmer of light, endeavored to penetrate the thick layers of ice encasing their hearts. You will have enough to eat and a sound sleep. This unassuming promise bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The orphans remained eerily silent, devoid of any evident reaction, as if they had not heard a word. However, a few of the frail children trembled imperceptibly. Was it excitement or disbelief? To them, the notion of being satiated and well-rested was foreign, distant, almost akin to a fantastical tale. Merely flickering in the blurred recesses of their memories, buried beneath blood and suffering, only to be swiftly consumed by the harshness of reality. Wuqing observed their subtle reactions with keen awareness. He understood that these children's hearts had long been hardened beyond the chill of ice. To thaw the ice, time was required, as well as the opportunity for them to witness the raging wildfire of their potential. Hollow promises were far less effective than tangible actions. I will empower you genuinely and teach you how to live. I shall no longer allow you to be the lowly ninjas, discarded like trivial objects once they have served their purpose. As he uttered these words, Wuqing's voice betrayed a profound disdain for the existing ninja system. Remember, Wuqing raised his voice slightly, his gaze sharpening. I am your salvation. This proclamation resonated like thunder in the ears of the orphans. Yet, their faces betrayed no particular emotion, remaining as numb as before. Salvation? The term felt too empty, too distant, too ethereal. Given their tender age and the near erasure of their thoughts, they could scarcely comprehend what Wuqing was articulating. All they understood were their unending hunger, the bone-deep pain of their injuries, the relentless cruelty of daily training, and the looming specter of death. Wuqing chose to say no more. Words, no matter how eloquent, could never surpass the efficacy of direct action. Action is always the most convincing proof. He slowly turned away, taking small steps toward the corner where the aroma of food was most intense. The orphans hesitated, their eyes filled with struggle and confusion. Then, as if drawn by an invisible thread or blindly pursuing a flicker of light, they silently followed one another. Just as they had when departing that hellish training camp with Wuqing. When they cautiously approached the edge of the training ground, the sight before them brought every child to a halt, as if frozen in place. A row of makeshift wooden tables overflowed with an array of food, dazzling in its variety and abundance. The secret recipe roasted meat from the Akimichi clan sizzled enticingly over the coals, tended by a chef with a special fork. Golden oil dripped steadily onto the glowing embers, sizzling with a sharp crackle and releasing an even richer aroma that nearly ensnared one's very soul. Large chunks of tenderly braised beef swayed gently in the thick, savory broth, the scent of the meat wafting through the air, almost palpable in its intensity. The glossy smoked fish was meticulously arranged, its skin showcasing an enticing deep red hue, exuding a unique salty fragrance. Each piece of roasted venison, crisp on the outside yet succulent within, bore an essence of primal wilderness, dusted with finely crushed spices. Warm and fragrant, the pork bone ramen was a sight to behold. With its snow-white noodles submerged in a creamy, milky broth, adorned with vibrant green scallions and tender slices of char siu, provoking an insatiable urge to devour. The miso soup pot bubbled joyfully, releasing an aromatic steam that filled the air. There were also delicately crafted medicinal pastries from Nara, small and exquisite, emitting a subtle herbal fragrance. Dishes fashioned from fresh flowers in the mountains were not only a feast for the eyes, but also carried a hint of floral perfume. Piled high like little hills, they had never dared to imagine such abundance, even in their dreams. The almost tangible aroma of the food enveloped them warmly, penetrating every famished cell within their bodies, awakening the deepest desires. Their throats emitted rumbling sounds, the chorus of swallowed saliva resonating distinctly at the edges of the vast training ground. Even those children, most hardened and resolute from rigorous training, felt their bodies tense in response to the overwhelming urge to eat. The craving surged within them like a wild beast eager to break free from its cage, nearly overwhelming their restraint. Wuching observed them with calm composure. He extended a finger, still youthful yet imbued with immense power, and gently tapped the towering mound of food. "Eat," he commanded, his voice imbued with an almost magical allure. "Feast to your heart's content." Yet, not a single child moved. They stood there, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, their gazes rife with suspicion and confusion. Beneath it all lay a flicker of desire, desperately striving to emerge from the depths of their being. Was this real? Everything before them was so wondrous it felt surreal. Could this be an alternative form of training, a means of tormenting them with hope? After all, at their core, any act of kindness that exceeded their comprehension could conceal a deeper malice. Chapter 30. The Sun. Wuchen stood silently, exuding an aura of patience and anticipation. Ultimately, someone would succumb to their yearning. At last, the first figure stirred. It was the small girl who had trembled her way toward Wuchen in the training camp. She appeared the friliest of them all, her face marred by several bloodstains that had yet to fully dry, fresh abrasions scattered across her exposed skin. Perhaps the unbearable emptiness in her belly had breached the last bastion of her will, or perhaps the unprecedented, rich aroma had utterly dismantled her defenses. With trembling limbs, she cast a quivering glance at Wuchen and extended her skeletal, scarred hand. In a gesture almost reverent, she grasped a piece of warm roasted meat that lay closest to her. The meat retained a reassuring warmth, its heat seeping through its coarse exterior into her palm. Hesitantly, she brought the morsel to her cracked lips, summoning every ounce of strength to take a tentative bite. Chewing proved arduous as the fibers of the food tore between her teeth. In the next instant, succulent juices mingled with fragrant spices erupted in her long-parched mouth. It was a taste of exquisite delight, never before experienced in her meager existence. A warm current coursed down her throat, dispelling some of the chill that had settled in her abdomen. At that moment, the little girl froze, her actions arrested in astonishment. Then, without warning, tears began to cascade from her once blank eyes. One drop, then two, and soon a torrent followed. The tears splattered onto her grimy hand, blurring small patches of moisture. An uncontrollable whimper escaped her tiny throat. Initially faint and fragile, the sound quickly escalated. Without further hesitation, she began to devour the food voraciously, as if attempting to swallow all her past grievances, hunger, and suffering along with the delectable morsels. Her cries resembled a lit fuse, a signal. The second figure moved. The third followed closely. An increasing number of children surged forth like a flood unleashed, drawn to the food that exuded fatal allure. They were devoid of hesitation or doubt, seizing whatever lay before them and shoving it into their mouths. Their movements were crude, yet imbued with a desperate reverence. Some children, while swallowing greedily, wept bitterly. Their tears mingled with remnants of food, coating their faces in a sticky mess. They gasped for breath, yet continued to feed themselves. Others, in there, allow the scalding soup and the icy tears to intertwine freely, merging to produce indistinct sounds of swallowing and weeping. For a moment, at the edge of the training ground, the only sounds that remained were the rhythmic crunching of food, the hurried gulps, and the uncontrollable sobs, mingled with a tapestry of complex emotions. In those cries, there was a release of pain, a letting go of despair, a bewilderment after long suppression, and an incredulity towards this sudden, beautiful turn of events. Wuchen quietly observed this scene. They resembled a pack of young wolves, long entangled in their dire straits, finally granted a precious moment of respite and solace at the brink of death. His team of chefs continued their work nearby, diligently preparing food, ensuring a steady supply without any shortages. At this moment, a few paces further away in an unnoticed shadow of training ground number 1, a vague silhouette stood silently. Like a ghost melded into the darkness, a pair of sharp eyes were fixed on this chaotic and extraordinary scene, feeling an unprecedented shock within. He had been secretly assigned by Danzo to closely monitor all movements of Wuchen, an elite ninja from the route. Although Danzo claimed he would lead all core combat personnel of the route to the front lines, It was implausible for such a vast base to remain entirely devoid of any reserve forces, especially concerning Wuchen, the heir he held in high regard. How could Danzo not have a contingency plan, not send someone to observe and protect in the shadows? This elite ninja from the root was codenamed Xiao. Accustomed to slaughter and betrayal, his heart had long hardened like iron. Yet at this moment, he felt his understanding being profoundly shaken. A tempest brewed in the mind of this elite ninja, this small anomaly. So highly valued by Danzo that he spared no expense in nurturing it with the entirety of Root's resources. What on earth does he intend to do? When has the Root ever exhibited such a display of humanity? These children were no longer mere tools, numb and devoid of feeling. They were crying, laughing, and expressing themselves. This utterly subverted his perception of the Root and Danzo's ideology. Danzo sought absolute obedience, the obliteration of emotion. Yet everything before him was alive with vibrant feelings. Once Wuchen noticed that the pace of eating among the children had slightly slowed, alleviating the initial, nearly frenzied hunger. He spoke again. From now on, your 3 meals will consist of these. The sounds of chewing abruptly ceased, as if the food had lost its flavor. The weeping also paused, as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. The air became thick with tension. All the children, as if ensnared by a binding technique, abruptly lifted their heads, their movements stiff as they turned towards Wuchen. On their small faces, smeared with grease and tear stains, astonishment and disbelief were etched vividly. Nearly spilling from there with that phrase, "I am your salvation," perhaps had not been fully comprehended by them before. Yet now, in this moment, they grasped its profound significance. Through the bountiful spread of food, through this simple yet direct promise, they have come to understand its weight. Wuchen said nothing further. He slowly turned and, with measured steps, walked towards the center of the training ground. His diminutive figure stood out starkly against the vast expanse of the training field. In the depths of those once dull, lifeless eyes, something resolute began to dissolve quietly. It was the heart long frozen by the harsh realities of life. Furthermore, new, vibrant seeds were quietly breaking through the soil, resiliently flourishing the tender sprouts of hope. Wuchen did not look back. He sensed the searing, complex gazes behind him. However, he remained oblivious to the little girl who had been the first to follow him from the brutal training camp, who had mustered the courage to rush towards the food. At this moment, she was shoving food into her mouth with her grease-stained little hands while her tear-blurred eyes fixated unblinkingly on Wuchen's retreating figure heading towards the center of the training ground. In that instant, Wuchen's silhouette began to waver in the girl's tear-soaked vision, becoming somewhat ethereal and unreal. The small figure seemed to stretch infinitely, towering. No longer merely a 2-year-old child, but rather a colossal giant. Perhaps this was merely an illusion born from extreme hunger and overwhelming emotions. Or perhaps it was simply the purest, most fantastical imagination of childhood. Yet, the sensation felt profoundly authentic. Suddenly, the little girl noticed that atop Wuchen's receding figure, an indescribable glow had appeared, one that brought her immense comfort and warmth. This radiance sparkled without being blinding, warm yet gentle. It dispelled the long-born chill and fear within her heart, as if it could eradicate all darkness and gloom in the world, illuminating every forgotten corner. She felt an unprecedented sense of security. That feeling was akin to the sun. The little girl was just over 3 years old. Since she could remember, she had never truly seen the sun in the sky. The training ground was perpetually dark and oppressive. She had only vaguely heard of something called the sun through the occasional snippets of conversation from older children. They said the sun was warm, it was bright. Gradually, a small yet unwavering thought, much like a sprout breaking through the earth, quietly took root in the girl's heart, swiftly growing stronger and more vibrant. This thought was so intense that it made her forget the food in her mouth. The sun, she unconsciously murmured. He is the sun. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be contained. Surely, he must be the sun. Tears surged anew in the little girl's eyes. Yet this time, it was not merely sorrow and grievance. She gazed at the untainted silhouette. She beheld the sun. Chapter 31. The situation grows dire as the sun and moon continue their eternal dance. 2 months have passed unnoticed. Training ground number 1. Under the meticulous design of Wuchen and the swift execution of the root members, has undergone a remarkable transformation. The once blood-soaked arena, steeped in despair and cold brutality, has vanished entirely. In its place, there now stands a series of bright and immaculate dormitories, each furnished with comfortable beds and new linens. Separate communal bathrooms and shower facilities for boys and girls are perpetually infused with the refreshing aroma of soap bark, dispelling the remnants of past filth. The towering stone walls of the mountain have been skillfully carved by the root ninjas, creating several deep, sunlit openings. Sunlight streams through, casting a gentle glow that, while not blinding, breathes life into what was once a dismal place. In one corner of the training ground, a spacious and well-lit room has been established, resembling a classroom at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Neatly arranged new desks and chairs face a large blackboard, with stacks of paper and writing instruments at the side. On the opposite side lies a vast dining hall dedicated to the children's daily meals. The enticing aroma of freshly cooked food wafts through at regular intervals, becoming the most anticipated moment of the day for the children. Wuchen has effectively transformed Training Ground Number 1 into a small, efficient, and culturally enriched orphanage model. Those children rescued from the old training camp have received care far beyond their expectations. Their scars are gradually healing under attentive care, and their pale, gaunt faces are beginning to bloom with a healthy flush. Their expressions, once entirely numb and hollow, now carry a hint of the vitality and brightness that befits their youth. Though that brightness remains faint, it flickers like a spark, heralding a profound transformation. In the innermost corner of the training ground, a new independent office has been established. This is the exclusive space for Wuchen to handle various affairs. The office is simply furnished yet impeccably tidy. Behind a large desk, Wuchen is diligently writing. His hands, incongruous for his age, grasp a specially crafted brush, gliding effortlessly across pristine paper, leaving behind intricate and elegant characters. This is a set of regulations for the route that he has personally composed. The clauses are rigorous and logically sound, exuding an air of authority and cold rationality. Each provision addresses potential scenarios that the route may encounter in the future, outlining detailed plans and protocols. A soft, rhythmic knock interrupts Wuchen's contemplation. The silhouette of a crow appears silently at the door, cradling a piece of intelligence contained within a black scroll, its edges sealed with a special wax, bearing the highest level of Root's insignia, signifying its extraordinary importance and urgency. He strides to the desk and respectfully places the scroll before Wuchen, lowering his voice. Lord Wuchen. According to the latest battlefield reports from the front lines, the armies of Sunagakure and Kumogakure have successfully breached our primary defenses in the northeast and west. The defensive line originally established in the Land of Grass has been compelled to retreat into the borders of the Land of Fire due to the significant threat posed by the allied forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure on its flanks. Behind the raven mask, a complex expression flickers across his face as he swiftly gazes at the seemingly 4- or 5-year-old figure of Wuchen, who is, in reality, just over 2 years old. Prior to receiving this crucial intelligence, he harbored a lingering instinctive skepticism regarding Wuchen's astonishing analyses and predictions. After all, such insight and strategic vision ought not to manifest in one so youthful. Yet now, the harsh truth has ruthlessly shattered all his hopes. The ultimate outcome of the battle aligns almost entirely with your previous analyses and projections. Our ninja forces in the various fronts of Konohagakure are currently in a state of rout, necessitating a strategic and comprehensive withdrawal to preserve our remaining strength. Upon hearing this, Wuchen, seated behind his desk, momentarily halted his specially crafted brush, engraved with intricate, minute runes, above the paper. He then placed the brush steadily on the exquisite pen holder. He picked up a black scroll, exuding a faint scent of ink intermingled with the acrid odor of gunpowder. With nimble fingers, he unraveled the dark red seal binding the scroll and gradually unfurled it. The information inscribed with special ink on the scroll is strikingly alarming. As the content of the scroll unfolds, Wuchen's previously tranquil brow involuntarily begins to furrow. The atmosphere within the office seems to grow heavier, oppressive enough to make one feel breathless. The trajectory of events mirrors my expectations entirely. His voice remains calm, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation, as if Wuchen is merely stating an established fact. Sunagakure has not only utterly shattered the western defense line of the Land of Rivers, commanded personally by Lord Orochimaru, leading our western forces to abandon their positions in disarray, suffering substantial losses, but they have also forged a form of military alliance with Kumogakure, which has breached the eastern stronghold jointly defended by Grandfather Danzo, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya. His fingertips gently touch upon several key locations, marked with emphasis on the scroll. His movements steady and resolute. As a consequence, the strategic situation of the main forces stationed in the central region of the Land of Grass, personally overseen by the third Hokage, will fall into an extremely perilous and passive state. We will be compelled to abandon all positions meticulously established over a long period, which have consumed vast resources and manpower, and choose to withdraw immediately into the Land of Fire. Otherwise, any hesitation or delay will expose us to dual threats. The main forces of Awagakure pressing from the north of the Land of Grass, and the encircling maneuver of the allied forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure from the rear, putting us at risk of total annihilation. Wuchen's gaze shifts from the weighty scroll to the training ground outside, which he has personally transformed to allow a few beams of sunlight to filter through, his expression becoming exceptionally profound, as if he glimpsed the distant smoke and flames of battle on a faraway battlefield. However, such a large-scale and intense retreat would equate to completely exposing the vast and fertile heartland of the Land of Fire to the merciless blades of Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Kumogakure. At that juncture, it would likely result in a brutal massacre, leaving countless civilians displaced and families shattered. At this point, Wuchen's voice resonated with an icy chill, a profound recognition of the brutalities of war. Moreover, given the inherent greed of the high-ranking officials from the Sand, Rock, and Cloud villages, it is inconceivable that they would simply rest on their laurels, content with a fleeting victory. This is the most precarious moment since the founding of Konoha. And having paid such a heavy toll to breach the meticulously constructed defenses of Konoha, they would not be satisfied with mere short-term plunder and destruction within the Land of Fire. As Wuchen swiftly perused the intelligence report, he gently closed the scroll, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping against the cool surface of the desk. Opposite him, the Raven listened attentively, and upon absorbing Wuchen's incisive analysis, he found himself profoundly shaken. Hastily bowing to add, "Indeed, Lord Wuchen, your analysis is impeccably accurate, even more insightful than the facts themselves. According to the latest intelligence relayed by our operatives embedded within the enemy ranks, who risked their lives to gather this information, the Wind, Earth, and Lightning countries have officially formed an unprecedentedly large coalition army, far exceeding our prior estimations. They are rapidly advancing towards the core region of our Konoha village. Their objective is glaringly apparent. They seek to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely eradicate Konoha from the ninja world and partition the lands and resources of the Land of Fire." The Raven's voice trembled slightly with uncontainable excitement and concern, his mask unable to fully conceal the turmoil within him. Consequently, after urgent discussions among the third Hokage, Danzo, and two elder advisors, a high-level emergency war mobilization order was issued to the entire village late last night. The order mandates that all registered ninjas within the village, regardless of rank or lineage, must abandon all affairs and urgently gather at Kaiki City, located 700 kilometers away, unless they are still students at the Ninja Academy and have not yet graduated. Our ninja forces, currently struggling to withdraw from various fronts, have also been directed to Kaiki City as their final assembly point. He paused momentarily, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing in a grave tone. Moreover, even the elite force of approximately 2,000, originally stationed along the lengthy eastern coastline to confront the Mist Village's opportunistic attacks, including all ninjas from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, have received a stringent order to abandon their coastal defenses and hastily march towards Kaiki City to participate in the decisive battle. From all indications, the third Hokage is preparing to gather all available forces in Kaiki City for a final confrontation with the invading coalition of the Wind, Earth, and Lightning countries. A battle that will determine the very survival of our village. Wuchen gently nodded, and a bright glimmer flickered in his profound eyes. The overall military strength of Konoha is, in fact, not insignificant. It ranks first among the 5 great shinobi villages. However, prior miscalculations in wartime strategy and passive intelligence led to an extended front, with forces severely dispersed by a coalition of major nations' assaults. Such a scattered defense afforded the enemy the invaluable opportunity to concentrate their superior forces and strike each segment decisively. Thus, at this juncture, Konoha has no avenue for retreat. It must consolidate all available forces and engage in a desperate battle at the village's final strategic stronghold, in hopes of seizing the slenderest chance for survival. At this point, Wuchen paused slightly. He raised his gaze to Crow and calmly inquired, "Do we have any recent and concrete updates regarding the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" Upon hearing Wuchen's query, Crow instinctively responded with alacrity, not daring to exhibit any hint of negligence. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, set off in the early hours of yesterday, escorted by the most elite members of the Umbu, on a secret mission to Kaiki City. Clearly, he was well versed in this sensitive intelligence regarding the village's paramount strategic asset, showing no signs of oversight. After delivering this information, he lowered his voice to add, according to reliable feedback from our insider in the Umbu. Accompanying Kushina Uzumaki on her clandestine journey to Kaiki City are the village's foremost members from the barrier and sealing teams. The direct order issued by the third Hokage to the Umbu escort team was to ensure, at all costs, the safe arrival of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Kaiki City, while being prepared at any moment to engage in battle. Upon finishing, a flicker of concern passed across Crow's expression. Our intelligence analysis department has concluded that the third Hokage may have devised an extreme plan to unleash the Nine-Tails power at a critical moment in the final battle, in an attempt to forcibly turn the tide of the conflict. Chapter 32. The first step towards power. Upon the utterance of these words, the already tense atmosphere in the office grew heavier, almost palpable in its stillness. Wuchen listened silently, his expression devoid of emotion. The words of the Crow seemed to align perfectly with his expectations, hardly constituting a matter of great significance. After a brief pause, he spoke with a calm demeanor, drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet, it also represented a desperate gamble, the only potential source of hope amidst the dead end. His assessment was impartial, straightforward. He astutely pinpointed the essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, revealing the deep-seated despair and helplessness beneath. The future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had yet to fully unveil his strength as the Yellow Flash. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would also struggle to exert decisive influence amidst the ongoing war. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this venerable leader, indeed found himself devoid of viable options. In Wuchen's understanding, Konoha needed to secure victory in the battle at Kaiki Mountain and then rest for a period of 6 months to a year before Minato could truly emerge as the Yellow Flash, capable of reversing the tide and leading Konoha to triumph in the Third Great Ninja War. For now, Konoha still had to navigate through the darkness with great difficulty. The Crow bowed his head, his mask obscuring his expression, yet the tautness of his body betrayed his tension. He refrained from speaking. Over the past 2 months, he had learned far too many lessons. This individual before him, appearing no older than a mere toddler, rendered any defense utterly futile. Wuchen shifted his gaze from the scroll to the window. Sunlight struggled to penetrate through a specially opened aperture, dispelling some of the shadows. Young figures were engaged in basic physical training, their movements awkward and juvenile, yet imbued with a tenacity that belied their years. The seeds he had sown were indeed sprouting in the direction he had hoped. The power of the tailed beasts was formidable, capable of altering the course of localized warfare. Wuchen's voice resumed, imbued with an enigmatic significance, yet it also represented the sharpest, most uncontrollable double-edged sword. He continued, if wielded carelessly, it leads to self-destruction. The third Hokage perpetually repeated similar errors. A hint of mockery laced his tone, barely perceptible. Nevertheless, one could understand his choice in the current circumstances. He recalled the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, whose iron-fisted foresight led to extreme vigilance and suppression of the Uchiha clan, ultimately resulting in their isolation and the accumulation of resentment, sowing the seeds for the later massacre. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had once again tied the fate of Konoha to a single Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. How strikingly similar the path dependency was, how akin the gamble. Uzumaki Kushina. Wuchen silently pondered. A woman with a fiery temperament, beset by misfortune. Her future child. The yet-to-be-born prophesied one, the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The trajectory of history. Rendered all the more perplexing and fraught with uncertainty by the unprecedented intensity and premature outbreak of war. A meaningful smile, undetected by anyone, curled at the corners of Wuchen's mouth. The chakra of the Nine-Tails, truly powerful. His cells should be able to absorb it. He turned to the respectfully standing Crow, addressing him, Crow. Yes, Lord Wuchen, the Crow replied immediately, bowing, his demeanor even more humble. I require more detailed intelligence on Kaiki City. The deployment map of the various forces in Konoha, the current structure of defensive fortifications, and the list of all high-ranking commanders along with their recent operational patterns. His fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Particularly, he emphasized Uzumaki Kushina. His tone deepened. Her health assessment, records of recent emotional fluctuations, and the detailed composition of the close protection Umbu team, including the members' proficiency in ninjutsu and combat styles. I wish to know everything. The heart of the Crow raced suddenly, breath momentarily still beneath the mask. This intelligence transcended conventional military concerns, touching upon Konoha's highest core secrets. The difficulty and risk of acquisition were self-evident. However, he did not hesitate, nor did he voice any doubts. Yes, Lord Wuchen. I shall take immediate action to ensure completion. Wuchen nodded slightly, thoroughly pleased with the crow's execution abilities. Furthermore, he shifted the topic, his tone nonchalant. Effective immediately. The daily training intensity for all orphans at training ground number 1 shall be doubled. There will be no limits on supplies of food and auxiliary training medicinal baths. It is imperative to ensure they possess sufficient energy for recovery and growth. The crow looked up in bewilderment, as if seeking clarification from Wuchen. He did not understand. At this critical juncture for Konoha's survival, why would Wuchen invest precious energy and resources into these young orphans with such fervor, and even increase their training? A bold thought flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Wuchen seemed to see through his thoughts. However, he did not provide an explanation, continuing in a calm voice. Additionally, the overall food standards for the root organization should also be significantly increased. Henceforth, the food supply for all root members will see a quality and daily quantity enhancement of at least 50%. Ninjas are human, not mere cold instruments. At the very least, I do not regard people as tools. Wuchen's voice bore a rare gentleness, which only intensified the crow's unease. People must be well fed and nourished to possess the strength to work, to fight, and to contribute to the village. In this regard, the ninjas of Root, who dwell in shadows, are no exception. This left the crow utterly stunned, at a loss for words. He could barely comprehend the elevation of the orphans' treatment. The expenses for those children had long been borne solely by Lord Wuchen, drawn from the limitless special training funds approved by Danzo. Increasing the consumption for over 100 orphans could be justified within Root's accounts. Yet now, Lord Wuchen was demanding a substantial enhancement of food conditions for all personnel within Root? This was no trifling matter. What was his purpose? Would Lord Danzo, stationed far at the front lines, consent to such a large-scale budget adjustment? How could the administrative department, which governed Root's finances, and the logistics department, responsible for material distribution, easily acquiesce? While Root's funds were not particularly strained, every penny was scrutinized and stretched. As the head of the intelligence department, he found himself unable to address these complex issues involving the entire operation of Root. He had neither the authority nor the right to interfere. Lord Wuchen, Lord Danzo, and what of the administrative and logistics departments? They are unlikely to agree. Before the crow could finish his sentence, Wuchen swiftly interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Once Grandfather Danzo returns from the front lines, I shall personally elucidate matters to him. The tone in which Wuchen spoke was remarkably serene. As for the administrative and logistics departments, a subtle smile graced Wuchen's lips. Summon the heads of their respective departments to me at once. I shall personally persuade them. Upon hearing the term persuade, a jolt coursed through Crow's heart. A chill ascending from his very core. He was rendered speechless. The official head of the administrative department, Oilwoman Ryoma, a trusted aide of Danzo, was currently stationed at the front lines, commanding operations. Likewise, the logistics department's official head, Yamashiro Aki, also a capable ally of Danzo, was presently overwhelmed amidst the chaos of battle. Where could he possibly seek out these two prominent figures? Even if he could locate them, would it be feasible to extract them from the tumultuous front lines? The most he could hope to find were the temporary heads assigned to each department. Moreover, as far as he knew, both were nearing retirement, typically engaged in clerical duties, possessing little combat prowess. Would they dare to oppose the formidable presence before them? Surely, a mere glance from Wuchen would compel them to comply without question. Understood, my lord. Crow inhaled deeply, suppressing all doubts and astonishment deep within. I shall relay your orders to them with utmost precision. Ultimately, Crow could only bow in acquiescence, refraining from pondering matters beyond his authority. He had come to realize that from this moment forth, the power dynamics within the Root organization would likely undergo a monumental transformation. With that, Crow prepared to turn and leave the office to fulfill the tasks assigned by Lord Wuchen. Just as he reached the door, before he could even grasp the handle, Wuchen's calm voice resonated once more behind him. Ah, there is another matter of considerable importance. Crow halted, swiftly turning around, awaiting further instructions with respect. Following the enhancement of the overall meal provisions within Root, you are to immediately organize a reliable team to conduct extensive explanations and promotions internally. Wuchen's voice paused, seemingly contemplating his words. In the next moment, he spoke to Crow with grave seriousness. It is imperative that every member of Root comprehends. This significant uplift in meal provisions is a command issued personally by me, Wuchen. It was during my inspections of Root that I keenly observed our comrades, who, for the sake of Konoha and the Land of Fire, selflessly devote their youth, fervor, and even their lives in the shadows, only to find that the treatment they receive is woefully disproportionate to their sacrifices and contributions. Each of them is a true hero of Konoha, an unrecognized cornerstone safeguarding the tranquility of our village. Though their deeds remain unacknowledged by the world, their names unsung by outsiders. Yet I, Wuchen, cannot allow them to endure bloodshed, sweat, and the immense pressures and dangers for the village, while struggling to secure even the most basic necessities of life. Unable to enjoy a proper meal or a peaceful night's sleep. In Wuchen's voice, there was an unusual infusion of deliberate fervor and compassion. They are all heroes. Therefore, I, Wuchen, refuse to witness any hero who has sacrificed for the roots and for Konoha being treated unjustly. From this day forth, their treatment will only improve, and their lives will grow increasingly secure. This is my solemn promise to all of them, Wuchen. The comprehensive enhancement of their rations is merely the first step. Subsequently, there will be more initiatives to improve their living and working conditions, gradually implemented. Chapter 33. The transfer of power unfolds smoothly. A decision. Within the roots, the commands of Dustless are being executed, with repercussions increasingly manifesting. The personnel of the Crow organization are almost openly addressing the assembly in the root cafeteria. Once filled only with the monotonous sounds of clattering utensils and chewing, the cafeteria now buzzes with hushed whispers. A middle-aged root ninja, responsible for documentation, carries a tray noticeably laden with more food, even featuring a rare piece of pickled meat. A flicker of unease crosses his expression. Beside him, a logistics ninja lowers his voice to speak. Have you heard? This improvement in our meals comes directly from Lord Dustless. Lord Dustless. The documentation ninja pauses slightly, recalling the child, merely 2 years old, yet held in high regard by Lord Danzo. Indeed, that's what the folks from the Crow side are saying. The logistics ninja gestures subtly towards a group of Crow subordinates who are engaged in quiet conversation with other root members. They say that during Lord Dustless's inspection, he felt we were overworked, that our treatment was not commensurate with our efforts, hence this change. They also mentioned that this is just the beginning, and our treatment will be comprehensively improved in the future. In another corner, a ninja responsible for base security speaks with a hint of disbelief to his colleague. The latter, usually a man of few words, silently takes an extra helping of food, his chewing slowing just a bit. These root members have long been accustomed to suppressing individuality and emotions, operating like cold tools. Yet, food represents humanity's most primal need. When this need is unexpectedly met, and they are informed that this improvement comes from the benevolence and commitment of a superior, their formatted minds begin to experience subtle shifts. Especially as the Crow subordinates emphasize that further enhancements to their treatment are forthcoming, these shifts become increasingly pronounced. Doubt, speculation, and that nearly forgotten emotion known as anticipation quietly take root in the hearts of these ninjas shrouded in darkness. A week passes. The atmosphere within the roots has undergone a palpable transformation. In the past, root members encountering Dustless within the base would typically be daunted by Lord Danzo's special arrangements regarding Dustless's identity, as well as the aura of authority that belied his tender age. They merely outwardly acknowledged Dustless's future position as the leader of the roots, while internally, they felt little turbulence. After all, they had long since acclimated to their roles as tools. The identity of their leaders seemed inconsequential. However, now everything has changed. Whenever Dustless's diminutive figure appears in the training grounds, corridors, or office areas, root members, regardless of their tasks, instinctively cease their actions. They turn to stand at attention, bowing deeply to Dustless. Their posture is more respectful than ever, even imbued with a sense of reverence. Dustless keenly perceives that as they bow. The past numbness and void have dissipated to a considerable extent. In its place arises a genuine emotion, admiration. Yes, it is admiration. Such emotions ought not to manifest in the hearts of those who adhere to the principles of the emotionless root ninja. What pleased Wuchen even more was the fact that, of late, none had dared to voice any form of opposition or skepticism regarding the directives issued by the root. Adjustments to training regimens, reallocations of resources, and even personnel appointments were executed with remarkable efficiency. His words had seemingly transformed into undeniable edicts. Naturally, Wuchen relished this development, for it was precisely the outcome he desired. The foundation of power rests not merely upon violence and intimidation but also upon the allegiance of the hearts of men. Days later, in the early morning, within Wuchen's exclusive office, the figure of the Raven appeared punctually, bearing a substantial stack of scrolls. Lord Wuchen, All the detailed intelligence you requested concerning the battlefield of Kaiki City has been meticulously compiled, including troop deployment charts of the Leaf's various units. The current structural layout of defensive fortifications, a complete list of high-ranking commanders and their recent operational patterns, as well as the latest movements of the enemy coalition. The Raven respectfully placed the scrolls upon Wuchen's desk. Nodding, Wuchen picked up the topmost scroll and swiftly unfurled it. He perused the scroll with astonishing speed, grasping the essence of all the intelligence in mere moments. Shortly thereafter, he returned all the scrolls to the Raven. Excellent, the time for action has arrived. Summon all department heads within the route to Conference Room 1 to await my arrival. Yes, Lord Wuchen. The Raven, without a moment's hesitation, bowed and promptly withdrew. In Conference Room 1, the temporary heads of various departments within the route sat upright and attentive. Among them were those responsible for intelligence analysis, operational execution, logistical support, and internal discipline. These individuals had been hastily promoted to oversee daily operations in the absence of their respective superiors, who had accompanied Danzo to the front lines. In the past, they might have found it absurd to take orders from a child merely 2 years old. Yet, at this moment, as they beheld Wuchen entering the conference room with measured steps, each face reflected genuine respect and solemnity. The measures Wuchen had implemented within the route, combined with his wisdom and acumen far beyond his years, had won the complete admiration of these seasoned veterans who had long navigated the shadows. They felt powerless to resist and even hoped for Wuchen to propose additional policies that would benefit them. Wuchen approached the elevated chair that had been specially adjusted for him, but did not take his seat. In the vastness of the conference room, his diminutive figure stood remarkably tall. After surveying the assembly, Wuchen spoke. Gentlemen, the battle for Kaiki City has erupted in full force. The fate of the Leaf rests upon this conflict. Upon hearing this, the heads of departments instantly adopted a more serious demeanor. I am now preparing to join the fray at Kaiki City. To the astonishment of all, Wuchen unveiled this shocking revelation. What? Lord Wuchen, this is utterly unthinkable. The conference room erupted into chaos, with all the heads displaying expressions of horror, fervently attempting to dissuade him. Yet Wuchen merely raised his hand, signaling for silence. During my absence, it is imperative that each of you diligently fulfills your respective duties, maintaining the normal operation and order of our foundation. Ensure stability in the rear, and provide all necessary support to the front lines. After delivering this directive, without waiting for any dissenting voices, Wuchen's form distorted the surrounding space slightly, and he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a room full of bewildered and shaken root leaders. After a considerable pause, someone murmured, "Body flicker technique? No, this seems to be Flying Thunder God? Such a talent is truly monstrous." Wuchen had already made meticulous arrangements regarding the orphans and the training grounds. During his absence, a dedicated elite instructor from the Foundation would oversee their daily training and lives according to the curriculum he had established. This was a matter he did not need to concern himself with. After issuing orders to the leaders, Wuchen did not immediately depart from the route base. His figure silently appeared in a concealed corner, the deepest shadow of the base. An elite member of the Foundation, codenamed Owl, was seated cross-legged within this almost solidified darkness. His breath was subdued to the utmost, resembling a lifeless rock, perfectly blending with the surrounding environment. This was the instinct cultivated through years of training. He was responsible for covertly monitoring and observing Wuchen's every move, serving as Danzo's most clandestine informant. However, at that moment, a small figure appeared before him without any warning. Less than 3 feet away, Owl's heart skipped a beat. He had not sensed any fluctuation of chakra. This person suddenly materialized, merging seamlessly with the darkness. The realization sent a chill down Owl's spine, a sensation distinct from his usual vigilance. His body tensed almost reflexively, muscle memory urging him to execute the swiftest counterattack. His hand reached for the short blade at his waist, the movement as swift as lightning. Yet, Wuchen's response was even swifter than his thoughts. A small hand rested gently on Owl's shoulder. In that simple gesture, Owl felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, rendering him breathless, his chakra solidifying in an instant, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The stealth techniques he prided himself on, the assassination skills upon which he relied for survival, now seemed utterly ludicrous and pitiful. This elite ninja, among the finest in the Foundation, found himself as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. He could not summon even a flicker of resistance. His mind was a blank slate. He didn't even see how Wuchen struck. The speed surpassed his perception. This comprehensive suppression, both physical and mental, filled him with an indescribable horror and a hint of despair. A sense of powerlessness in the face of an unknown force. Wuchen did not inflict harm upon him. He simply subdued him with calm composure, controlling his strength with exquisite finesse, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance. Ow! Wuchen's voice resonated calmly, distinctly breaking the silence in the corner, shattering the stillness of the air. I know you are the one Danzo arranged to monitor me. Chapter 34 Code Name. Root, I am aware that you are the person sent by Danzo's grandfather to monitor me. Wuchen's voice was calm, articulating a simple fact that sent chills down the listener's spine. Zhao's pupils abruptly constricted to pinpoints. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, and his breath caught in an instant. He prided himself on his mastery of stealth, believing he had achieved perfection in concealment, never once suspecting he would be detected. Yet this child before him, this mere 2-year-old, had seen through him, and he, like a person lost in a fog, remained utterly oblivious. From the moment you first appeared at the edge of my perception, I recognized you. Wuchen added, his tone still flat. Yet each word struck Zhao's heart like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of his desperate hope. Zhao's throat constricted violently, his mouth parched, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. He yearned to speak, to defend himself, to plead for mercy, even to question. But under the gaze of those tranquil, unwavering eyes, all language seemed pale and utterly absurd. Observing Zhao's disheveled state, Wuchen felt not the slightest ripple within. His soul had perhaps become the most singular existence in this realm. This realization was not born of arrogance but was grounded in a profound awareness of his own being. Even the Otsutsuki clan and the so-called Otsutsuki deity, Kagaya Otsutsuki, could not begin to compare to him in the essence and strength of their souls. Just one question remained. Are you also a traveler from another dimension? He held an almost instinctive conviction regarding this matter, with a soul that transcended imagination. His chakra perception abilities had naturally reached an extraordinary level, incomprehensible to ordinary beings. Shortly after successfully refining chakra for the first time, a talent known as omniscient perception awakened within him, seamlessly integrating without the need for deliberate study, even if Xiao attempted to suppress all his presence and disguise himself flawlessly. Within Wuchen's meticulous and far-reaching omniscient perception, he remained as clear as a lighthouse in the night, utterly unhidden. However, Wuchen chose not to expose this. He needed to observe, to delve deeper into Danzo's true intentions, and to await the most opportune moment to pluck this hidden string. Now, the moment had arrived. You need not panic. Wuchen's voice remained calm. I harbor no ill will. The small hand resting on Zhao's shoulder relaxed slightly, and the weighty, suffocating pressure lifted abruptly. Only then did Xiao realize his back was drenched in cold sweat, his clothing clinging to his skin, icy and penetrating. After a pause, Xiao finally managed to force out a voice, raspy and strained. Who exactly are you? This question had weighed heavily on his heart for far too long. A 2-year-old child possessing such unfathomable strength and inscrutable intellect completely surpassed his decades of understanding, overturning his perception of the term genius. Wuchen. The response was succinct, devoid of any fluctuation. A member of Root? Have you not been observing me all along? Xiao fell silent. This answer, it seems, bears little distinction between saying and not saying. I shall personally explain matters to Elder Danzo. Wuchen appeared to see through the deepest concerns and fears harbored in Zhao's heart. His words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, were laden with profound significance. Zhao's gaze flickered with urgency, his mind a tempest of thoughts. Was this a warning? Or perhaps some form of insinuation? He dared not ponder further, for the more he thought, the more he felt a chilling dread. Wuchen showed no interest in the tumultuous waves crashing within Xiao's heart. To be honest, why do you not believe? How can you not believe? After a moment of reflection, he found solace. After all, the purpose of his journey had been largely fulfilled. He had rattled the cage, making Danzo's most secretive eyes aware that he, Wuchen, was no Navi child. He possessed his own will, supported by an unparalleled strength. As for the battlefield in Kaiki City, he had no choice but to go. This was for the future of the Roots. I am now prepared to head to Kaiki City to engage in battle. Wuchen's voice rang out once more, devoid of any emotional turbulence, as if merely announcing a trivial matter. Do what you deem necessary, or follow me. The final command allowed no room for negotiation, presenting only the choice. Upon hearing Wuchen's intent, Xiao remained engulfed in profound shock, his spirit in turmoil. His mind raced at an exhausting pace, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary situation before him and to make the most self-serving judgment. Resistance? The recent, fleeting clash, if one could call it that, was a stark testament to the foolishness of such an idea, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, inviting humiliation upon oneself. He harbored no doubt that had the other party so wished, he would now be a lifeless corpse. Moreover, Wuchen's intentions seemed devoid of malice, at least. From his proactive revelation of his identity and the offer of explanation, it appeared thus. Seeking Lord Danzo, this did not conflict with his own mission. And one could even argue that, to some extent, their goals were aligned. However, it seemed the reins of leadership would soon change hands. After a silence that lingered for what felt like an eternity, each moment a trial of endurance, Xiao struggled to extract a few words from his parched throat, each syllable draining him of strength. Yes, Lord Wuchen. He chose to submit. In the face of absolute power, this was the only, and indeed the wisest, choice. Moments later, Wuchen donned a specially tailored uniform of the Roots. It was a pure black trench coat, elegantly simple in design, with a large hood that enveloped his small frame in thick shadows. Unlike the somewhat coarse fabric of the typical Root members' uniforms, this trench coat was crafted from exquisite materials, supple in texture and cool to the touch, glimmering subtly in the dim light, and tailored to fit snugly, perfectly accentuating his tall stature of approximately 1 meter, which belied his age. The essence lies in the trench coat adorned with 2 intricate dark golden patterns, reminiscent of unfurling wings, which extend from the center of the back to the chest, meandering forward, subtly shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence against the pure black backdrop. Wearing it imparts an air of inscrutable mystery. He also donned a specially crafted black mask. The design of the mask is exceedingly simple, devoid of any superfluous lines or embellishments, perfectly conforming to the contours of his face, with only 2 elongated openings for his eyes. Notably, at the center of his forehead, a tiny, corona-like circle of pure gold burns with a faint, yet commanding glow in the darkness. This unique golden hue stands out strikingly against the black mask, bestowing upon him an aura of both enigma and grandeur, making it difficult for one to gaze upon him directly, endowing his diminutive figure with an indescribable sense of authority and pressure. Henceforth, my code name shall be Root, he instructed the figure beside him. His voice, muffled by the mask, carried a weighty authority that resonated deeply in the ears of the other. The figure, showing utmost respect, bowed his head, concealing the tumultuous emotion swirling within his eyes. Yes, Root. My lord. This new appellation signifies a fresh beginning, as well as a declaration. A profound shock coursed through his heart. Root, was he that the name of their organization? He had audaciously chosen the organization's name as his code name. A prodigy. He marveled inwardly. No, perhaps, a deity, one could argue. Subsequently, 2 figures, one tall and one short, one in front and the other behind, melded into the shadows of the night, silently departing from the heavily guarded, impregnable base of Root, without disturbing a soul nor leaving a trace behind. Chapter 35, The Intense Meeting. Danzo's determination. Within the command center of Kaiki City, the atmosphere is heavy with tension as a pivotal pre-battle meeting unfolds. Military maps adorn the stone walls, depicting the shrinking borders of the Fire Country, with the enemy's red arrows glaringly piercing into the heartland. Nearby, communication devices emit a low, ominous hum, further intensifying the sense of despair permeating the air. The senior members of Konoha appear weary, their faces etched with anxiety. Standing beside the map, Shimura Danzo is rigid, his expression devoid of warmth. He breaks the stifling silence with a voice that is sharp and gravelly. The eastern front faces the hidden cloud, he states, his gaze sweeping over Jiraiya before lingering momentarily on the vacant command seat of Tsunade. His eyes reveal a blatant disdain, hinting at a sense of inevitability, a complete and utter defeat. Danzo's tone remains monotonous as he lays bare the grim facts. Countless Konoha ninjas have perished, and elite forces have suffered devastating losses. The army of the Hidden Cloud now rampages through the heart of the Fire Country, committing acts of arson and pillage as if traversing an uninhabited land. Jiraiya, he calls out, his voice suddenly rising. This is the outcome of your and Tsunade's command. You bear full responsibility. Jiraiya, who had been leaning against the cold stone wall with arms crossed, straightens abruptly, his tall frame trembling with pent-up fury. The usual carefree demeanor is now overshadowed by an intense rage. Tsunade has hemophobia, Danzo. Surely, you are aware of this. He retorts. The AB duo from the Hidden Cloud is fearsome. They launched a reckless assault on the command camp. Tsunade stood resolutely at the forefront. And had I not rushed back in time, she would have been in grave danger. Jiraiya's voice quivers with emotion. What do you mean by this? Are you seeking to exploit this crisis to exact revenge upon us? To eliminate dissent? Preposterous. Danzo sneers coldly, a smile as frigid as ice gracing his lips. On the battlefield, individual weaknesses spell collective disaster. The incompetence of leaders is the graveyard of armies. He emphasizes his words with a weighty tone. It is precisely because of your so-called humanity and emotion that the northeastern defense line has collapsed. He continues, were it not for my urgent leadership of the route. Disregarding casualties and committing fully to the defense against the Hidden Cloud's advance, Konoha would have suffered even greater losses. Kaiki City would likely be engulfed in flames by now. With that, his gaze shifts to Orochimaru, who observes the dispute with a serpentine calm, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as if savoring a theatrical performance. And what of the Western Front, Orochimaru? Danzo's voice remains devoid of warmth. A year ago, when I personally commanded, Sunagakure was on the brink of collapse. Unable to emerge from its shell, Konoha held absolute initiative. Now, they have counterattacked, not only reclaiming lost territory, but also allying with the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone. Their forces advancing towards Kaiki City. What does this defeat signify? Is it possible that your brilliant mind cannot comprehend such a trivial matter? Orochimaru's smile widened, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his golden serpent eyes. He extended his tongue to lightly lick his lips, reminding us that war is ever-changing. Danzo, variables are invariably present. Much like unpredictable catalysts in an experiment. Perhaps, the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, is more formidable than we had anticipated. I must admit, I find his magnetic release rather intriguing. Though this statement may seem explanatory, it carries an underlying tone of disdainful provocation. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained silent in his seat. The lines etched on his aged face bore testament to the fatigue wrought by war, his mind incessantly pondering how Konoha might navigate this crisis. Observing Danzo's targeted attacks on his three disciples, the third Hokage finally spoke. He rapped the bowl of his pipe against the heavy wooden table twice. The sharp yet weighty sound resonated throughout the tense room, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Danzo, mutual accusations served no purpose at this juncture. His voice, though worn and hoarse, could not conceal its authority. Konoha stands at the most perilous crossroads since its inception, besieged on all sides. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and the lurking threat of Kirigakure along the eastern coastline. The four great ninja villages have united in an effort to partition the Land of Fire, seeking to obliterate Konoha entirely. No matter how powerful Konoha may be, the strain of multi-front warfare has rendered us beleaguered and our forces stretched thin. Seated nearby, Shizen wore a stern expression, nodding vigorously at Hiruzen's remarks. Indeed, Danzo, your accusations are ill-timed and will only exacerbate internal discord. What we require now is unity to weather this storm, not pointless infighting that may provide our enemies with a spectacle to relish. Mito Gate-in also frowned deeply, solemnly echoing, is this truly the time for assigning blame, Danzo? With the enemy at our doorstep, we should be deliberating on how to repel them. Or do you harbor ulterior motives? Motives? When has he ever been without ulterior motives? Upon hearing Un's words, Jiraiya ignited like a powder keg, seizing the opportunity to glare at Danzo. He had been awaiting such a moment, had he not? In Konoha's time of peril, with the tide of war against us, he seeks to undermine all perceived threats to consolidate greater power for himself. Perhaps he even covets the position of Hokage. What is your true intention, Danzo? Reveal it. Cease your veiled machinations. Faced with Jiraiya's merciless interrogation and the wary scrutiny of others, Danzo maintained an impassive demeanor. As if the accusations were merely a gentle breeze brushing against his sleeve, he remained unperturbed, or perhaps, simply indifferent. He let out a cold chuckle. Intentions? The sole purpose of this old man has always been singular, the survival of Konoha, the absolute safety of its existence. His solitary eye radiated a terrifying brilliance, surveying each individual present. Had it not been for my foundational strength, stepping forth when you were all rendered helpless and retreating in defeat, filling the vast defensive void created by your ineptitude, and staunchly resisting the enemy's frenzied assault at all cost with blood and life, the current situation would be far more deplorable. I, Danzo, have acted for Konoha with a clear conscience. Implicit in his words was the accusation that everyone else present was a principal architect of the current predicament, especially the defeated commanders, who bore the weight of their own guilt. The atmosphere brimmed with unspoken reproach and suppressed resentment. A toxin named suspicion quietly spread among them. Even the typically composed and robust leader of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Torafu, felt the tension gnawing at his composure, instinctively shifting his substantial frame. His countenance dark enough to drip with despair. The argument intensified, saliva flying, a conflict devoid of gunpowder, yet as fervent as the blood-soaked battlefields of the front lines. No one could persuade another, nor would anyone yield an inch. Moreover, the fear that Danzo might seize power amidst the chaos choked each throat present, constricting their breaths. At last, Danzo seemed to sense the moment had arrived. Continuing the debate was futile. A glint of cold, precise calculation flashed in his solitary eye, imbued with a resolute determination akin to burning bridges. Enough. Silence. I have no desire to engage in these futile disputes any longer. He slammed his palm upon the table, the sound reverberating like thunder. The assembly was momentarily stunned into silence by his abrupt explosion. The enemy coalition would soon be at the gates of Kaiki Castle. By morning at the latest. Our forces are insufficient, our elite troops diminished by over half, constantly on the defensive, our lines as fragile as paper. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to press heavily upon their hearts. We have but one choice left. A decisive, preemptive strike that could alter the course of battle. He scanned the room, articulating the earth-shattering 4 words with deliberate gravity. Release the Ninetales. An oppressive silence enveloped the conference room, heavier than any previous moment. The air felt as if it had beside him. Mito Minyan shook his head vigorously, his complexion as pale as parchment. The risk is too great. Too great. It is beyond imagination. Should it spiral out of control, the entire Kaiki city, along with all of us, would be consumed by the Ninetales. That would herald the end of Konoha. Even Orochimaru, who had consistently feigned indifference to everything, showed a crack in his detached facade. His serpentine eyes widened slightly, revealing a complex glimmer of excitement intertwined with cautious vigilance. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, fully unleashing the beast power on the battlefield. Indeed, this is a profoundly destructive variable. However, controlling it presents an insurmountable challenge, Danzo. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction, and the consequences would be dire. There was an unusual anticipation in his tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed a penetrating gaze on Danzo, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a tumult of shock, anger, and a chilling despair that threatened to engulf him. This thought, no matter how abhorrent or contrary to his ideals of the will of fire, had undeniably slithered through his mind like a venomous serpent during those restless, sleepless nights of darkness. Danzo sensed the fleeting wavering in Hiruzen's eyes and seized the opportunity to press further, his voice low and laced with undeniable persuasion. Is her life, or rather her sanity, truly more significant than the survival of the entire Konoha, than the lives of hundreds of thousands of villagers? The village stands on the brink of destruction, Hiruzen. The enemy will not grant us the luxury of hesitation. Weapons are meant to be wielded, especially in moments that determine life and death. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales is Konoha's most formidable strategic weapon. Or would you rather witness Konoha reduced to ashes, watch as the villagers are mercilessly slaughtered? All while clinging to your laughable notions of mercy and morality, indecisive, ultimately extinguishing Konoha's last glimmer of hope? Chapter 36. I am the Hokage. A surprise for Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands rested on the table, the knuckles turning pale from pressure. The lines of his jaw were taut, muscles rigid and tense. The playful and lively demeanor of Kushina, coupled with the terrifying chaos that the Ninetales could unleash if provoked, painted a horrific picture in his mind. Such cataclysmic power came with an unbearable cost. No, absolutely not. Lord Danzo. I adamantly refuse to allow Kushina to take such risks. I refuse. Suddenly, as the atmosphere in the conference room froze, an urgent and furious voice burst through the door. All eyes turned towards the source, a young man with striking golden hair. Minato? How did you get in here? Jiraiya was the first to regain his composure. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen to Kushina. I promise. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the excitement on Minato's face dulled slightly. Teacher Jiraiya. Before he could finish, Danzo's frigid voice yanked him back to the harsh reality. Uzumaki Kushina is first and foremost a Konoha ninja, and only secondarily a Jinchuriki. To put it more plainly, this battle involves the protection of her as a weapon. Konoha has already lost so many ninjas. Why should Uzumaki Kushina be exempt from sacrifice? Let us not forget. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales has always served as Konoha's strategic deterrent, and now is the time for it to be utilized. Everyone wake up. In the face of Konoha's survival, no one is beyond sacrifice. Not even I, and certainly not the Hokage. And she, Uzumaki Kushina, is even less deserving of exemption. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fist slammed onto the table, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the conference room. "Shut up, Danzo." His voice was hoarse, filled with rage. "We will not reach that point. Not unless we are truly at our wits' end, with no options left. Kushina will never be a pawn we willingly sacrifice. If sacrifice is necessary, then it is I, the Hokage, who will step forward first. It is not your place to make that decision for me." In the room, it felt as though everyone collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Though the sound was nearly imperceptible, Hiruzen's words, true to the essence of a Hokage, effectively quelled Danzo's aggressive demeanor and provided reassurance to the others present, particularly Minato, who gazed at Hiruzen with unspoken gratitude, his eyes conveying everything without uttering a word. Jiraiya visibly relaxed, yet his expression towards Danzo was laced with undisguised hostility. Danzo's aged face contorted with rage, the icy facade he had maintained crumbling in that moment. A low, suppressed growl erupted from deep within his throat. "Hiruzen, you will surely regret this," he roared, calling out the Hokage's name in a fit of fury. "Your useless compassion, this lethal weakness, will inevitably toll the death knell for Konoha." Saratobi Hizashi abruptly rose from his seat, the pent-up fury that had long been suppressed finally finding an outlet. His usually gentle eyes now blazed with an intensity akin to two raging fires. "Enough, Danzo." His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, drowning out Danzo's furious shouts. "I am the Hokage." At this point, the meeting had effectively disbanded. That meager semblance of unity, if it had ever existed, lay shattered beyond repair. Danzo, his rage palpable, swept away with a flick of his cloak, the dark fabric billowing ominously in the wind, resembling a gathering storm cloud. Each step of his boots echoed against the cold hard stone of the streets of the village, as if he were intent on crushing the malevolence within him with every stride. Without a glance back, he strode towards a secluded, heavily guarded corner of the castle, a temporary stronghold for the Root organization. The air here was even chillier than outside, with shadows enveloping the dimly lit space. As he passed, the masked Root ninjas bowed deeply, but Danzo barely acknowledged them, striding straight through. In his makeshift office, furnished in the most rudimentary manner, he did not even take a seat. The malevolent energy from the meeting still coursed through his chest, bitter and acrid like swallowing a bitter herb. Hizashi's weakness, Jiraiya's insolence, and the short-sightedness of the Elder Council. They would soon come to realize. They would soon understand who was truly right. A shadow silently detached itself from the corner of the room. Oil Woman Ryoma bent deeply, cradling a securely sealed scroll in her hands. "Lord Danzo, this is the latest intelligence from Konoha." Danzo's ire was momentarily subdued, replaced by his characteristic coldness and focus. He snatched the scroll with haste. His single eye scanned the text rapidly, initially struggling to discern the words due to his lingering anger. But soon they came into sharp relief. The intelligence detailed the recent actions of Uchiha, documenting his takeover of the orphan training. He had abolished the previous cruel training regimen of Root, providing ample food, comfortable accommodations, and even, so-called, compassion for those little wretches. Moreover, he had increased the rations for all members of Root, even daring to proclaim this was merely the first step. Danzo's jaw twitched involuntarily. Uchiha, the child in whom he had once placed immense hopes, the heir to Root that he had personally chosen. Was this his interpretation of Root's will? To coddle future tools with such maternal kindness? To erode their will with worthless emotions? The ninjas of Root were meant to be emotionless tools, cold weapons. What they required was unyielding discipline, a chilling ruthlessness that would utterly obliterate their sense of self. Not some nonsensical feast and bedtime stories. An indescribable sense of disappointment and dissatisfaction coiled around Danzo's heart like a venomous serpent, intertwining with the previous searing anger to forge a more frigid fury. There was no doubt in his mind about the formidable strength of that boy, Muchin. The rapidity of his growth was astonishing. Yet, this approach was fundamentally flawed. It entirely contravened the very essence of existence. Such behavior was a manifestation of weakness, a lethal flaw, an exceedingly perilous deviation. Emotions, he mused, merely render one vulnerable. Danzo's voice lowered, raspy as if sandpaper were scraping against wood. The so-called bonds were nothing more than burdensome encumbrances. He had once believed that Muchin, the boy whose maturity belied his youth, grasped this truth. Now, it appeared he was grievously mistaken. Perhaps the lad was still too green, easily swayed by those laughably naive sentiments of compassion. Danzo clenched the scroll in his hand, crumpling it into a ball of refuse. "This war," he began. Speaking not so much to Oil Woman Ryoma as to himself, the man's presence was as faint as it had been upon his arrival, nearly negligible. Once the crisis in Konoha was alleviated, once this damned war concluded, a chilling resolve glimmered in his solitary eye. I shall personally correct Mu Chin's understanding. He will come to comprehend what true strength entails. He will realize that to safeguard the great tree of Konoha, one must unhesitatingly sever the decayed roots. No matter how agonizing the process may be, the child's talent was unparalleled and must not be squandered. It must be forged, tempered, and shaped into the form that Danzo required, a form that would serve as the roots necessary for Konoha's survival in the endless darkness. Danzo inclined his head slightly towards Oilwoman Ryoma, signaling him to withdraw. He was in dire need of rest, to restore both his physical and mental fortitude. Having thwarted the enemy, he had not closed his eyes for more than 10 consecutive days, and he was now utterly spent. He needed to recuperate swiftly, otherwise, he would be ill-equipped to confront the impending decisive battle. Ryoma acknowledged with a nod, his figure flickering before vanishing into the shadows of the room. Weary, Danzo collapsed onto the rudimentary military cot, barely closing his eyes when a youthful voice, unexpectedly and ghost-like, echoed in his ear. "Long time no see, Grandpa Danzo." Was it an auditory hallucination? Was he so fatigued that he was hearing the voice of that little brat Mu Chin? Danzo furrowed his brow tightly, but immediately after, the voice rang out clearly once more. "Grandpa Danzo, are you asleep?" It was not a figment of his imagination. Danzo abruptly opened his solitary eye, nearly springing upright, and beheld a figure clad in a black trench coat adorned with intricate dark golden wing-like patterns, a black mask embellished with a golden crown-like ring at the forehead. Standing silently at the foot of his bed, beside that individual knelt a figure he knew all too well, none other than the elite he had dispatched to surveil Wuchen. "Xiao. Grandfather Tuanzo, it is I," the masked man declared, reaching up to remove the mask from his face, revealing Wuchen's youthful visage, marked by an unsettling tranquility that belied his tender years. However, to his astonishment, the moment Tuanzo laid eyes on him, his already somber countenance darkened to an extent that it seemed as if it could drip with despair. He immediately demanded in a harsh tone, "You impudent child, how did you come to be here? Xiao, what on earth is happening?" Chapter 37, A Surprise? This is hardly distinguishable from astonishment. Grandpa Danzo. It has nothing to do with him. Wuchen glanced at the figure of Xiao, who was kneeling beside him. "You arranged for Xiao to protect me. In truth, I was aware of this from the very beginning. I took the initiative to seek him out for this battle, leaving him no choice but to accompany me." From the very beginning? A battle? Initiative? A battle? Absurd. What business does a mere child of 2 years engage in warfare? Danzo's voice erupted in anger. Yet he immediately seized upon the most chilling aspect of the statement, his voice abruptly faltering. "Wait, you discovered him?" "Indeed. From the moment Xiao first appeared near me, I sensed his presence. After all, his chakra fluctuations were as apparent to my perception as flames, far too conspicuous." Wuchen smiled faintly, then shrugged, as if recounting a trivial matter. Hiss, Danzo inhaled sharply. A chill coursed through him from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, instantly clarifying his wearied mind. This child, his chakra is remarkably vast, beyond that of any human. His potential surpasses all so-called geniuses known to date. Now, even in the realm of perception, he has transcended the boundaries of humanity. Danzo stared blankly at the youthful visage before him, while Wuchen appeared unperturbed by his reaction, merely pushing back the hood of his cloak. He then turned his gaze to the still kneeling Xiao. "You may rise." Xiao lifted his head, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He glanced at Wuchen, then swiftly surveyed Danzo's fluctuating expression. In the end, he chose to comply. "Yes, Lord Wuchen." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao's form melded into the shadows, vanishing from the room. Only the two of them remained. "Grandpa Danzo, I have gathered much intelligence regarding the war while in Konoha. I am aware that Konoha is currently facing perilous times. As a citizen of Konoha, a member of the Root, I feel it is my duty to protect our village." Wuchen's voice was calm and sincere. "Moreover, I harbor some concern for your safety, which prompted me to take the liberty of bringing Xiao to Kaiki City." Noticing that Danzo was still enveloped in shock, Wuchen mused inwardly. "Old Danzo, your mental fortitude leaves much to be desired." With a thought, a panel materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Dustless, transcender, age, 2 years, body, 7, 12. Continuously growing, soul, energy, bioenergy, chakra, 142 cards, continuously increasing, cells absorbing. Feedback enhancing physical foundation, Ninjutsu Taijin, Shadow Clone series, Flying Thunder God series, Dark Arts, Summoning Technique, Dream Eater, 5 Elements Series, abbreviated, Others, Sealing Techniques, Inner 4 Symbol Seal. For Symbol Seal, Tongue Curse Eradication Seal, Dustless, Modified, Self-Cultivation Curse Seal. Abilities, Transcendence, Omniscient Perception, System Space, Root Scroll, Mini Nuclear Bomb, Portable Launcher. 1,000 Explosive Tags, Large Water Jug, 1,000 Special Food Pills, 1,000 pounds of barbecue, 300 bowls of ramen, 30 pots of Nara family medicinal cuisine. System Message, Omitted. It has only been 3 months since Danzo left the Hidden Leaf. Dustless's physical prowess has increased by nearly 1/3, and chakra has surged by over 20 cards. This magnitude of growth could astonish that so-called genius Kakashi, making him draw a rainbow with his left hand and a dragon with his right. The data panel vanished. Dustless's gaze returned to Danzo. I am not boasting, Grandpa Danzo. Even the elites of Root are not my match now. This statement finally yanked Danzo from his chaotic thoughts. His brow furrowed. The earlier shock replaced by a deeply entrenched stubbornness. No, you lack experience. War is not comparable to routine training. Any oversight on the battlefield may lead to irreparable consequences. You must return immediately. Danzo still did not truly comprehend the weight of Dustless's words. In his eyes, the Hidden Leaf had not yet fallen to the point of requiring a 2-year-old to take the battlefield. He was about to issue an unequivocal command when Dustless suddenly crouched down, interrupting him. He extended a small hand and gently pressed it against the cold stone ground. There was no violent fluctuation of chakra. Upon releasing his palm, a complex and intricate golden circular formation imprinted itself upon the ground. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Danzo's solitary eye. Grandpa Danzo, please take note. A faint smile graced Dustless's lips as he stood and stepped back a few paces. In the next instant, Dustless's figure vanished from its original spot without warning. When he reappeared, he stood above the golden circular formation. Body flicker? No. Danzo's gaze sharpened like a blade, his voice trembling with disbelief. Is it the Flying Thunder God? As a disciple of the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he was all too familiar with this technique. This forbidden art, hailed as the fastest in the ninja world. He had once attempted to learn it, but due to his limited talent, it had ultimately come to naught. Yet now, Dustless, a mere 2-year-old child, utilized it with such effortless ease? Indeed. The root scroll documented this forbidden technique. However, he handed the scroll to Wuchen, and it had only been 3 months. 3 months? To master the Flying Thunder God technique with such proficiency? The implications behind this achievement caused Danzo's heart to momentarily halt. A talent for space-time manipulation, an abundance of sealing technique knowledge, an immense chakra reserve, and meticulous control. You have mastered the Flying Thunder God? Danzo's voice was somewhat hoarse. He needed to reconfirm this astonishing reality that shattered his perceptions. Yes, I can now use it with great skill, Wuchen replied with a smile, tilting his small face in a pose that begged for praise. Not only the Flying Thunder God technique, but I have also mastered its series of ninjutsu, including the Flying Thunder God Guided Thunder, among others. His eyes sparkled with a certain light, as if to say, hurry, praise me. Yet, within Danzo's mind, a singular thought echoed wildly. A prodigy among prodigies. Mastering the Flying Thunder God signifies that Wuchen must have acquired an extensive knowledge of sealing techniques and incantations. It means his vast chakra can now be manipulated with the precision of writing on the tip of a needle. More importantly, it indicates he possesses a reflex speed far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Without extraordinary reflexes in the instant of spatial displacement, an enemy could plunge a blade into your heart. Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, shown on the battlefield precisely because of his remarkable reflex speed that allowed the Flying Thunder God technique to flourish. Danzo closed his single eye, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to quell the excitement that nearly overwhelmed his reason. After a moment, he opened his eye once more. Within that solitary gaze, all emotions had vanished, leaving only an unfathomable calm. He looked at the child before him, who stood just over a meter tall. This time, I will make an exception and allow you to join. However, the condition is that you must always ensure your own safety. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, you must immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Do you understand? All right, Grandpa Danzo. Chapter 38, The Outset of War. At dawn the following day, the skyline remained shrouded in a morbid, leaden silence, enveloped by a heavy, damp curtain above Kirigakure. The air was thick with the acrid scent of rust, the ashes of vegetation, and the anxious sweat of the ninjas, coalescing into a pungent and palpable aroma of impending conflict. A piercing horn resounded. A mournful yet elongated wail that cleaved through the last vestiges of dawn's stillness like a blade tempered in ice. The sound waves brutally penetrated every ear, shattering the precarious tranquility. In Danzo's makeshift office, he was already clad in his battle attire, draped in a dark cloak that symbolized despair and determination. The tumultuous events of the previous night had settled, crystallizing in intensity in his solitary eye that was colder than ice and more fervent than molten lava. He gazed at the diminutive figure before him, similarly clad in a specially tailored Root uniform. "Remember, your code name is Root." Danzo's voice was low and gravelly, each syllable forced through the crevices of his bones, resonating with a metallic quality. "On the battlefield, you heed only my commands." He paused, a fleeting complexity flickering in the depths of his singular gaze, one he had not even realized was there. "Above all else, your survival is paramount." "Yes, Grandfather Danzo," the calm and composed Uchiha Naoto responded, raising a hand to delicately affix the black mask adorned with a miniature golden corona at his brow. The mask obscured his youthful features, leaving only his deep-set eyes, capable of consuming light, visible. At that moment, a figure materialized like a shadow melting into the ether, Orochimaru. His gaze swept over Naoto, and for the briefest instant, his insect-ridden form faltered, but the inhuman training of the Root had instilled an unwavering composure within him. "Lord Danzo." Orochimaru's voice was devoid of inflection, akin to a finely tuned machine. "The coalition forces of Sand, Rock, and Cloud have advanced from multiple directions and are now less than 100 kilometers from Kirigakure." The intelligence aligned perfectly with Danzo's most pessimistic predictions. The armies of Sand, Rock, and Cloud had indeed breached all external defenses, poised at the gates of the city. 100 kilometers. For the ninja forces, this distance was akin to placing a blade at the throat of Konoha. Even the most ordinary genin could reach that distance in merely 20 minutes. For the Konoha main forces, who had already established a comprehensive defensive line near Kirigakure, this posed an exceedingly perilous engagement range, one that could be torn asunder at any moment. The specter of war loomed ominously. "Understood." Danzo's response bore no trace of emotion. He merely acknowledged a fact he had long since internalized. He abruptly turned, his dark cloak billowing behind him in a sharp arc. "Let us proceed to the war conference room." His voice carried an undercurrent of suppressed madness. "Let them witness what Konoha's Root truly embodies." Danzo strode purposefully out of the room, followed silently by Naoto and Orochimaru. In the dim, frigid corridor, the Root members they encountered bowed their heads in respect. Their reverence for Danzo ran deep. Yet at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration for the mysterious figure adorned with a corona mask. In the war room of Kaiki Castle, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if one could wring water from the air, oppressive enough to stifle breath. A massive tactical sand table occupied the center, dotted with numerous red and blue flags representing both enemy and ally, creating a bloody tableau of strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the sand table, his brow furrowed in a tight knot, the smoke from his pipe curling in thick clouds, unable to dispel the gloom clouding his visage. Jiraiya and Orochimaru flanked either side. The former was visibly agitated, while the latter maintained his usual cold demeanor, his golden serpent-like eyes betraying an unusual gravity. "Report." A ninja from the sensory unit stumbled in, his voice hoarse from heavy panting. "The enemy's vanguard has breached the 80-kilometer radius. Iwagakure's forces are bearing down from the front. Kumogakure's lightning ray team is advancing rapidly from the east, executing a wide flanking maneuver. To the west, the 4th Kazekage leads the Sunagakure army and is about to engage our defensive line." Each piece of alarming intelligence struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the high-ranking officials in the room. At that moment, the heavy wooden door creaked open. Danzo entered, accompanied by the masked Wuchen and the shadowy oil-wielding Ryoma. The eyes of everyone in the meeting room instantly converged like sharp blades, particularly on the masked child who barely reached Danzo's waist. "Danzo." Jiraiya's wild white hair seemed to bristle with indignation as he exploded first, nearly jabbing a finger into Danzo's face. "Have you lost your mind? What is this place? This is the battlefield that determines the fate of Konoha. What business do you have bringing a child here?" Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes narrowed slightly, sparkling with the allure of a rare treasure as he scrutinized Wuchen, a dangerous and intriguing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened instantaneously, his demeanor as foreboding as a storm cloud. He struck his pipe heavily against the table's edge, his voice frosty. Danzo, there are limits to your absurdity. Unfazed by the scrutiny of the three, Danzo did not even lift his eyelids, dismissing Jiraiya's fury with cold indifference. He approached the sand table, his single eye surveying the chaotic situation with chilling detachment. Hiruzen, you may as well discard your farcical notions of mercy, he said, his tone almost patronizing. These are my root personnel, and it is not your place, nor that of your disciples, to meddle. You. Both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were left speechless, their faces flushed with indignation, their breath caught in their throats by his unmasked derision. Meanwhile, Wuchen remained silent, his heart beneath the mask a mere void of indifference. Even in this dire moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were still preoccupied with trivialities. How utterly lamentable! Tuanzong completely disregarded the myriad of expressions on the faces of those around him. With his cane, he gently tapped an inconspicuous corner of the tactical sand table. Ding! It was an area marked as rugged mountainous terrain, known as the Hollow of Withered Bones. Here, Tuanzong began, his voice remarkably calm, so much so that it starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere surrounding him. The most elite puppet unit of Sunagakure lies concealed here, waiting for the rabid hounds of Kumogakure and Awagakure to tear through our defenses, creating sufficient chaos. Then, this unit will infiltrate our territory like a dagger laced with poison, silently striking at the heart of Konoha. As his words echoed, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence, everyone stunned into disbelief by Tuanzong's earth-shattering declaration. Nonsense! Tsunade exclaimed sharply, breaking the silence with a fierce reprimand. We have scouted the terrain of the Hollow of Withered Bones countless times. There is no location suitable for the large-scale concealment of troops. How could the elite of Sunagakure possibly be hidden there? Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued, turning from Wuchun to the expressionless Tuanzong, a deep-seated doubt flickering in his serpentine eyes. Mito Minin and other high-ranking officials shook their heads, clearly believing Tuanzong was merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric to seize command during such a critical moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his gaze intently on Tuanzong's icy visage. He understood this lifelong adversary all too well. If Tuanzong did not possess absolute certainty, he would never utter such words capable of destabilizing the entire battlefield in such a significant setting. Tuanzong Hiruzen's voice was tinged with an involuntary dryness. Tuanzong coldly met his gaze and replied, enunciating each word with precision. This information comes from my root spies, obtained at the cost of lives. And it is 100% authentic. What information? It is merely what Wuchen has perceived through his omniscient ability. Tuanzong had been astonished upon learning this, not only by the enemy's concealment capabilities but also by the extent of Wuchen's perception. Whether you choose to believe it or not is your prerogative. I am here solely to inform you. I will immediately lead route to this location. These vermin from Sunagakure will not succeed in their attempt to ambush Konoha. Not while I and Root stand ready. Having declared this chilling announcement, Tuanzong flung his sleeve with disdain, producing a scornful huff, and turned to leave with Wuchen and oil girl Ryuma. In the conference room, the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Tuanzong's abrupt exit after dropping such a nuclear-level piece of intelligence. Hiruzen, Tuanzong in the dead silence of the room. Mito Minin adjusted his reading glasses, a worried expression crossing his face. I believe what Tuanzong said is not without possibility. Yin, how can you also? Tsunade interjected, her displeasure evident. Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interjected, his voice laden with an unmistakable weariness. Danzo, he would not undertake an endeavor without certainty. If he dares to bring this up in the meeting, then the intelligence is highly likely to be true. What shall we do? Jiraiya stepped forward, his previous anger supplanted by a grave tension akin to the calm before a storm. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant western horizon, a sound so profound that it caused the very room to tremble, as if the earth itself were groaning in agony. The front lines had already engaged in battle. Hiruzen turned his gaze toward the forest ablaze with crimson flames in the distance. All traces of doubt and hesitation within him incinerated in that instant, replaced by the resolute spirit of the Hokage. Relay my orders. His voice transformed, resonating with a booming clarity that echoed like thunder throughout the conference room. Kakashi, you are to lead Minato, Fugaku Uchiha, and Hinata Hizashi at all costs to hold the sand-hidden village at the western front. Orochimaru, you shall accompany me to the front line. Konohamaru, Ino, Jiraiya, the eastern defensive line is entrusted to you. Under no circumstances must we allow that pack of rabid dogs from the cloud-hidden village to breach our defenses even a single step. Chapter 39, Annihilating the Puppet Forces of Sunagakure? I have a better approach. Towering high into the sky, the primordial forest is filled with colossal trees. Each with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters at its narrowest point, their gnarled branch is robust enough to support several individuals standing shoulder to shoulder. Nearly 300 figures, like the swiftest phantoms of the woods, leap silently among these immense branches. They are the roots of Konoha, the sharpest and darkest blade in Danzo's hand. At the forefront of the formation, Danzo-sama bears a scarred visage, colder and harder than the shadows of the forest. Beside him, Orochimaru and a dozen squad leaders from the roots closely follow. A, B, C, D. As Danzo advances with astonishing speed, his unique, emotionless hoarse voice swiftly issues combat commands. Upon arrival, teams A and B will execute a crescent-shaped encirclement from the left and right flanks, sealing all avenues of retreat. Teams C and D will launch a fierce frontal assault to tear through the enemy's defensive formation. The remaining squads are tasked with segmenting the encircled forces, swiftly eliminating the isolated foes unit by unit. His words are succinct and precise, each syllable akin to a poisoned steel needle, piercing the ears of every root member. These emotionless ninjas instinctively tense at the sound of his commands, their murderous intent coalescing into an invisible chill that weaves through the forest. The mandate is singular, complete annihilation. With utmost swiftness, eradicate the over 500 Sunagakure puppet masters concealed within the Valley of the Withered Bones. A frigid glint flickers within Danzo's solitary eye. This is not merely a raid, but a silent declaration of war against Sarutobi Hiruzen's feeble ideologies. Once this force is neutralized, there will be no respite. All will immediately pivot to strike at the rear of the Sunagakure army on the western front. I intend to coordinate with the defending forces on the front line and execute a pincer maneuver against that fourth Kazekage, shattering them in one fell swoop. This is Danzo's plan, ruthless, decisive, and imbued with a reckless fervor. He is acutely aware of the precarious situation facing Konoha's three-pronged offensive, which could collapse at any moment. Only by striking with thunderous force and swiftly vanquishing one front can Konoha gain a moment's respite. Clad in a specially designed black cloak, the unsullied agent known as Root follows closely in Danzo's wake. His diminutive figure leaps nimbly from trunk to trunk, his speed rivaling that of the elite members of the Roots. Even more astonishing is that amidst such rapid movement, he occasionally raises his hand, seemingly nonchalantly brushing against the passing branches, leaving behind an imperceptible mark of the flying thunder god technique. The motion is fluid and natural, as if merely brushing away a fallen leaf. This scene unfolds vividly before Danzo and all the elite members of the Roots. On their faces, long concealed by masks and long since dulled, a tempest brews within. A squad leader's breathing falters for a fraction of a second, while another elite's shoulder muscles involuntarily stiffen in shock. Is it truly possible for a child of merely 2 years to accomplish such feats? Such extraordinary talent transcends the mere definition of genius. It is nothing short of a miracle. Wuchen absorbed all the combat plans with keen attention, his heart silently nodding in agreement. Although Danzo often fell short in grand strategic vision, he was undoubtedly a master in tactical arrangements. With the elite forces of Root pitted against the oblivious Sand Puppet Brigade, the likelihood of success for Danzo's plan was exceedingly high. Nearly 300 ninjas from Root, with over 100 elite jonin, including distinguished talents like Oil Woman Ryoma, alongside a cadre of special jonin and seasoned chunin, created a formidable force that overwhelmingly surpassed the enemy's capabilities. Moreover, the ninjas of Root were mere instruments, weapons devoid of emotion, unafraid of death, executing their missions with absolute calmness and efficiency. This was the most terrifying aspect of Root. Nevertheless, Wuchen remained tranquil. Despite Danzo's commendable arrangements, casualties were inevitable. These Root ninjas were the cornerstone of his future control over Konoha, and losing even one was a lamentable prospect. He had a superior approach. His consciousness delved into his mind, his gaze resting upon the column in the system space, where 10 miniature, non-radiative nuclear bombs floated silently. It was time to demonstrate the true power of technology to the world. With resolve crystallized in his heart, Wuchen ceased to conceal his intentions. Just as Danzo had concluded the assignment of all tasks, Wuchen, leaping swiftly, suddenly turned to Danzo. Grandfather Danzo. His voice, calm and clear, resonated through the mask. In the forest, where only the sound of the wind and the rustle of garments pierced the silence, this address felt exceedingly jarring. Danzo's forward momentum abruptly halted as he turned to fix his single eye on Wuchen, filled with profound confusion and scrutiny. I possess a better method that can annihilate the Sand Brigade in an instant, leaving us unscathed. Wuchen, do you comprehend what you are suggesting? Danzo's voice dipped low. This is not the time for jest. We are less than 30 kilometers from the Valley of Bones. Throughout the journey, Wuchen had employed his extraordinary perception to continuously recalibrate their direction and confirm the enemy's position. The enemy had yet to move, evidently unaware of their impending ambush. In Danzo's estimation, the success rate of the strike was nearly 100%. He could not fathom what superior plan Wuchen might have that could eliminate over 500 elite puppeteers without inflicting any harm on their side. How could that even be possible? However, before he could voice his objections, Wuchen suddenly raised his right hand, signaling for silence. Everyone halt. Instinctively, the 300 root ninjas came to an immediate stop, their movements synchronized and soundless. At that moment, the forest fell into an eerie stillness. Danzo furrowed his brows tightly but ultimately refrained from voicing his objections immediately. A profound curiosity overshadowed his doubts. From the very first encounter with Wuchen, this child repeatedly shattered his perceptions, delivering one astonishing revelation after another. He yearned to witness what marvels Wuchen would unveil this time. Under the bewildered gazes of all present, Wuchen extended his small hand, theatrically forming several seals. The art of spiritual summoning. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted into existence. As the smoke dissipated, an oddly shaped metallic artifact materialized at Wuchen's feet. It was a small, silver-gray cylindrical object approximately 30 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide, accompanied by a black tubular device resembling a grenade launcher, measuring about half a meter in length. The surface of the object was exquisitely smooth, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, exuding only a chilling metallic essence. This is Tuanzong and all the root ninjas widened their eyes, utterly bewildered by the object before them. Ignoring their astonishment, Wuchen adeptly bent down to grasp the silver-gray cylinder. And with a click, he loaded it into the black launcher. The crisp sound of mechanical engagement pierced the eerie silence of the forest. This sequence of actions had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, and he executed it with fluidity. Once he completed the task, he lifted his gaze and, with an air of nonchalance, began reciting the carefully prepared script. This is a peculiar space I inadvertently contracted while practicing the art of spiritual summoning. Within that realm, there exists an abundance of such bizarre weaponry. He lightly patted the launcher resting on his shoulder, the enormous weapon contrasting starkly with his diminutive frame. As for its power, Wuchen paused, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Let me put it this way. It surpasses the tailed beast bombs by an immeasurable degree. As his words lingered in the air, it felt as though even the wind in the forest had ceased to stir. The breaths of all root ninjas halted in that moment. The tailed beast bomb, universally acknowledged in the ninja world as a force of annihilation, was a technique wielded solely by the 9-tailed beasts that grace this realm. It was precisely due to the existence of such devastating techniques that the tailed beasts were deemed strategic forces. Yet here stood a mere 2-year-old child, shouldering an unfamiliar, peculiar iron tube, casually asserting that its power exceeded that of the tailed beast bomb by a considerable margin. In Tuanzang's singular eye, his pupil abruptly constricted to a perilous pinprick. He fixated intently on the black tubular object upon Wuchen's shoulder, an uncontrollable chill emanating from the depths of his soul, enveloping his entire being. Could this little brat be telling the truth? Chapter 40. Eruption. It's just another sun. What is the tailed beast bomb? It is the ultimate weapon of war, a force potent enough to effortlessly obliterate a city and flatten a mountain. Is this thing even more powerful than the tailed beast bomb? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Yet, gazing into the depths of Wuchen's eyes, hidden behind his mask and betraying no hint of emotion, Danzo's doubts began to waver wildly. Now is not the time for hesitation. Ultimately, the insatiable thirst for power and the urgent desire to alter the tide of battle overpowered all else. Very well. Danzo inhaled deeply, forcing a single word through clenched teeth. I permit you to try. With the grant of permission, Wuchen immediately issued his command. Everyone, ascend to the treetops. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, nearly 300 elite from the root, including Danzo himself, leapt to the summit of the primordial forest. Their vision expanded dramatically. 30 kilometers away, the rugged, desolate terrain of the Bone Hollow lay starkly before them. Wuchen wasted no time. He steadied the launcher on his shoulder, and within his omniscient sensory network, the sand-hidden puppet army appeared as a flock of unsuspecting sheep, densely clustering within several concealed caves in the valley, effectively rendering them live targets. Wuchen swiftly tapped a few settings on a miniature panel at the side of the launcher, calibrating the trajectory and detonation parameters. In the next moment, he aimed the launcher towards the bone hollow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a faint sound, akin to air being torn asunder. The launcher jolted violently as the miniature nuclear bomb was expelled. Its flight path was far from ordinary. A visible blue plasma stream erupted from its rear, propelling it at a terrifying speed that surpassed sound, lightning, and the comprehension of all ninjas in this world, transforming it into a straight line of fiery brilliance in the air. 100 Mach. This velocity transcended mere swiftness. It was a phenomenon, a spectacle born from the violent distortion of physical loss. As it traversed, the air was ionized by extreme heat, leaving behind a straight, stable vacuum channel that emitted a ghostly blue glow, lingering in the atmosphere. The sky appeared to be cleaved open by an invisible, searing blade, leaving an eternal scar. The clouds in its path were not merely displaced but instantaneously vaporized, creating a perfectly smooth, mirror-like circular void. This light represented death itself. 30 kilometers was but a blink of an eye at 100 Mach. The Bone Hollow. This name is vividly illustrative. The area is barren and rugged, forming a stark contrast to the nearby primal forest of the plains. At this moment, within this rugged terrain, more than 500 sand-hidden puppet troops lay in wait. Their objective to forcefully breach the Konoha defenses amidst the ensuing chaos and launch a surprise attack on the Konoha headquarters. Within a hastily excavated temporary cavern, over 200 puppeteers from the Sand Village were gathering their strength. The air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, mingled with metal and sweat. An elderly puppeteer, weathered and worn, meticulously wiped the joints of his puppet with a cloth soaked in oil, his movements gentle, as if caressing a beloved. How he longed for the hot tea back in the village, he lamented to a young companion nearby. "Senior, do not speak such despondent words," the youth replied, fervently organizing his puppet scrolls. "Once we turn the Leaf Village upside down, not only will we have hot tea, but Lord Kazekage himself will celebrate our victory." The older puppeteer scoffed, falling silent, though a flicker of concern shadowed his eyes. In another part of the cavern, the atmosphere was notably more relaxed. A group of ninjas sat together, engaging in a simple gambling game with pebbles. "Hey, when we return, I'm definitely going to secure the top performer from Flower Wind," chuckled a scar-faced ninja. "With your meager compensation? That's barely enough for a night's drinks," his companion retorted mercilessly. "Once this mission is complete, my achievements will surely elevate me to Jonin status," and then they remained blissfully unaware of the impending death that loomed over them. At that moment, several elite ninjas stationed outside the cavern simultaneously sensed something amiss. A sensing ninja abruptly raised his head, although his specially trained perception detected no chakra fluctuations. An instinctual dread gripped him, making the hairs on his body stand on end. A profound terror, primal in nature, coursed through him like icy water. "What is that?" he gasped, as a reconnaissance ninja beside him pointed towards the sky, his voice distorted by shock. In the far reaches of his vision, a tiny point of light was expanding at an impossible speed. It was neither a ninjutsu nor any known aerial object. It resembled a meteor streaking in from the depths of the cosmos, trailing a brilliant blue tail as it tore through the sky. "Enemy attack. Signal the alarm," the sensing ninja managed to utter, his hand darting towards the signaling flare in his pocket. However, it was too late. In the fleeting moment they conceived this thought and attempted to act, the light had already crossed the distant horizon. They scarcely had time to comprehend what it was before the point of light surged forward, filling their entire field of vision. Then, there was an explosion of radiance. Their consciousness, along with their bodies, thoughts, and final awareness of the world, was utterly vaporized in that instant, returning to the void. In the next heartbeat, a light, 1,000 times brighter than the sun, erupted above the Valley of the Dead Bones. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Silence enveloped the world, transforming it into a motionless black and white tableau. Only that devastating, pure, and indescribable brilliance of incandescent white light became the sole entity in the universe. 30 kilometers away, atop the forested peak, all the root ninjas, including Danzo, painfully shut their eyes the moment the light ignited. Had they not donned the dustless sunglasses prepared for them, it is likely that the radiance would have blinded them instantly. Yet, even with sunglasses and closed eyes, the light penetrated their eyelids, branding a stark whiteness upon their darkened vision. As they endured the stinging pain and dared to open their eyes once more, they beheld a scene that would forever be etched in their memories, one that made their very souls tremble. A colossal, flawless, white fireball, exuding boundless light and heat, was silently and wildly expanding above the abyss of bones. It resembled a nascent sun descending upon the world. The mountains before it melted like wax, and the earth beneath its feet evaporated as if made of paper. The entire abyss of bones, with its undulating terrain and all that it concealed, was utterly erased by this immense fireball. There were no screams, no struggles. Over 500 elite sand ninjas, along with their prideful puppets, were reduced to naught but dust in the face of such absolute power. Immediately thereafter, the enormous fireball began to ascend, its internal energy swirling violently, gradually forming a mushroom cloud so vast that it obscured the sun, composed of dust and flame. The world remained enveloped in silence until, after more than a minute, a thunderous roar finally arrived. It was not an explosion. Rather, it was a devastating howl composed solely of pure physical shockwaves, capable of rending the heavens asunder. The earth began to convulse violently, akin to a small vessel in a tempestuous sea. Towering trees, several meters in diameter, groaned under the unbearable strain before snapping like fragile wheat stalks. The ferocious gust morphed into invisible hands, leveling the forest and hurling dirt, stones, and splintered wood against every individual. Even an elite jonin like Oil Girl Ryoma was momentarily swept away, desperately clinging to the violently shaking ground with chakra to maintain her balance. The root ninjas, already devoid of emotions, wore expressions of pure, blank terror. This was a power beyond their comprehension. This was not ninjutsu. This was divine retribution. Chapter 41. After the nuclear explosion, the howling winds echoed, and the earth lamented. The thunderous roar that rent the heavens transformed into a tangible shockwave, sweeping forth from 30 kilometers away. In that instant, this primordial forest lost all vitality and hue. Descend from the treetops to the ground. The oil-haired dragon steed emitted the most anguished howl of its life. Yet the sound was shattered into fragments by an invisible wall of wind as it escaped his throat. The parasitic insects within him surged forth, desperately attempting to form a fragile barrier before him. But all efforts proved futile. The shockwave had arrived. It was not merely wind, but a swiftly moving transparent wall composed of pure physical force. It shattered sound, obliterated light, and annihilated everything within this forest. Crack, crack, crack. Countless towering trees, each several meters in diameter, were abruptly severed. Canopies, trunks, soil, rocks, all were swept into that tempestuous maelstrom, transformed into a torrent of destruction. The ninjas of the root, those elites who danced upon the edge of a blade, now resembled leaves caught in a storm, insignificant and powerless. Instinctively, they concentrated their chakra beneath their feet, clinging desperately to the ground. Yet the earth beneath them quaked as if it were a frenzied carpet, offering no purchase. One elite from the root had just stabilized his form when a severed tree trunk, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, struck him forcefully in the back. He had no time to turn, propelled into the air by the immense force, blood gushing from his mouth as he tumbled like a discarded sack. This was but a mere glimpse of the chaos. In the face of this natural calamity, the skills and strength of the ninjas appeared woefully inadequate. Danzo reacted the swiftest. In the split second before the shockwave struck, he unleashed his chakra without reservation, pounding his right foot into the ground, anchoring himself like a nail. The howling winds caused the bandages on his face to flutter wildly, revealing the crimson, rune-etched Sharingan beneath. Yet he did not gaze upon the cataclysmic storm. His entire focus was fixated upon the small figure beside him. Wu Chun. His diminutive form seemed so fragile amidst the tempest, as if it would be torn to shreds in the next moment. However, just as the torrent of destruction was poised to engulf him, Wu Chen's body convulsed violently, a pale red chakra materializing instantaneously, coalescing into countless fine currents that coursed above him. At that moment, Wu Chen appeared to be fully prepared. A barely perceptible spatial fluctuation flickered. In the next heartbeat, his figure appeared beside Danzo, and amidst the onslaught of the shockwave, he forcibly vanished from the spot, reappearing moments later on the sheltered side of a massive rock. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared once more, and a fraction of a second later, he returned, grasping several injured root elites in tow. This time, he did not depart again. His small frame pressed against the frigid rock, while the terrifying shockwave, capable of uprooting anything in its path, howled above his head. Venturing out again, even with a formidable chakra shield, would spell peril. Flying Thunder God technique. In stark contrast to his usual composure at this moment, Danzo's pupils had constricted to mere pinpricks. That little rascal, Wu Chen. not only whisked him away from the impact of the shockwave, but also saved several root ninjas who had been caught off guard by the oncoming blast. Such reflexes were utterly astonishing. The shockwave was but a fleeting wave, yet the ensuing tempest raged on for more than 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. The earth continued to tremble slightly, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred debris and dust. When silence finally reclaimed the scene, the once mighty primordial forest had been utterly obliterated. What lay before them was a landscape laid waste by violence. Broken timber, shattered stones, and upheaved earth painted a picture of apocalyptic devastation. Coughing, Oinari Ryuma crawled out from beneath a pile of splintered wood, spitting out a mouthful of mud and grit. His specially crafted goggles shattered on one side. Following closely, one by one, the root ninjas emerged from the rubble. Each bore the marks of their ordeal. Some with dislocated arms, others with abrasions, yet not a single one had perished. They swiftly assessed their injuries and then, with remarkable speed, silently gathered behind Danzo. Their movements still remarkably synchronized. However, beneath those masks, the once imperturbable machines were now etched with a singular emotion: emptiness. A profound void. Born from the complete shattering of their perceptions, all gathered to assess their injuries, tend to the wounded, and report the situation. Danzo's voice shattered the oppressive silence. Raspy and strained, clearly affected by the recent upheaval. Report to Lord Danzo. All present, 37 lightly injured, the rest, unscathed. A squad leader stepped forward. His voice, trembling noticeably. Danzo nodded, turning away without a word. His gaze traversed the chaotic ruins, fixating on the distance, towards the direction of the Valley of Bones. The colossal mushroom cloud, large enough to obscure a significant portion of the sky, stubbornly lingered. Several massive peaks had vanished, leaving behind a circular crater where the rugged terrain once lay, now replaced by that ominous mushroom cloud. A chill, emanating from the depths of his soul, gripped Danzo. A battle-hardened warrior accustomed to the blood-soaked chaos of war, leaving him feeling cold and unsteady. Slowly, he turned to gaze at Wu Qin, who stood unharmed beside a massive rock. Wu Qin, masked and inscrutable, also stared at the mushroom cloud, though a single bead of cold sweat trickled down his mask, ultimately falling into the dust below. It was utterly terrifying. Wu Qin's heart roiled with turmoil. He understood the immense power of nuclear weapons. However, the scenes he had witnessed in various films and educational videos during his previous life paled in comparison to the reality of witnessing and experiencing it firsthand. It was a pure, unreasonable destruction that brutally showcased the laws of physics to their utmost limit. Before such devastation, all ninjutsu and bloodline limits appeared as mere jest. Before long, it was time to depart. Danzo's cold voice resonated once more. He refrained from inquiring about the origins of these weapons or lamenting their cataclysmic power. Like a solitary wolf catching the scent of blood, he was left with only the primal instinct to seek results. To the Valley of Bones. No, to the Grave of Bones, to ascertain the outcome of the battle. Chapter 42. Extinguishing the Flames? He yearned to witness it firsthand. To behold the transformation of a place that once bore the sun into a scene of desolation. The root ninjas, without a trace of hesitation, set forth immediately. This time, none resorted to the technique of instantaneous movement. They merely ran at a natural pace across the ravaged earth. With each step, the soft, turned soil yielded beneath their feet. Approaching ever closer, the searing air distorted their vision, and every breath felt akin to inhaling a mass of embers. The ground, stripped of its moist earth, lay cracked and parched, emitting a dry, brittle sound underfoot. All around them lay an inferno, a testament to the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. A boundless hell ignited by the dispersal of thermal radiation. Water release. A root ninja was the first to form hand seals, attempting to expel a stream of water from his throat. Yet, after channeling his chakra and forming the seals, not a single drop emerged from his mouth. A futile endeavor indeed. Surrounded by raging flames, the oppressive heat threatened to ignite the very air. He was neither a water shadow nor a ninja of the caliber of Shinju Tobarama, capable of performing water release techniques in such an environment. Scatter and cooperate to extinguish the flames. Despite this, a squad leader issued a stern command. There was no alternative. Without quenching the flames, they could not advance. The most adept water users among the root, a dozen ninjas, promptly dispersed to collaborate. If one ninja could not succeed, they would have to unite. However, their efficiency was lamentably slow. In an environment fraught with searing heat and flames, their combined efforts, though valiant, were severely diminished. The water streams formed only to be nearly evaporated by the scorching air before they could take shape. Sweat soaked their garments, only to be instantly dried, leaving behind a crust of white salt. Wuchen could no longer bear to watch. "Allow me." His voice, though not loud, pierced through the roar of the flames. Reaching every ear, he cast his gaze toward Danzo. Danzo's solitary eye scrutinized him, hesitating for a mere second. This child had just wielded a weapon of unimaginable destruction. Now he sought to execute a large-scale ninjutsu? Ultimately, he nodded, instructing him to conserve chakra. "Understood, Grandfather Danzo." Wuchen nodded, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of white smoke erupted, and 20 identical figures of Wuchen emerged at the forefront of the group. Upon witnessing this, the Root members halted their futile attempts to extinguish the flames, their steps coming to a standstill. Danzo slightly shifted the bandage covering his right eye, revealing his crimson Sharingan to the air, 3 tomos slowly revolving, encompassing all the shadow clones within its gaze. It was inconsequential not to look. Yet, upon doing so, Danzo felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart. Within the realm of his Sharingan, the flow and form of chakra became vividly discernible. Before him, the 20 shadow clones of Wuchen each harbored a chakra so formidable and dense that it surpassed that of this seasoned shadow-level ninja, who had immersed himself in the path of ninjutsu for decades. The fundamental principle of the shadow clone technique is to evenly distribute the chakra of the original body. Yet each of his clones possessed a chakra quality and quantity greater than his own. How immense must his original chakra be? This boy is truly a monster. Having silently uttered this thought, Danzo witnessed all of Wuchen's shadow clones swiftly disperse in unison, occupying advantageous positions. Meanwhile, Wuchen's original form crouched slightly, lowering his center of gravity. In the next instant, Wuchen unleashed a tremendous force from his legs. Boom! The ground beneath him could not withstand this immense power. Fracturing like a spider's web struck by a heavy hammer, instantly splintering into countless deep cracks, he transformed into a dark shadow, shooting straight into the sky like a launched rocket. This spectacle struck Danzo and all the Root ninjas behind him with a profound impact, jolting their already numbed senses. Such astonishing power, such terrifying explosive force. At that moment, Danzo deeply realized for the first time that he may have never truly comprehended Wuchen's strength. Each encounter with this child had defied all rationality, reshaping his understanding of genius, prodigy, and monstrosity. High in the sky, the fierce wind billowed Wuchen's garments. He cast a glance at the stubborn mushroom cloud lingering on the horizon, feeling a surge of alarm within. I must exercise caution in its future use, otherwise I may find myself ensnared within. Shaking his head, Wuchen dismissed these thoughts and redirected his focus to the vast, unbounded sea of flames below. The fire spread with alarming speed, covering an area of at least 10 kilometers. If left unchecked, the flames would consume the remnants of the devastated forest, potentially leading to an unknown extent of destruction. With this in mind, Wuchen hesitated no longer. He rapidly performed a series of intricate hand seals in front of his chest, executing a highly concise version of the signature 3 seals of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Water release, water burst wave. In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Centered around Wuchen's original form high above, along with the 20 shadow clones in the vicinity, torrents of water began to materialize from thin air. The temperature of the air plummeted. Drops of water, handfuls of water, streams, rivers. An immeasurable quantity of chakra was fervently refined, transformed, and consumed from within them. The volume of water swelled, growing ever larger. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of all the Root ninjas, the water converged in the sky, forming a colossal mass resembling a dark cloud, obscuring the sun. It enveloped a radius of several kilometers, continuing to expand, thoroughly shrouding the yellowed sky left in the wake of the nuclear explosion and casting a profound shadow below. Feeling that the time was ripe, Wuchen and all his clones simultaneously commanded the suspended ocean above, driving it downward toward the inferno below. However, at the moment when the torrent, resembling a collapsing celestial canopy, began its descent, a ludicrous thought simultaneously surfaced in the minds of Danzo, Oin and Ryoma, and all the members of the Root organization on the ground. Could it be that they intend to transform this area into an ocean? The mere act of rain already instills a sense of dread. Are they truly plunging into the sea? Before anyone could respond, Danzo's instinct for warfare propelled him to react first. He sensed within that force the pure chakra potency capable of altering the very landscape. With a hoarse voice, laden with profound terror, he let out a chilling shout. Quickly! Retreat at once. Seek higher ground for refuge. Chapter 43. Danzo, that little brat, is as absurd as a deity. The shout from Danzo roused the root members from their stupor. The deluge of inky water descending from the heavens transcended the realm of mere ninjutsu. If they did not flee from this torrent, they would surely be drowned alive. A chill, emanating from the very marrow of their bones, gripped the hearts of every ninja en route. They were ninjas, accustomed to wielding blades in the shadows and reaping lives in silence. Death by sword was something they could accept. Death by ninjutsu, they could comprehend. Even death from the shockwave of that previous solar explosion, they could reconcile. But this manner of dying was utterly inconceivable. In a place scorched to barren earth by raging flames, where even the air was aflame. To be drowned by the future leader of Root, who conjured a sea from thin air, this was simply preposterous. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. Without a moment's hesitation, they poured their chakra into their legs, unleashing the fastest speed of their lives as they frantically retreated towards the elevated terrain. Danzo was the swiftest among them. Even at over 50 years of age, his unharmed right hand propelled him through the air, creating a visible shockwave in his wake. His strength, aside from the unfathomable anomaly that was Akamaru, was undoubtedly the most formidable among the Root members. In a flash, he transformed into a mere afterimage, darting from the forefront of the team facing the inferno to the very front of their retreat, illuminating the sole path to survival for all. He did not look back, nor was there any need to. The immense shadow that completely obscured the sky, swallowing even the mushroom cloud of the nuclear explosion, bore down with irresistible might. The oppressive humidity that surged in the air weighed heavily upon his garments. The sounds that reached his ears were no longer a cacophony, but rather the lamentations of a world crumbling and being crushed. The ocean of water, rapidly descending and engulfing all, filled Danzo with a sense of absurdity. This was neither rain nor a waterfall. It was an entire ocean, forcibly displaced to the sky by unfathomable power. Boundless and impenetrable, it bore down with an irresistible, pure mass upon the earth. A singular thought cleaved through his consciousness. Surely, even his teacher's water techniques could not achieve such a scale. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His teacher was the strongest water-style ninja. The strongest. This thought thundered within Danzo's mind. Boom, boom, boom. The water finally crashed down. There was no cataclysmic splash as anticipated, when that immeasurable body of water met the searing, nearly glass-like earth. The first sound of the colossal impact was the shriek of millions of tons of water evaporating instantaneously. Hiss! Inconceivable white steam surged forth from the horizon like countless frenzied dragons, liberated from their shackles. They converged, entwined, and roared, forming a magnificent wall of vapor linking the nascent lake to the apocalyptic sky. The searing heat clashed violently with the damp chill, two extremes colliding in a frenzy. They stirred the atmosphere, tearing through space, giving rise to a multitude of chaotic tornadoes interspersed with scalding droplets. Following this, the sheer physical impact of the water itself was terrifying. The earth trembled violently, the ground no longer a solid expanse, but akin to a drumskin struck by a colossal hammer, rippling visibly. The remnants of timber that had survived the nuclear blast succumbed instantly to this purer, heavier force. Ground to powder and swept away into the murky waves, vanishing entirely. The turbulent waters transformed into towering waves reaching dozens of meters, wildly spreading in all directions, devouring, drowning, erasing. Wherever they passed, all traces of existence were obliterated. The Root ninjas had retreated to a safe distance, standing atop a higher ridge, gazing down upon this creation-like scene. Yet, even so, the oncoming humid vapor, laden with the scent of earth and the acrid smell of burning, drenched them completely, rendering them disheveled. They silently beheld the horrifying spectacle before them. The inferno of flames had vanished, replaced by an expansive, murky lake that was gradually calming. The surface of the lake was shallow, with the waters continuing to spread into the lower regions beyond, likely transforming this area into a vast swamp in no time. Wisps of white steam still rose from the lake, remnants of the earth's lingering warmth, making their final lament to the sky. The colossal mushroom cloud above appeared even more sinister against the backdrop of this newly birthed lake, serving as a tombstone for this land of death. All fell into an eerie silence, a silence profound enough to freeze the soul. A Root ninja instinctively swallowed, his throat convulsing, producing the only sound in this stillness. Sharp and jarring, the expression of his companion, concealed beneath a mask, remained a blank slate. Their minds had utterly relinquished any attempt to comprehend the unfolding events, ranging from the cataclysmic destruction heralded by the sun that had appeared from nowhere to the divine creation of this great body of water. In a single day, they experienced a reality more surreal and transformative than their entire lives combined. Tikka singular I fixated on the vast lake. His body trembling slightly, not from fear, but from an uncontrollable exhilaration and shiver originating from the depths of his soul. He recalled the calm words of that child not long ago. I believe there is a better way. Was this what he referred to as a better way? With a single sun, 500 elite ninjas, along with the desolate chasm that was their battleground, were utterly obliterated from the physical realm. Then, with an expanse of ocean, the entire battlefield was cleansed, leaving not a trace behind. Is this the way of a ninja? No, it is not. This is the method of a deity. Danzo slowly lifted his head, his right eye, tightly bound in bandages, twitched violently beneath the wrappings, nearly tearing free from its constraints. He beheld it. High above, a diminutive figure was descending rapidly, without a trace. Around him, the 20 shadow clones that had once executed the technique together had vanished without a sound. He appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, his form light and seemingly unhurried, gracefully landing at the edge of the newly formed lake in the distance. He did not gaze upon his creation, nor did he cast a glance back at the speechless Danzo and the members of Root, who stood in utter shock. Instead, he bent down, extending his delicate hand to scoop a handful of murky, still warm lake water, as if sensing something profound. In that moment, within Danzo's vision, the entire world faded away. Only the silhouette of the child remained. That silhouette seamlessly merged with the realm he had transformed, with a new lake. And with the ominous cloud above, as if he were not altering the world but embodying its very essence. He was, indeed, the sovereign of this world. Chapter 44. The Prohibition of Danzo. Launching the assault, the experience of running upon the water's surface was far swifter than that on land, with the surrounding scenery rapidly receding. In a mere 10 minutes, Wuchen and his companions arrived at their destination, where they all came to an abrupt halt. They stood frozen in place, unable to move, including Danzo and Wuchen. At this moment, they found themselves at the edge of a colossal cliff formed by flowing water. Beneath their feet lay not the rugged and menacing valleys, but rather an immense, almost boundless, perfectly circular sinkhole. Within the sinkhole, there existed a bizarre and unparalleled glass-like texture. The earth, rocks, and mountains had entirely melted under the extreme heat, only to cool rapidly in a fleeting moment. This process culminated in a vast expanse of crystalline ground, glimmering with a sinister black luster. At the center of this crystalline surface, the area was as smooth as a gigantic mirror polished from obsidian, coldly reflecting the ominous clouds that still lingered in the sky, reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. From the edge of the pit, the lake water extended outwards, transforming into countless magnificent silver waterfalls cascading downwards, rushing furiously into the depths of the sinkhole, which descended hundreds of meters below. The water crashed heavily against the glassy pit floor, producing a continuous, deafening roar. Yet this sound, capable of shattering eardrums, struggled to echo across the vast, despair-inducing bottom of the pit. To fill this enormous chasm would require an unfathomable amount of time, even if all the water conjured by Wuchen were poured in. It remained uncertain whether it could ever suffice to fill it. The entire cavity was devoid of any trace of life, save for the torrents of water pouring in. No bodies, no remnants, no weapons, not even a speck of dust that ought to have existed. The over 500 elite puppet masters of Sunagakure, along with their thousands of proud puppets, had vanished from the world entirely. They had been thoroughly erased, relentlessly obliterated from both physical and causal realms. In the air lingered an odd scent reminiscent of ozone and molten metal, mingled with the humidity brought forth by the rising steam, forcefully invading everyone's nostrils, eliciting discomfort. A Root ninja instinctively reached out, seemingly wishing to touch this scene that should not exist in reality. However, as his hand extended halfway, it recoiled sharply as if electrified. Another ninja raised his hand to remove the mask from his face to breathe, but after a brief touch against the cold mask, his hand fell helplessly. They were the Root, blades in the shadows, tools devoid of emotions, existing solely for the sake of their missions. Having witnessed the most brutal battlefields and executed the bloodiest tasks, their hearts had become as solid as rock through relentless trials. Yet, the sight before them struck Hoffer. They could find no other words to describe the scene before them, nor to articulate the primal shudder that arose from the very essence of life itself. A low, rasping laughter suddenly pierced the profound silence of this place, where only the roar of the waterfall echoed, rendering it particularly jarring. Tuanzong chuckled. His shoulders trembled slightly, and the exposed eye, reflecting the lustrous sheen of the vast pit, glimmered with a fervor that bordered on madness. Yet, This fervor was soon subdued by a stronger sense of rationality. He slowly turned around and, step by step, traversed the surface of the water created by Wuchen, approaching the small figure. He extended his hand, pressing it heavily upon Wuchen's shoulder with such force it seemed capable of crushing the delicate bones beneath. "Little ghost." Tuan Zhang's voice resonated with an ominous authority that felt as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "This thing shall not be used lightly without my command." Wuchen lifted his gaze, meeting Tuan Zhang's singular eye, which was a complex amalgamation of shock, fear, fervor, yet forcibly tempered calmness. He could distinctly sense that for a fleeting moment, Tuan Zhang's hand, resting on his shoulder, trembled ever so slightly. However, that tremor vanished instantaneously, suppressed by an indomitable will. "I understand this thing," Wuchen replied calmly, his voice filtering through the mask with a tremor of foreboding. "Is exceedingly dangerous. Just as long as you comprehend." Tuan Zhang thought, as the tumult of emotions within him, nearly overwhelming his reason, finally found an outlet. He forced himself to regain composure and turned his attention to the immense pit being inundated by countless streams of water, adopting a tone that was both instructive and solemn. "It is indeed capable of unleashing unparalleled terror, yet its destructive capacity is too great, and its reach too broad. A moment's inattention could harm our own." He paused, his tone deepening. "While sacrifice is an inherent aspect of our existence as ninjas, such senseless and unwarranted losses must be avoided at all costs." Wuchen observed the elder's struggle to maintain composure, attempting to bring the utterly chaotic situation back under control, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "Tuan Zhang, I know without you saying it," he thought. "I shall never employ this again unless there is a catastrophe of world-ending proportions. It is not something to be squandered lightly. Moreover, had we been any closer than 30 kilometers, I might have perished." Wuchen silently scoffed at the thought. At that moment, Tuan Zhang's expression abruptly hardened. Suppressing the rare, genuine compassion he had just displayed, and coldly commanded, "Everyone." His voice, chilling and piercing, resonated like thunder, jolting the group from the soul-consuming shock that had enveloped them. A tremor coursed through their hearts. The mission to eradicate the hollow bone abyss, which concealed the sand-hidden puppet army, has been flawlessly accomplished by our organization, Root. Indeed, the puppet army has been annihilated. However, they instinctively turned their gazes towards the diminutive figure standing upon the water's surface. Yet, Lord Danzo's words rang true. The esteemed Lord Dustless, codenamed Root, is likewise a member of our organization. Thus, this achievement, capable of altering the very fabric of warfare, rightfully belongs to Root. What, then, do Lord Danzo's double entendre imply? All attention gradually shifted from the unfathomable azure pit to Danzo himself, ultimately converging on the 2-year-old child standing atop the water, masked, and sharing the same code name as their organization. In that instant, awe and fervor surged within their hearts, incinerating all prior fears and uncertainties. Now, everyone advances with great haste. Danzo's voice resounded once more, resolute and unequivocal, charging directly towards the rear of the sand-hidden forces. His figure swept past all, finally resting upon the boundless scars of devastation, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Let us deliver a tremendous surprise to the sand-hidden." Chapter 45. Reactions from various battlefields in the city of Kikyo. On the western front, the lifeless bodies of ninjas and shattered tools lay strewn across the muddy ground, the blood staining the puddles a dark crimson. The cacophony of battle, shouts of slaughter, the roaring of jutsu, and the jarring clash of metal interwove to create a gruesome symphony. Earth release, earth flow wall. Several leaf ninjas collaborated, striking the ground with force, as a formidable earthen wall rose, narrowly blocking a flurry of glinting senbon. The wall crumbled under the impact, dust swirling into the air. "Watch the skies, sand ninjas." Uchiha Fugaka stood elevated, his crimson Sharingan swirling rapidly, capturing the hand signs of several sand ninjas in midair. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs enveloping shuriken, accurately targeting the airborne foes, erupting into dazzling and lethal sparks. The air filled with anguished screams as charred figures plummeted from the sky. Just as the battle reached its zenith, without warning, a silent radiance erupted at the horizon. This brilliance was 1,000 times more blinding than the midday sun, instantly consuming all flames and lightning on the battlefield. The world became devoid of sound, stripped of color. Every movement, whether from leaf or sand, momentarily froze. Then, the ground began to tremble with a disquieting frequency, the earth beneath their feet seeming to awaken. "What is that?" a young Hyuga exclaimed, instinctively activating his Byakugan. only to be overwhelmed by the aftershock of the light. Tears streaming from his stinging eyes. Having just dispatched a puppet elite with a kunai, Namikaze Minato transformed into a flash of golden lightning, appearing atop the tallest tree. His azure gaze focused gravely towards the source of the radiance, the direction of the bone hollow. Lord Danzo, has he successfully annihilated that puppet army? He could distinctly sense the spatial distortion caused by a savage force tearing through that area. The tumultuous energy saturating that region made him doubt his ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Before anyone could regain their composure from the shock, a deep, thunderous roar echoed, rolling in from afar. The sound grew progressively louder, culminating in a terrifying explosion that shattered eardrums, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Weaker ninjas were left dizzy, their vitality surging chaotically. In the midst of the clash, some fell victim to the explosive sound, revealing fatal openings, only to be pierced through the throat by cold kunai. On the Leaf's defensive line, only Akimichi Choji's robust frame stood unwavering, employing the expansion technique to form a giant hand, shielding his comrades from the sonic onslaught. His face a mask of horror. That direction. Hyuga Hizashi activated his Byakugan, straining to gaze into the distance, but could only perceive a chaotic and turbulent airflow. Yet, there was also a colossal, bizarre cloud slowly rising, a bridge connecting heaven and earth, its shape resembling a gigantic fungi sprouting from the depths of hell, obscuring the sky. All the ninjas witnessing this scene, whether friend or foe, felt a chill emanating from the depths of their souls. Patriarch, what is that? An elite Uchiha Jonin descended beside Uchiha Fugaku, his voice trembling as he gazed at the extraordinary sight on the horizon. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, offering no reply. The three Tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly, attempting to capture the distant spectacle in its entirety. He could not discern what was precisely occurring, but he perceived the very essence of that power, pure, unrestrained, and devoid of any rationale for destruction. A cold voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of an elder's remarks from a battlefield meeting hours earlier. Danzo, has he truly succeeded? In a manner beyond anyone's comprehension. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had been present at that urgent battlefield conference. The Uchiha's position was already precarious, and his naturally reserved demeanor had kept him from voicing any opinions during the meeting. Danzo's aggressive and antagonistic stance left no room for him to express himself. Yet now, confronted by the cataclysmic scene before him, his heart trembled violently. That colossal explosion was beyond his understanding. Meanwhile, behind the front lines of the Sand Village's offensive, Lord Kazekage, look over there. The golden pupils of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, suddenly contracted, fixated on the apocalyptic cloud formation. As the deafening roar of the explosion resonated, his heart sank heavily. The Bone Hollow. That location is undoubtedly the Bone Hollow. There, he had personally deployed an elite ambush unit composed of the most skilled puppeteers. That was his trump card, meticulously prepared for this war, capable of turning the tide. Now, it was all obliterated. Raza did not require intelligence to confirm. Under such an explosion, no life could possibly survive. The unit he had placed his utmost hopes on, along with their countless precious puppets, had been utterly erased from this world in that blinding flash. An indescribable rage and sorrow erupted within him. Konoha, how did you discover this? How did you accomplish it? All troops, intensify the assault. Break through their defenses. Raza's voice, laced with unbridled fury, became sharp and hoarse as he clasped his hands together fiercely, causing the ground beneath him to instantly turn to sand, with countless golden grains soaring into the sky. Sand gold burial. He no longer held back. The sand transformed into a towering wave, crashing against Konoha's defenses with a ferocity several times greater than before. The plan had failed, and the ambush had turned to vapor. But retreat was not an option. Should they fall back, morale would collapse, and Konoha would encircle them from behind, leading to the annihilation of their main force. The only path to survival lay in a desperate assault on Kaiki City. However, Konoha's forces were equally formidable. The figure of Namikaze Minato traversed the battlefield like an elusive golden flash, each blink accompanied by the fall of a sand ninja. Though the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are far from harmonious, often viewing each other with disdain, their collaboration proves to be remarkably synergistic. The perceptive prowess of the Sharingan combined with the all-seeing nature of the Byakugan ensnares Sunegaku's offensive in a gruesome quagmire. The fervor of the Sand's assault crashes against the resilient bastion of Konohagakure, plunging the Western Front into an even more brutal stalemate. In the main battlefield, several dozen kilometers in front of Kaiki Castle, the third Suchikage, Anoki, with his diminutive stature, adeptly levitates in the air. With a press of his hands, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, feels a heaviness settle on his shoulder as the earth beneath him begins to fracture. Earth style, heavy stone technique. Dust style, original world stripping technique. Inoki's hands emit a blinding white light, and a transparent cube rapidly materializes, poised to descend upon Hiruzen. The third Hokage's gaze sharpens, instinctively aware of the impending threat. 5 shadow clones manifest simultaneously, each forming a different elemental seal. 5 elements, great rending technique. At the very moment their attacks are set to collide, a searing light illuminates the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberates across this elite battlefield. Boom. Inoki's dust-style technique falters momentarily, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he abruptly redirects his focus towards the source of the explosion. Hiruzen, too, is disrupted by the cacophony, instinctively creating distance. And he gazes into the distance. However, upon witnessing the immense mushroom cloud, it strikes him like a hammer to the heart. That direction, Danzo. A wave of intricate emotions surges within him. Shock, horror, but predominantly, an unacknowledged concern. What on earth have you unleashed? Hiruzen silently implores, I must return alive. In the distance, amidst the ranks of the Iwagakure forces, Orochimaru, standing atop the colossal summoning beast, Manda, is similarly captivated by the unexpected turn of events. Unlike others, he displays neither shock nor concern. Instead, his golden slit-like eyes gleam with a curious, exhilarated, and slightly malevolent light. He licks his lips with a long tongue. How intriguing. In an instant, his mind processes the implications. The site of the explosion is the Valley of the Fallen Bones, a location Danzo had adamantly claimed housed Sanegakure's puppet army. It appears his assertions were indeed accurate. Furthermore, he has effectively neutralized that force. However, the method of such resolution. Orochimaru gazes at the lingering cloud, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Such terrifying power likely transcends the realm of conventional ninjutsu. Can that old fool, Danzo, and his root subordinates truly escape unscathed from unleashing such might? Perhaps they have been reduced to ashes alongside those unfortunate souls from Sanegakure. At this thought, a flicker of delight ignites within Orochimaru. Yet, setting aside these musings, the sheer capacity to obliterate everything in an instant is truly splendid. Athaha. Such power is truly magnificent. Chapter 46, Transformed into Shadows. The stifling air, imbued with the lingering heat of death from dozens of kilometers away, stubbornly permeated this gloomy forest. Nearly 300 silhouettes melded with the darkness, transforming into lurking specters, silently biding their time at the flank of the sand-hidden army. Since their arrival from the Valley of Withered Bones, they had remained concealed, awaiting the moment when the sand-hidden army, exhausted both physically and mentally after a day of relentless assault on the western front of Konoha's Kaiki Castle, would falter. Shimura Danzo's single. Piercing eye reflected the scattered lights of the distant encampments in the shadows. After a day of waiting, the restlessness simmering within him could no longer be contained. Then, Danzo's voice, devoid of vocal resonance, transformed into a chilling thought, penetrating the minds of each root member with precision. This was the secret art of the Mountain Clan. A highly efficient and discreet means of communication. All personnel, divided to 30 squads, each consisting of 10 members. Oilwoman Ryoma. You will lead one squad along with the elite teams A, B, and C, directly targeting the sand-hidden supply camp. The remaining teams will immediately fan out in a wedge formation, executing indiscriminate infiltration towards the enemy's rear, with a singular objective to erase every living sand ninja within sight. Maintain the connection of the heart-to-body technique. Once the signal is dispatched, immediate mutual support is imperative. The orders were delivered with mechanical precision, devoid of any human emotion. Every word steeped in a bloody intent to kill. In that instant, nearly 300 root ninjas moved like puppets guided by invisible strings, seamlessly merging into the deeper shadows of the forest. Their movements were so synchronized that they evoked fear, not as independent beings, but as cold components of a colossal killing machine. Amidst the darkened forest, Wuchan stood silently atop a great tree, flanked by the root captain known as Owl. The black cloak adorned with dark golden wing patterns seemed incongruous against the oppressive silence, yet possessed an eerie, regal harmony. Root. Master. Owl's voice was rough and hoarse, each word painfully extracted from his throat. He had received supplementary orders specifically directed at him from Danzo. Master Danzo's command. Owl Squad, your highest priority task is to ensure the absolute safety of Root Master. Upon hearing Owl's words, Wuchan merely turned his head slightly. The voice that emerged from beneath his mask was unnervingly calm, My safety is not your concern. His gaze then swept over the 9 elite root members behind L. Within the darkness, Wuchan discerned the complex emotions of awe, fervor, and fear reflected in their otherwise numb eyes beneath their masks. Soon, you shall have but one task. Wuchan's indifferent tone resonated, imbued with an undeniable allure. Exterminate everything and everyone before you. In that moment, Owl's heart was gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing its rhythm. 2 diametrically opposed commands from the highest authority of the root clashed violently within his mind. On one side stood the ironclad edict of Lord Danzo, the founder of the root. On the other loomed the will of a divine being, whose miraculous presence had shattered all his previous understandings. This intense struggle lasted but an instant. Yes, Lord Root, with deep reverence, Shao lowered his head. It was the posture of a devout follower in worship of his faith, completely erasing Danzo's command from his consciousness. Before such overwhelming and cataclysmic power, all former worldly authorities appeared fragile and utterly vulnerable. In the next moment, Danzo's final command resounded like the horn signaling a massacre within the minds of all present. Action. The air seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. Almost simultaneously, nearly 300 shadows erupted from their hiding places, propelled by a resolute intent to kill, charging towards the seemingly stable rear of the Sand-Hidden army. The ambush descended in the most ruthless manner at the most unexpected moment. The encampment of Sand-Hidden lay scattered over a 10-kilometer radius. The cataclysmic explosion of the day had driven a venomous sting deep into the hearts of every Sand-Hidden ninja. They remained oblivious to the true nature of the calamity, only aware that an ominous sun had risen on the horizon. Only a select few within the upper echelons were privy to the knowledge that, in that direction, after dispatching scouts, their most elite puppet master unit, once their hope for launching a surprise attack on the Leaf headquarters, the pivotal key to winning the war, had been entirely obliterated. Evaporated along with the land itself, transformed into a lingering, devilish mushroom cloud and a vast expanse of marshy waters. Moreover, their prolonged assault on the front line had yielded no gains, their surprise tactics dissipating like smoke, and morale had plummeted to rock bottom. On the route where Wuchen and Zhao's team stealthily advanced, a Sand-Hidden Chunin tasked with perimeter vigilance leaned against a colossal tree, requiring several people to embrace it. Yawning wearily and rubbing his tired eyes, the battle at the front lines continued, yet he had only recently rotated back from the fray. His taut nerves not yet fully unwound, while fatigue washed over him like a tide. This was the rear, an area deemed absolutely safe, at least, that was his belief. However, just as this thought flickered through his mind, his drowsy gaze narrowed to a piercing focus. A shadow seeped silently from the periphery of his vision, materializing before him without a sound. He barely had time to discern the figure's appearance before his field of vision was engulfed by a blinding flash of a severing blade. With a hiss, warm, viscous liquid, bearing the last warmth of his life, gushed forth from the severed throat. He yearned to scream, to raise an alarm, but only a wheezing gasp escaped his throat. It was through the openings of his mask. He gazed calmly at the life swiftly ebbing before him. For a fleeting moment, his heart trembled, yet the next instant, his reason quashed it coldly. He remained motionless until the light in the other's eyes faded completely, at which point he slowly lowered the blade in his hand. The sensation of taking a life with his own hands was not exquisite, yet neither was it as intolerable as he had envisioned. This was merely the beginning. The dustless figure melded once more into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Behind him, the other members of the Owl Squad had already surpassed him, transforming into 9 lethal shadows, lunging towards their next target. This night, death reigned as the sole sovereign of this encampment. Chapter 47, Dance of Carnage. Shall we waltz? Wuchen turned his gaze toward the abyssal darkness of the forest. Within his omniscient perception, the entire rear encampment of Sunagakure unfolded before him with crystalline clarity. Each heartbeat, the ebb and flow of chakra, even the faintest twitch of muscle fibers, all meticulously catalogued. Apart from the 4 squads led by Danzo, the remaining 20-odd root operatives moved with the precision of seasoned butchers, harvesting lives with an efficiency bordering on artistry. Near one outpost, a root ninja formed a single-handed seal, beneath the feet of a patrolling Suna shinobi. The earth yielded to a shallow depression, too insignificant to sprain an ankle, yet sufficient. A mere stumble, a fleeting lapse shorter than a breath, and from the encroaching shadows, 2 Senbon, laced with lethal venom, whispered through the air. They found their marks with unerring certainty, one piercing the temple, the other the heart. No scream, no struggle. The corpse was dragged into the underbrush by unseen hands before it could collapse, its lingering warmth devoured by the night. This was but a glimpse of the carnage unfolding across Suna's rear lines, countless unseen needles piercing the army's flanks, rotting it from within, silently and inexorably. Yet Sunagakure was not entirely inept. No matter how flawlessly Root moved, their presence could not remain concealed forever. The chaos began with a scream, a sound so harrowing it shattered the stillness. Inside a dimly lit tent, a grizzled puppeteer, his face etched with exhaustion and despair, muttered curses against Konoha's obstinance as he fumbled with his damaged puppet. Then, without warning, a kunai slick with fresh blood tore through the canvas and buried itself in his heart. Agony flooded his vision, his body seizing, but in his final moment, the instinct of a shinobi prevailed. With his last strength, he crushed an alarm seal clutch to his chest. Crack! A searing crimson flare erupted into the sky, its brilliance tearing through the night's veil like a dying plea. Enemy attack. Konoha Sambu are here. Protect the supplies now. The silence of night ignited into bedlam. Shouts. Roars. The detonation of jutsu, the encampment became a hellscape in an instant. Soon a shinobi spilled from their tents, disoriented and half-dressed, only to meet a web of death meticulously woven in advance. In one sector, a Root operative, his cover blown, abandoned stealth. Hands flew through seals, and from his lips gushed a viscous tide of oil, drenching the densest cluster of enemies. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A companion closely followed, as a colossal fireball thundered through the air, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, crashing violently into the oil. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted into a tumultuous sea of fire, completely engulfing 7 or 8 sand ninjas who had just emerged from their tents, still unprepared for the onslaught. Amidst the anguished wails, which seemed almost inhuman, more Root ninjas emerged from the shadows of the flames, brandishing their sharp blades, fiercely charging forth. Their attacks appeared chaotic, yet they were driven by a singular, core objective to create the utmost chaos and inflict maximum destruction. At this moment, slaughter transcended into a brutal form of art. In another encampment, a Root ninja from the Oil Clan silently transformed countless parasitic insects into a silent, dark stream, spreading them across an area piled with strategic supplies. As a group of sand logistics personnel, shouting in panic, rushed forward to salvage the precious military rations and explosive tags, disaster struck. The swarm of black insects surged forth from beneath their feet, rising like a breached dam of darkness. Ah, bugs. My legs. Help me. Save me. In an instant, several living beings were devoured, reduced to mere skeletons adorned with tattered flesh, their screams drowned out by the buzzing of the swarm. The entire rear of the sand forces descended into utter chaos, resembling a boiling cauldron of blood. Before Wuchen and his team lay a small encampment of approximately 50 sand ninjas. Most of these warriors had just returned from the front lines, their exhaustion etched deeply into their faces like an indelible mark. Some gulped down water, oblivious to it spilling from the corners of their mouths. Others mechanically swallowed military rations, their gazes vacant. Many merely sat in a stupor, staring blankly towards the direction of Kaiki City, where the flames still soared into the sky. The relentless frustration of prolonged siege was ruthlessly eroding their will. As Wuchen deftly eliminated all the sentries on the periphery, this once defiant group of soldiers, now reduced to frightened prey, remained completely unaware of the Reaper's approach. Wuchen made a gesture, remarkably simple yet profound. You go. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from sight. His companions could scarcely catch a glimpse of his shadow. He did not depart with speed, but was assimilated by the very darkness, merging seamlessly with the air. At the heart of the camp, a sand jonin, meticulously polishing his kunai with a whetstone, suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine. A wave of lethal cold penetrated his proud jonin vest, freezing his blood. Stiffly and mechanically, he lowered his head. A blade, stained with his own warm blood, slowly emerged from his abdomen, glinting ominously in the light of the oil lamp. His face was etched with absurdity and disbelief. Who? When? He yearned to resist, to form hand seals, to muster all his stray without a trace of dust or the use of any ostentatious techniques. He exerted sheer, unadulterated force within his terrifying physique. 7 times stronger than that of an average human in the ninja realm, chakra surged and coalesced in a frenzied flow. This irrational and overpowering might was entirely channeled into the standard ninja blade he wielded. The seasoned Sand Village Jonin, clad in a resilient vest capable of withstanding conventional ninja tool assaults, was brutally cleaved in two by this force. His upper body and lower body were irrevocably severed amidst a torrential downpour of blood and entrails. It was only at this moment that the dazed sand ninjas around them were jolted awake as if from a never-ending nightmare. The word enemy lingered in someone's throat, unuttered. The 9 elite members led by Q had transformed into ravenous wolves, bursting into the sheepfold with long-suppressed murderous intent, spreading the shadow of death throughout the camp. The figure of Wuchen morphed into a black line, imperceptible to mortal eyes, amidst the chaos of the encampment. The ninja blade in his hand bore the will to consume lives. With a flash of the blade, one sand ninja, in a state of panic as he attempted to unfurl a scroll to manipulate a puppet, found his hand severed at the wrists. "Ah, my hand!" His piercing scream abruptly ceased, for Wuchen's second strike had elegantly and precisely glided across his neck. Nearby, another sand ninja, spurred by the hellish scent of blood, mustered his last ounce of courage, hastily forming hand seals with a contorted expression. Wind release, gale dance. A howling tempest arose, swirling the dust of the ground into a chaotic and violent barrier, aiming to obstruct Wuchen's vision and advance. Subsequently, he drew a kunai, howling as he charged into the maelstrom, intending to deliver a fatal blow while his opponent was momentarily distracted by the jutsu. However, before he could take 3 steps, the ferocity on his face froze, transforming into sheer horror. Wuchen's figure remained wholly unaffected by the tumultuous winds. Like an icebreaker, he plowed directly through the storm. The gusts collided with his specially crafted black windbreaker, leaving no mark or impact upon him. In the next instant, a small hand clad in a black glove traversed the raging dust storm, spanning a distance of over 10 meters, and accurately seized his throat. The sensation of suffocation instantly drained him of all strength. Wuchen forcefully yanked the other S face down until it was at a height where his mask could meet the other S gaze, and then a chilling voice, akin to a devil's whisper, pierced through the wind, resonating clearly in the chaotic darkness. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Chapter 48. Art. Danzo's ambition. Do you also wish to dance? The sound of shattered vertebrae, crisp and chilling, reverberates across the chaotic battlefield. Wuchen nonchalantly discards the warm corpse, his movements clean and precise, as if merely brushing off an inconsequential speck of dust. Yet, in the eyes of the fortunate few sand ninjas who remain alive, this masked figure of modest stature, along with his question that lingers amidst the swirling sands, is a terror far exceeding that of legendary demons. Their puppets, those hardened, poison-laden instruments of death, appear as fragile as paper toys in his presence. Wuchen even shows little inclination to evade the myriad concealed weapons flying towards him from all directions. He employs no ninjutsu. He simply wields his blade and moves. Clang! A series of dense metallic collisions erupt, as both poisoned shuriken and lethal steel needles are effortlessly cleaved away by an utterly ordinary standard ninja blade. Occasionally, a stray projectile finds its mark, but his specially crafted black cloak merely trembles slightly, leaving no trace behind as the weapons fall powerless to the ground. A monster. He is nothing but a monster. A sand ninja's mental defenses shatter completely, and in a desperate scream, he discards his weapon and turns to flee. Yet, a shadow moves even faster. The figure of the owl appears like a specter behind him, the short blade in hand piercing flawlessly into his back. Lord Root's battle allows no escapees. Owl coldly withdraws the blade, and as he gazes at Wuchen's diminutive form, an almost frenzied reverence threatens to overflow from the mask's openings. This is not merely a battle. It is a one-sided, artistic slaughter. On the other side of the forest, a vast supply camp of the Sand Ninja stands fortified, the lifeblood of the entire Sand Army. Shimura Danzo stands atop a high slope, resembling a cold statue. Behind him are Oil Woman Ryoma, Team A, B, C, and D, a total of over 40 of the elite from the Root Division. This is the place. Danzo's deep voice resonates as he slowly raises his bandaged right hand. For the Leaf Village. He inhales sharply, his chest swelling as chakra surges within him with unprecedented intensity. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A projectile of wind, compressed to the point of invisibility, hurtles violently towards the largest tent at the center of the camp. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the tent, along with the mountainous supplies surrounding it, and dozens of sand ninjas caught unawares, are instantly torn to shreds. But this is merely the beginning. Danzo swiftly forms hand seals, his movements so rapid that only afterimages remain. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless crescent-shaped invisible wind blades transform into a deathly tempest, sweeping across the entire camp. Tents are neatly sliced open, supplies are shattered to pieces, and numerous panicked sand ninjas find themselves caught in a gruesome whirlwind of blood and flesh. Charge! With a command from Danzo, over 40 root ninjas surge forth like unleashed tigers into the supply camp, which had already transformed into a hell on earth. Leading the charge, Danzo ripped away the bandage from his right eye, revealing the blood-red Sharingan, unabashed in his murderous intent. Stop him! Several Sand Village J-nin roared as they lunged at Danzo, unleashing a variety of jutsu and puppet techniques. With a disdainful snort, Danzo's figure danced like a specter under the scrutiny of his Sharingan, effortlessly evading all attacks. The kunai in his hand became a harbinger of death. Each swing inevitably claimed a vibrant life. The elite of the root, such as the oil woman Ryoma, thrived in this chaos. Countless cursed insects surged forth like a black tide, consuming everything in their path, be it ninja or supplies, nothing was spared. One root ninja affixed numerous explosive tags to a fuel-laden transport vehicle before retreating swiftly. Detonate. Boom. An explosion more ferocious than before erupted. A massive fireball soaring into the sky and staining half the night with a foreboding crimson hue. Some resorted to weapons while others unleashed a barrage of jutsu, fire, lightning screams. Explosions. The logistical supply camp of the Sand Army was utterly reduced to a burning purgatory under the relentless assault of the root. Damn it. You. Danzo. A furious roar reverberated throughout the camp. The battle-ready HZ rushed from a distance. Even before his arrival, his puppets, screeching, charged resolutely towards the rampaging Danzo. Humph. HZ, you're too late. Danzo cleanly severed a sand ninja's throat, turning to catch a glimpse of HZ. A scornful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Before he could finish speaking, Danzo formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. The vacuum sphere collided violently with HZ's puppet. Bang! The clash of wind and steel erupted with a thunderous sound, sending HZ's puppet staggering backward, carving deep furrows into the ground. Danzo's Sharingan spun coldly, easily detecting the slight stasis at the puppet's joints caused by the impact. Just as he was about to close in and expand his advantage, Danzo's formidable vision caught sight of a figure hastening towards him from the fiery horizon. It was an elderly woman whose speed belied her age. The burning fury within her seemed poised to reignite the already blazing camp. Chiyo, the Elder of the Sand. Following her were numerous elite sand ninjas rushing to her aid. Upon witnessing the ravaged camp and the corpses of sand ninjas strewn about, especially spotting her brother HZ engaged with Danzo, Chiyo's wrinkled face contorted in a mask of unbridled rage. Danzo, you rat hiding in the shadows, how dare you invade my sand's camp? Chiyo's voice was hoarse and piercing, filled with an enmity that demanded vengeance. The old woman remains as vociferous as ever. Danzo's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his murderous intent intensified. He was acutely aware of Chiyo's formidable strength. Her mastery of puppet techniques was indeed considered the pinnacle within the world of shinobi. Engaging in further combat would be most unwise. The mission was accomplished, and there was no need for unnecessary expenditure of energy. With this thought in mind, Danzo hesitated not a moment, employing the body flicker technique to relay commands to all root members. Retreat. The root ninjas, who were wreaking havoc in various locations, with the exception of the squad led by the battle-enjoying Wuchen, ceased their actions almost simultaneously, retreating into the enveloping darkness without a hint of reluctance. Danzo chose not to linger. After driving back Ichi with a gust of wind, he swiftly withdrew. Stop. Do you think this is a place you can enter and exit at will, Danzo? Chiyo's furious roar resonated amidst the flames, yet Danzo remained impervious, leading his subordinates in a hasty retreat. However, it was evident that Chiyo had no intention of letting him escape so easily. She tore open the sleeve of her arm, revealing her right arm, which had been grotesquely transformed into a fearsome puppet. From the mechanisms within her arm, a massive scroll was ejected with a resounding thud. Do not even think about escaping. Chiyo slammed the scroll onto the ground, unleashing a torrent of immense chakra. A hum reverberated as 10 blinding beams of light shot into the sky, seemingly tearing apart the burning night. From the colossal scroll at Chiyo's feet, 10 humanoid puppets, exuding an aura of foreboding and lifelessness, materialized in an instant. They were varied in form, some wielding sharp blades, others concealing cunning traps, forming an impeccable encirclement that sealed off all avenues of retreat for Danzo and his entourage. The J-Mon of Chikamatsu. It was said that this ultimate puppet technique was capable of breaching a city by its sheer force alone. Chapter 49, Danzo, leave this to me. Alas, the hearts of Orochimaru and the other members of the root sank. Chiyo herself was an unparalleled puppeteer. And with the formidable presence of the Ten from the Nara clan, even they, as elite members of Root, felt an immense pressure. Danzo, Chiyo's voice, hoarse and laced with a venomous hatred that could freeze the very soul, echoed ominously. Today, your life shall serve as a tribute to the souls of my fallen comrades from Sunagakure. As her words faded, 10 puppets transformed into 10 streaks of gray lightning, rushing forth from all directions with ferocity. Clang! The jarring sound of metal scraping and colliding erupted amidst the chaos of the camp. Retreat! Into the forest! Danzo's response was lightning fast. His Sharingan spun wildly. At the instant Chiyo launched her attack, he issued the most prudent command. He surged ahead, his form becoming a blurred shadow as he cleaved through the approaching puppet with a decisive strike, racing towards the depths of the dark, unilluminated forest. Over 40 elite members of Root showed no hesitation, collectively repelling their adversaries and following closely behind. Even in dire straits, they maintained an impressive discipline, their formation unbroken. However, Chiyo would not allow them to escape so easily. You shall not flee. Her fingers danced like the wind, nearly invisible chakra threads weaving through the night as she expertly maneuvered the 10 puppets, pursuing them relentlessly. One puppet, wielding a massive shield, leaped into the air, crashing down and stirring a cloud of dust that temporarily obscured the vision of the Root members. Another agile puppet unleashed a torrent of poisoned steel needles, raining down upon the rear of the Root squad. Thud, thud. 2 Root ninjas were caught off guard, needles embedding in their backs, causing them to stagger and slow their pace. Damn it! Danzo glanced back, his expression darkening. Orochimaru, block their path. Yes, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru swiftly summoned countless parasitic insects from his sleeves, transforming them into a swirling black cloud that surged towards the puppets. Yet the elite of Sunagakure were not to be underestimated. Nearly 100 sand ninjas, led by Chiyo and Aiz, followed closely behind, unleashing a barrage of wind techniques that tore through the insect cloud, severely hampering the retreat of Root. Despite their individual prowess, facing an overwhelming number of opponents, bolstered by a shadow-level powerhouse like Chiyo, they could only retreat while fighting, in a state of utter disarray. Another member of Root fell victim to the mechanisms of a puppet, his legs severed with a muffled cry, and he was swiftly engulfed by the advancing sand ninjas. Watching his subordinates fall one after another, Danzo's bandaged right fist tightened into a grip of fury. A thought flickered through his mind: call for reinforcements. With the mind-body transmission technique, he could summon all Root ninjas executing tasks elsewhere, including the likes of Muzan, to encircle their foes. Had it been the old him, the Danzo before encountering Muzan, he would have unhesitatingly done so, to preserve himself and the core strength. Sacrificing a portion of his tools and pawns was a calculated decision, as ordinary as it could be. Yet now, as the visage of the innocent yet eerily serene Wuchen materialized in his mind, an unacknowledged hesitation began to quietly take root within him. That young spirit was the heir he had chosen, the future of the Foundation, to place him in such perilous circumstances. The internal struggle within Danzo lasted but a fleeting moment, quickly supplanted by cold resolve. No, the time had not yet come. Shimura Danzo had not descended to the depths of needing a child to rescue him. Rat A, Ox B, ignite. Danzo abruptly turned, murderous intent surging, ready to demonstrate their true colors. The elite of the Foundation, codenamed Rat A and Ox B, instantly halted and pivoted, their hands swiftly forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. 2. Simultaneously, Danzo completed his own seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant, a formidable composite ninjutsu of wind and fire took shape, crashing violently towards the pursuing foes from behind. Damn it! Defense! Chiyo bellowed, her fingers moving rapidly, as 2 massive puppets immediately shifted to a defensive posture, activating all their mechanisms to shield her. The remaining sand shinobi reacted in kind, employing various techniques, manipulating puppets or deploying earth release to resist the onslaught. Yet, the combined might of Danzo and his companions was overwhelming. Even with Chiyo and Aiz blocking the majority of the impact, many sand shinobi were still caught in the flames. Curse it! Witnessing the devastation behind, Chiyo's fury ignited anew, her fingers moving once more. 3 treasures absorbing. The 3 puppets of the Buddhist monk burst forth from the flames, forming a triangular formation, as an immense tornado rapidly emerged, engulfing all the flames and redirecting them towards the adjacent forest, effectively neutralizing the crisis. The hands of Danzo and his companions faltered, their ninjutsu momentarily halted. Impressive, old woman. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, within a small sand-hidden encampment, blood flowed like a river. Wuchen casually snapped the neck of the last San-ch-nin. Glancing down at the standard-issue ninja blade from the foundation in his hand that had dulled, disdainfully discarding it onto the ground, a member of the Owl Squad promptly approached, respectfully offering a new one. Nearby, the fervent voice of Xiao rang out uncontrollably. Lord Root, this encampment has been completely eradicated. We have conducted surprise attacks on 3 encampments, annihilating 212 enemies, with no casualties on our side. Wuchen nodded slightly. This series of battles felt more like a warm-up, a honing of his skills. He scarcely employed any significant ninjutsu, relying solely on his extraordinary physical prowess, combat instincts, and body flicker technique to accumulate the most primitive experience in combat. Therefore, his current state, although somewhat depleted from before the battle, was scarcely distinguishable. Particularly, his chakra was regenerating at a pace far surpassing its consumption, and his stamina was astonishingly abundant. Should he truly exhaust himself, he could simply replenish with food. Suddenly, a swift command resonated in the minds of all Owl Squad members. Retreat. It was Danzo's voice. Wuchen raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. Retreat? Hadn't that old man stated he wanted to give the Sand-Hidden a surprise they would never forget? How fleeting the moment, yet the surprise has already dissipated. Lord Danzo has commanded our retreat. Xiao glanced at Wuchen, awaiting further instructions. I shall observe first, Wuchen replied, shaking his head, and without hesitation activated his omniscient perception. In an instant, the entire Sand-Hidden army's movements manifested vividly in his mind. As expected, on the opposite side of the forest, Danzo and his cadre of over 40 root ninjas were being relentlessly pursued by a large contingent of sand ninjas. At the forefront of this pursuing force were 2 remarkably prominent chakra signatures. One was immensely powerful, controlling 10 puppet-like energy forms. The other, though slightly weaker, exuded a steadfast calm. So that is the case. A knowing smile graced Wuchen's lips. The surprise had been thwarted by Chio and Ebizo, which explained their disarray. You must withdraw immediately and return to the designated assembly point. Then, Wuchen turned to Xiao, his voice calm and resolute. Lord Root, what about you? Xiao instinctively began to inquire. However, before he could finish, Wuchen's figure inexplicably vanished before his eyes. No smoke, no afterimage, he simply disappeared without a trace. The members of Zhao's team exchanged glances, ultimately suppressing their astonishment and adhering strictly to Wuchen's final command, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. In the next moment, a small figure materialized beside Danzo in the forest, clad in a black cloak adorned with golden wing patterns and wearing a dark mask embellished with a corona. It was none other than Wuchen. His timing was impeccable, positioning himself precisely between Danzo and the approaching Chio and Ebizo. The chaotic battlefield seemed to be paused, enveloped in an eerie silence. The root ninjas, engaged in battle and retreat, caught sight of this figure and collectively froze for a moment. Regaining their composure, they hastily withdrew from the fight, gathering behind Wuchen and Danzo. Meanwhile, Chio and Ebizo, in pursuit, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the masked child, their movements abruptly stalling. Danzo himself shuddered, for the first time betraying a mix of shock, disbelief, and incredulity upon his icy visage. This child. How did he arrive? Before the battlefield could grasp the situation, Wuchen turned to Danzo with a voice that, albeit youthful, resonated with determination. Grandfather Danzo. Leave this to me. Without waiting for Danzo's response, Wuchen swiftly commanded the root members, you must retreat at once. Instantly, a faint crimson chakra mist erupted from his black cloak, condensing into intricate streams of red lightning that danced around him. The air in the forest felt as though it were being pressed by an invisible force, making breathing seem laborious. In the next heartbeat, Wuchen raised his hand, fingers deftly weaving. Dog, pig, dragon, rat, pig, boar, snake, tiger. Shadow clone technique. Completed in the blink of an eye. Smoke erupted and swiftly dissipated. At this moment, Danzo finally realized the gravity of the situation, yet he was met with the sight of 100 dustless. Before Chio and the others from Sunagakure could react, countless flames erupted from the heavens. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet 100. Chapter 50. The Ocean of Flames. In a singular moment, 100 ferocious fire dragons raised their proud heads. Each dragon, forged from high-density chakra, embodied a terrifying essence of destruction. They unleashed a torrent of incandescent flames, capable of searing through the inky night and tearing it asunder. 100 streams of searing fire converged in the forest and sky, intertwining instantaneously to form a conflagration that enveloped an area of 1 kilometer. With an unreasonable and irresistible force, it descended with a thunderous crash. The power of ninjutsu hinges upon the quality and quantity of chakra, as well as the practitioner's mastery over the transformation of its properties. In terms of chakra quality, the pristine chakra possessed by Wuchen stands unparalleled in the ninja world. Even Shimura Danzo must genuinely concede that Wuchen is a true monster in this regard. As for the transformation of chakra properties, Wuchen is indeed favored by destiny. His transcendent identity does not delineate specific chakra attributes. Yet he is acutely aware that his chakra encompasses all attributes without bias. Within a year of studying ninjutsu, he discovered that he could effortlessly learn and adeptly wield techniques of any attribute. Regardless of the type, he could achieve the deepest transformations during his training. His only shortcoming perhaps lies in the fine control of chakra, which still requires refinement. But what does that matter? In the face of absolute power, all maneuvers seem trivial. He possesses a total of 145 units of chakra. When evenly distributed among 101 clones, each Wuchen wields chakra that surpasses most elite J-nin. With 100 clones, he unleashed 100 simultaneous fire release, fire dragon flame bullet techniques. The cumulative effect transcended the realm of comprehension. He dares to assert that the power and coverage of this technique rival the legendary annihilating flames wielded by Uchiha Madara. The orange-red flames existed merely for a fleeting moment in sight. Then, under the relentless infusion of terrifying chakra, they transformed into a blinding yellow-white. The air twisted violently under the intense heat, and the earth groaned under the unbearable strain. All existence melted and dissipated in the face of this pure white hell. Is this fire release? A root ninja murmured in disbelief from behind. No, this is an ocean of fire, a world ablaze. Another root ninja exclaimed fervently, his tone imbued with reverence, recognizing that such power has transcended the realm of ninjutsu. It is clearly divine retribution. Incorrect. Just as Danzo, shaken from his stupor, gazed upon the yellow-white sea of flames, he heard the discussions of his subordinates behind him and bellowed to interrupt them. He turned around, his sharp singular eye scanning the faces obscured by masks, all of which were overtaken by shock. A surge of inexplicable pride and control welled within him. The perspective is narrow. He rarely found the opportunity to validate the legacy of his successor. His chakra was overwhelmingly vast, although his control was not superior to mine. The simultaneous output of 100 clones wielding immense chakra was sufficient to surpass your wildest imaginations. This phenomenon represented an absolute quantity inciting a qualitative transformation. This, indeed, epitomizes the true essence of Root's power. At this moment, the pursuing Sand Shinobi found themselves completely engulfed in this sea of deathly flames. Just a second prior, they were the hunters. Their faces twisted with vengeful ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into souls futilely struggling in the depths of perdition. The merciless white inferno swiftly consumed all. The proud, resilient puppets crafted by the puppet masters managed to withstand the blaze for but a fleeting moment upon contact with the fiery abyss. Yet, as time elapsed, most of the puppets distorted, deformed, and ultimately liquefied, their chakra threads dissolving into ashes alongside them. The elite Sand Shinobi attempted to disperse the flames with wind techniques. In their desperation, they discovered that the fierce winds, upon entering the inferno, became mere fuel, exacerbating the conflagration's ferocity. The earthen walls erected for defense crumbled under the caress of the white flames, fragile as a child's sandcastle, effortlessly evaporated into nothingness. Save me! Who will rescue me? The anguished screams barely traveled far before being obliterated by the searing air. Over 70% of the Sand Shinobi could not endure even a few breaths. They were utterly erased from existence in this extreme heat. Only a handful, including Chiyo and Eyes, sustained themselves in the heart of the fire, relying on their shadow-level prowess and the most secretive of techniques. Chiyo commanded the strongest puppets from the Chikamatsu collection, forming a spherical barrier to protect herself and her brother Eyes within. Simultaneously, her right hand, modified into a mechanism, unfurled into a cross-shaped intricate structure. A vast chakra emanated from within, coalescing with the cross mechanism to form a colossal umbrella-like shield. Puppet technique, mechanized light shield. The once legendary indestructible puppet shell now glowed a fiery red, groaning under the strain. Only this defensive secret technique could allow the siblings to barely cling to life amidst the inferno. The flawless ninjutsu endured for a mere 10 seconds. Yet the immense sea of flames would not dissipate in such a short span. Calmly, he dispelled the ninjutsu. 100 shadow clones simultaneously transformed into a cloud of white smoke, quietly vanishing. The vast chakra, evenly distributed, surged back into his being like rivers returning to the sea, imparting an indescribable sensation of fullness and comfort. He estimated that the cataclysmic assault had consumed merely about 10 Kakashi units of chakra. The unreserved output at full strength had ultimately resulted in a relatively modest expenditure. Such a luxurious waste was a testament to a terrifying might. From the onset to the conclusion of the ninjutsu, merely 20 seconds had elapsed. In merely 20 seconds, the tides of battle had shifted. This was the manifestation of monetary prowess, or rather, the overwhelming power bestowed by an immense chakra, an unreasonable, absolute force. To permit Danzo to employ such a technique? It was unfathomable. Even a mere glance at the technique's consumption would terrify him. He lacked the capacity for it, you see. At this moment, the inferno continued to rage, transforming the earth into a glazed wasteland and the forest into endless kindling, propelling this fiery realm to an elevated echelon. Countless survivors emitted anguished wails from the depths of the flames, their voices contorted and distorted, ultimately converging into desperate howls. How did you arrive here? Did I not instruct you to retreat? At this instant, Shikamaru Danzo, standing behind him, finally extricated himself from the shock, recalling the most crucial query. Wuchen paused momentarily. This old man, astonishingly, had not abandoned his comrades to flee? Quite remarkable. Naturally, he maintained an impassive demeanor, turning to face Danzo, speaking in the calmest tone while delivering the most piercing words. Grandfather Danzo, I happened to pass by and noticed your spirited engagement, so I thought I might lend a hand. Subsequently, his tone shifted to one of gravity. Grandfather Danzo, this is neither the time nor the place for such discussions. We must depart immediately. Within Wuchen's omniscient perception, a new threat approached with alarming rapidity. I sense a considerable number of Sunagakure ninjas hastening towards us, their speed remarkable. Among them, one in the lead is soaring through the sky with great swiftness. It must be the fourth Kazekage. Upon hearing this, Danzo's previously darkened countenance shifted, his pupils narrowing sharply. The anger that had surged within him due to Wuchen's defiance of orders was swiftly extinguished by the icy waters of rationality. The mission had been accomplished beyond expectations. Wuchen not only salvaged them but single-handedly inflicted substantial damage upon Sunagakure's forces. Continuing to linger would bring nothing but peril, especially with the formidable fourth Kazekage soon to arrive. Remaining was tantamount to courting death. He cast a profound glance at Wuchen's diminutive yet remarkably reliable figure, burying any reprimands deep within his heart. This air was far more exceptional than he had ever imagined. Without a trace of hesitation, Danzo raised his head, his gaze deepening as he took one final look at the towering inferno before them. Let us depart. Chapter 51. The Plan. Offer your loyalty. The inferno raged on, and mere moments after the figures of Danzo and Wuchen vanished into the darkness, a silhouette reflecting golden hues ascended above this hellish landscape. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, hovered ominously atop a flying platform crafted from high-density gold sand, his countenance shadowed by dread. Below him, the expansive sea of flames mirrored in his piercing gaze was a scene of utter devastation. The searing heat waves assaulted him, even at this altitude. The terrifying temperatures capable of melting gold and iron were palpable. The sight before him, overwhelming even for one renowned for his composure, left Raza visibly shaken. The extent of the inferno stretched far beyond the realm of mere ninjutsu, spanning nearly a kilometer. Lord Kazekage, behind him, a throng of sand shinobi, alerted by the calamity, had arrived. They beheld the apocalyptic scene, gasping in horror. Now was not the time for shock. Within the flames, faint, distorted cries of survivors could still be heard. Raza quelled his astonishment and issued commands. All water-release ninjas, extinguish the flames with utmost urgency. Earth-release ninjas, erect barriers to halt the fire's spread. Save the people. With Raza's command, nearly 100 elite sand ninjas proficient in water release sprang into action. Multiple water vortexes surged into the inferno, yet upon contact with the yellow-white flames, they evaporated before making a significant impact. Raza furrowed his brow in concern. He clasped his hands together. Sand waterfall funeral. He refrained from utilizing his preferred gold sand. Its melting point was far lower than that of ordinary sand, and in such extreme temperatures, it would instantly liquefy, slipping from control. Instead, the common sand, with its higher melting point, would endure longer amidst the blaze. An endless torrent of yellow sand erupted from the ground, forming towering waves that crashed into the heart of the flames. The violent collision of sand and fire produced a disconcerting hiss. A considerable portion of the flames was instantaneously suffocated and suppressed beneath the onslaught. Under the direct intervention of the powerful Kazekage, the rescue efforts finally bore fruit. From the fringes of the inferno, they gradually retrieved several ninjas, charred and barely clinging to life. With each person rescued, Raza felt his heart grow heavier. As the sand waves ultimately enveloped the core area, temporarily extinguishing the flames there, two disheveled figures emerged upon the scorched earth, resembling glass shards. They were Chiyo and Hiruzen. Elder Chiyo, Elder Hiruzen. Raza swiftly descended, observing the siblings, both drained of chakra and marred by burns, their faces etched with profound despair. Fourth, Chiyo's voice rasped, hoarse like a battered bellows. She struggled to rise, her wrinkled visage bearing only the remnants of deep-seated hatred. We brought 147 elite. She surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the few remaining survivors they had managed to extract. Realizing that the rest were beyond recognition, their bodies lost to the flames. The fist of Rasha was tightly clenched within his sleeve. Nearly 150 elite warriors from the village, among whom were experienced upper ninjas and puppet masters, had suffered near total annihilation in this brief span of time. Chiyo, holding on with great effort, succinctly recounted the recent events to Rasha. It was Danzo, that rat lurking in the shadows, but beside him stood a figure. In her eyes, a flicker of trepidation mingled with profound bewilderment. A mysterious individual donned a black mask and a black trench coat adorned with golden wing patterns, standing at a height just above one's waist. It was he alone who thwarted all of us. It was he who unleashed fire release. As Rasha absorbed Chiyo's description, a tempest of emotions surged within him. A mysterious figure? Single-handedly inflicting severe damage upon nearly 150 elite warriors led by Elder Chiyo? This sounded utterly absurd, an outrageous notion. Could such a being exist in Konoha? What hope did they have in Sunagakure? Yet, he understood that Elder Chiyo would never lie about such matters. Suppressing his astonishment, he promptly arranged for Chiyo and Elder Kaizoku to be transported to the rear camp for urgent medical attention. Subsequently, Rasha raised his gaze towards the direction of the Konoha defenses, his eyes, encircled by dark circles, shimmering with a chilling, piercing light. Meanwhile, Wuchen and his companions pressed on, arriving at the designated rendezvous point before commanding everyone to stealthily return to Kaiki City at the utmost speed. After a day and night of lurking and fierce combat, fatigue was evident even among the elite members of Root, Danzo's finest. Their bodies and spirits yearned for rest. At the stroke of midnight, apart from sporadic skirmishes still occurring, the majority of ninjas had returned to their respective camps for recuperation. The day's slaughter had inflicted heavy losses on both sides. Overall, while Konoha had withstood the joint assault of Sunagakure and Kumogakure outside Kaiki City, they were now engaged in a three-front battle. With each fallen ninja, their strength diminished. If they could not repel the enemy, their eventual defeat was inevitable. Upon returning to Kaiki City, Danzo observed the diminutive figure beside him. His gaze filled with a complex array of emotions, yet increasingly brightening. Having witnessed Wuchen's true power, a mad and audacious plan quietly took shape in his mind. On the journey back, he had already confirmed with Wuchen, "Can your flying thunder god technique transport a large number of people to the rear of Sunagakure?" Wuchen's response was swift and decisive. "No problem. Even if I can't take too many at once, my chakra is sufficient to teleport several hundred back and forth, delivering them like takeout." This answer caused the seed of madness within Danzo to burst forth. He must leverage Wuchen's extraordinary abilities. By utilizing the flying thunder god marks left in advance, he could deploy a substantial elite force directly behind the Sunagakure army. Through the art of spiritual transmission, an assault would be launched simultaneously with the forces on the front lines, executing a pincer maneuver. One decisive battle would determine the fate of the world. The feasibility of this plan swirled in his mind, and with each contemplation, the flames of his ambition blazed ever brighter. "Everyone, replenish your energy and regroup swiftly," Danzo commanded, turning with an uncontainable excitement, hastily departing. He had conceived a daring scheme, yet he needed to consult Sarutobi Hiruzen to articulate his plan. For he lacked the command over the battlefield and the requisite elite forces to execute it. Gaining the approval of Sarutobi was imperative. Wuchen observed his retreating figure, refraining from further inquiries. En route back, upon hearing Danzo's question, he had surmised his intentions. After all, his abilities were remarkably overpowered. Whether it be the Flying Thunder God technique or his vast chakra reserves, he turned to face the nearly 300 Root ninjas who stood silently, poised to disperse. "Wait." His calm voice resonated. Instantly, all the Root ninjas halted, perplexedly gazing at the diminutive figure before them. In the next moment, Wuchen merely raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of light sounds echoed as a mountain of food materialized before them. It was an entire 1,000 pounds of steaming roasted meat he had transported from Konoha, accompanied by 300 bowls of rich, aromatic ramen. The alluring scent of the food instantly dispelled the cold, oppressive atmosphere within the base, leaving everyone momentarily astonished. Wuchen's voice rang out again, imbued with an undeniable casual authority. Dig in. Today, I treat you all, eat to your heart's content. If it's not enough, I can always return to Konoha for more. As long as time permits, this will be the standard from now on. Henceforth, your only task is to acclimate to this reality, and then pledge your loyalty. The nearly 300 elite members of Root stood in stillness, motionless. They gazed at the mountain of enticing food before them, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. These warriors, treated as mere tools, stripped of their emotions and accustomed to the coldness of military rations, felt as though their eternally frozen expressions concealed behind their masks had, for the first time in ages, begun to thaw. Loyalty. 300.